start looking, so they can set up roadblocks, so they can warn the public. You don't call your friend. You don't sit there like an idiot." Susan peered at him intently. "You do want her caught, right, Archie?" Archie looked to Henry for support. Henry's eyes went from Susan to Archie. He smoothed his mustache and raised his eyebrows at Archie. Archie sank back in the sofa. "The video is sort of compromising," he said. "The serial killer humping your face?" Susan said. "Yeah, I'd say so. But you're already compromised if you hadn't noticed. Now you need to decide what you're going to do about it." "Do you want to make the call, or should I?" Henry asked Archie. The truth was, Archie didn't think they had a chance of catching Gretchen. She was smarter than all of them. But he wasn't going to admit it. "I'll do it," Archie said with a sigh, and he pulled his phone out of his pocket and dialed. Chapter 32. The crime scene investigator was named Gary. He was in his 30s, Archie guessed, with a slight build and thick dark hair that would have fallen just above his shoulders if it hadn't been pulled back in a ponytail. A feathering of dark hair on his chin appeared to mark the early stages of a goatee. Archie shifted his weight and the plastic sheeting under his bare feet crinkled. "Will this take much longer?" Archie asked, clearing his throat. "If you keep squirming," Gary said. On the other side of the bedroom door, Archie could hear the others having a hushed, heated discussion, but Gary seemed impervious. Archie couldn't make out many words, but he recognized Sanchez's voice as one of the loudest. At first, it had been a relief when Gary had shown up. At least Archie got to leave the room. Gary ran a latex-clad finger over the back of Archie's bare thigh, and Archie felt his gluteal muscle reflexively tense. He had been picked clean by CSU before, just 2 months ago, after a bomb strapped to a man had gone off, splattering Archie with a pink soup of flesh and bone. Archie had spent an hour being culled for evidence. But this was different. He was naked, standing on a plastic sheet while a fully clothed man knelt in front of him. It was, to put it mildly, a bit more invasive. Gary touched a mole on Archie's thigh and then peered at it through a magnifying glass like it might be a clue. "That's me," Archie said with a sigh. "I've had that my whole life." Gary nodded. His prominent nose was offset with deep-set large dark eyes and eyelashes like Elizabeth Taylor's. If he managed to grow the goatee, it would look good. Archie stole a glance at his bedside clock. It was after 9. He shifted his weight again. "I took a shower this morning," Archie said. "You already said that," Gary said, "and then I said it was still worth harvesting evidence, and then you objected to my use of the word harvesting." Archie remembered that now. "Are you uncomfortable?" Gary asked. "I'm naked," Archie said. He was finding himself in this situation a little too regularly for comfort. "It won't be much longer," Gary said. He got to his feet and focused his attention on Archie's neck. The stray fine hairs at Gary's hairline fluttered every time Archie exhaled. Archie tried to remain perfectly still. It was hard to be still. Every one of Archie's knuckles suddenly needed cracking. His nose itched. He wanted to stretch. He was cold. Gary produced a pair of tweezers and plucked something off Archie's skin and deposited it in a plastic bag. Gary had done that 4 times so far, and each time the item he'd pulled off Archie had been so minuscule that Archie couldn't see it at all. "What's that?" Archie asked. Gary shrugged. "Probably nothing," he said. He tucked the bag into his crime scene kit and returned with a small black plastic comb, and then settled onto his heels in front of Archie. "I'm going to comb your pubic hair," he said. Archie wasn't sure how to respond to that, so he tried to remain stoic as Gary drew the comb through Archie's pubic hair in short, swift strokes, stopping after each stroke to examine the comb for any errant hairs. When Gary saw hairs on the comb, he eased them into an evidence bag. After 30 or so strokes, he sealed the bag, wrote something on it, and stowed it in his crime scene kit. When Gary turned back to Archie, he was holding what looked like a 6-inch-long Q-tip. Archie had a bad feeling about this. He took a small step back. "We use this to perform 2 tests," Gary said, wiggling the Q-tip. "We use it to swab the shaft and glands of the penis to search for traces of vaginal mucus, and we also insert it into the urethra to collect a sample for STD testing." "Excuse me," Archie said. His mouth felt very dry. "It's protocol," Gary said, "for a full examination." "It's unnecessary," Archie said emphatically, "because I did not have sex with her." Gary pursed his lips. "It's my understanding you don't remember much of last night, yes?" he said. "So you can't be sure, can you?" Archie drew his hands through his hair. He hadn't considered the possibility that he'd had sex with Gretchen last night, or that there had been anything more to the evening than what the tape showed. But he had lost 5 hours, and the tape only accounted for 2 minutes of that. He was barely conscious in the boathouse footage, but who's to say what state he'd been in before that? He wanted to believe he hadn't had sex with her, but at the same time he couldn't put it past himself, not with their history. He knew himself well enough to know that. Archie eyed the Q-tip pinched between Gary's latex-clad fingers. "We have to do both tests?" he asked. Gary considered the Q-tip. "It's possible we could get away with just the one," he said. "Which one?" Archie asked quickly. "Do you have a preference?" Gary asked. Archie raised an eyebrow. Wasn't it obvious? "Are you concerned about STDs?" Gary asked. "Right now," Archie said. He had never been less concerned about STDs. Not at all. Gary smiled. "Then I'll just swab your penis, then," he said pleasantly. "Fine," Archie said, relieved. He lifted his hands to his hips and looked over Gary's shoulder at the wall. Gary put the penlight back in his mouth and lowered out of Archie's sight. Archie kept his eyes focused dead ahead, cringing as the dry, fuzzy end of the Q-tip tickled lightly along the shaft, and then around the tip of his penis. It was over quickly. Gary did it expertly, like he swabbed penises 30 times a day. Archie exhaled the breath he had been holding, and Gary dropped the Q-tip into a plastic vial. "Does it ever not work?" Archie asked. "What?" Gary asked, looking up. "You threatened to jam the stick up my dick so I'd agree to the swab," Archie said. Gary lowered his head, but Archie could see he was smiling. "You could have refused." "But I didn't," Archie said. "But you didn't," Gary said, still smiling. He picked up his pen and started writing something on the label of the plastic vial. "You can put on your pants now," he said, not looking up. Archie stepped off the plastic sheeting, picked up his underwear off the bed, and pulled them on, and did the same with his pants. He was starting to put on his shirt when Gary stopped him. "Not so fast," Gary said. "I still need a blood draw." Archie tossed the button-down aside and sat on the edge of the bed, his bare feet on the floor. Gary took a seat next to him and crossed Archie's forearm over his knees. He tied a urine-yellow rubber tourniquet around Archie's upper arm, letting it snap tightly into place, and then wiped the inside of Archie's elbow with iodine. "You have nice veins," Gary said. "I've been told that before," Archie said. Gary tossed the used cotton ball in a small orange biohazard bag, and then produced a hypodermic syringe from his kit. He took the cap off the needle. "What will they test for?" Archie asked. "I expect they'll run a general tox screen as well as some tests for more specific drugs along the line of what she's used in the past," Gary said. Gary slid the needle into Archie's vein. Archie watched as his blood filled the hypodermic's barrel. Opiates would show up on any basic tox screen, and Archie knew he'd started last night with plenty of pills. "I took some Vicodin last night," Archie told Gary. Then there were the 2 he'd chewed when he'd come to on the riverbank. And this morning, Archie added. Okay, Gary said. I just thought I should mention it, Archie said. Gary withdrew the needle and pressed a cotton ball in the crook of Archie's elbow and bent the arm closed around it. You better spend some time thinking about what you're going to tell them when they ask you about it, he said. He gave Archie a meaningful look and then glanced toward the closed door. We're done, he called. Archie was still buttoning his shirt when he walked into the living room. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at him. Raul Sanchez sat on Archie's sofa with Bob Eaton, the chief of police. Martin Nguyen had Susan's laptop on his knees on a stool at the kitchen bar, and Claire was standing close to Henry by the window. Susan had the refrigerator door open. She was the only one who didn't look up. She was pulling bread and peanut butter out of the fridge, clearly intent on making a sandwich. Archie forced himself to look around the room, to meet all of their eyes until, one by one, the heads turned back to what they had been doing. There had been more, at first. Archie had counted 17 cops in his small apartment when Gary had escorted him into the bedroom. Then Henry had explained the sensitive nature of the video, and all non-essential personnel had been asked to leave. Archie imagined them all home posting status updates on Facebook, publicly wondering what new humiliation Archie Sheridan had suffered now. How are you doing? Eaton asked from the couch. Archie couldn't remember the last time he'd seen the chief out of uniform, but tonight he was in street clothes, a blue Columbia sportswear jacket, jeans that looked ironed, and a button-down shirt that was open at the collar. One of his hiking boots had come unlaced. I've just had my penis swabbed, Bob. How are you doing? Archie said. Eaton coughed uncomfortably. His hair was entirely white, but the light reflecting off his jacket tinted it with blue. This is... Eaton flailed helplessly. This is... He looked around the room, but nobody came to his aid. What was there to say? Archie could think of a few things. This is... humiliating, demeaning, degrading, denigrating, mortifying. But Eaton wasn't really a word man. He squinted at Archie, and Archie almost felt sorry for him. Do you need to talk to someone about this? Eaton asked. They were all looking at Archie again, except for Susan, who was spreading peanut butter on a piece of wheat bread. Archie could smell the peanut butter from across the room. Am I supposed to be traumatized? Archie asked. This was exactly what he'd wanted to avoid, all those eyes brimming with concern, as if he'd survived some ordeal. You know what's traumatizing? Archie lifted his shirt, exposing the thick scar that ran up his midsection. Having your spleen forcibly removed without anesthesia. That's traumatizing. He directed his chin toward his laptop, which still sat open on the kitchen bar. That right there is cuddling. He had already decided that he was going to tell them. Now he swallowed hard and made himself go through with it. Look, he said. Some of you know this. He glanced across the room at Susan, who peeked up from her sandwich. The rest of you have at least heard rumors, so I'll just be clear. He shut his eyes. It was the only way he could say it. I had an affair with her. Archie, Henry said sharply. Stop. Archie could feel the weight of everyone's attention. It made his neck burn. An affair? Was that even the right word? Archie opened his eyes. Gretchen Lowell and I had a sexual relationship during the period she infiltrated the investigation, he said. The words tumbled out now. He lifted his hand, the one without the ring. You'll notice that I'm no longer married. The apartment was completely silent. Claire threaded her hand through Henry's, but Archie could tell from her expression that his confession hadn't been news to her. He wondered what, if anything, Henry had told her, and what she'd figured out on her own. That's what she's doing on the tape, he said. Reliving old times. He'd done it. He stole a glance at Susan. She was on the other side of the kitchen bar, facing him, eyebrows raised, frozen, with a piece of bread in one hand and a butter knife in the other. Nguyen was facing Susan's laptop screen, his features bathed in its blue light, but his hands weren't moving over the keys, and his mouth was open. Sanchez cleared his throat. He had his palms together, his fingertips touching his lip. "Well, shit," he said quietly. But Eaton was the only one who looked truly, utterly surprised. He was looking at Archie with abject astonishment. Apparently not everyone had heard the rumors after all. "You slept with her," Eaton sputtered. "With Gretchen Lowell?" Archie met his eye. There was no going back now. "We had sex, yes," he said. "Many times." "When did it end?" Eaton asked. "She locked me in a basement and tortured me," Archie said, deflecting the question. "What do you think?" Eaton turned to Henry, who was shaking his head at the floor. "You knew about this?" Eaton asked him. "Not at the time," Archie said quickly before Henry could answer. "She seduced him, Bob," Henry said, crossing the living room to take the chair nearest Eaton. "He was under a lot of pressure, remember?" Henry scratched the back of his head. The chair creaked. "Overworked, exhausted, he was vulnerable. She knew that." He touched his mustache. "She did it to fuck with all of us," he said. "It hasn't been easy for Archie," Claire said. She walked over and stood behind Henry. "It was a mistake," she said, giving Archie a supportive smile. "He's been punished enough for it." Archie didn't deserve their support, but he was grateful for it. Eaton hunched forward and studied his hands. Sanchez zipped up his FBI windbreaker and then unzipped it, and then zipped it up again. The room was so quiet Archie could hear the fridge humming. Susan perched cross-legged with her shoes on his counter, holding her sandwich with both hands, her eyes doing her own survey of the room and studiously avoiding his. "Is that why she let you live?" Eaton asked. "I honestly have no idea why she let me live," Archie said. Sanchez leaned back against the couch and stuffed his hands in his jacket pockets. "Why make this confession now?" Archie shrugged. "I don't care who knows anymore." "Like any one of you wouldn't have fucked her given half the chance," Claire said with a snort. Henry shot her a look. "What?" she said with a shrug. "It's true." "They want to keep a lid on it," Susan said from the kitchen, a biteful of sandwich in her cheek. "That's what they've been talking about while you were in there. They think warning people she's back will cause a panic." The lightness in Archie's arms vanished. He looked around the room, stunned, waiting for someone to contradict her. Keep a lid on the fact that the beauty killer was back? They had to warn people, if not for the public's protection, then to help apprehend Gretchen. Someone might spot her. "Good to see you're feeling better," Sanchez said to Susan, narrowing his eyes. "Thanks," she said, coloring slightly. "The Midol really helped." "You can't keep a lid on this," Archie said to Eaton. Gretchen had designed this scenario after all. Of that, Archie was certain. And if Gretchen expected them to stay tight-lipped, the only proper response was to shout her presence from the rooftops. "You're going to issue a statement, right, Bob?" "Do you know what tomorrow is?" Eaton asked. The lines in his face seemed to deepen. "It's Halloween." Halloween. Archie shook his head and smiled. She couldn't have planned it better. "Of course it is," Archie said. He moved around to the chair across from Henry and sat down. Sanchez looked like he was waiting for him to say something. "What's so funny?" Sanchez asked. "You think this is a coincidence?" Archie asked him. "Her coming back now?" "You have to warn people," Susan said from the kitchen. "You have to make an announcement." "She's right," Archie said. "So what?" Sanchez asked. "So they can lock their doors?" Archie looked across the coffee table at Henry, who was sitting quite still. He'd been noticeably silent on the subject. "Henry's with us on this," Sanchez said. Henry's pale eyes looked tired. He spread his palms plaintively. People will keep their kids home from trick-or-treating, he said to Archie. There will be people in costume. People dressed up like Gretchen, for Christ's sake. It's a recipe for panic. You know that there will be dumb jackasses who take a shot at the first girl in a blonde wig they see. Claire offered Archie an apologetic shrug. If she doesn't know we know she's in the area, it gives us an edge, she said. We can catch her. Archie looked around. These people were all smart, all dedicated. How could they all be so wrong? She knows, Archie said, exasperated. He lifted his hand toward his laptop. Look at her. She knows she's being filmed. She doesn't know you've even seen the tape, Sanchez said. She doesn't know you've shared it with us. Susan was still on his counter, eating her sandwich. She paused and shook some crumbs off her orange t-shirt, and then brushed them off her purse, which sat gaping open next to her. She was being uncharacteristically calm about all this, Archie noticed. She'd offered a few pronouncements, sure, but there'd been no bitter pleading, no dramatics. Her purse hadn't been on the counter earlier. Archie raised an eyebrow at her. Susan shrugged. It's moot, Archie announced to the group. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Sanchez asked. Susan took a bite of her sandwich and chewed. It's already done, isn't it? Archie asked Susan. Who'd you go to? Susan swallowed. The Herald, she said. It'll be up on their website as soon as they can confirm some of the details. Henry put his head back and closed his eyes. Claire said, Oops. Eaton and Sanchez turned the same shade of purple, and Sanchez shot Archie an accusatory look. Hey, Archie said, putting up his hands. I'm not the one who didn't take away her phone. Archie's bedroom door opened, and they all looked as Gary emerged, carrying a metal case. He stopped short, took in the scene, and then glanced back at the bedroom door, like he might turn around and go back through it. You done? Sanchez asked him. Gary held up the case and tapped it. Got everything I need, he said. Okay, go, Sanchez said. And, Gary, he added, picking at something in the corner of his eye. Use a pseudonym instead of Detective Sheridan's name, okay? Gary nodded. He stood there for a moment in uncomfortable silence, and then said, Well... The word tapered off. He looked around the room and then cleared his throat and made a beeline for his coat. He was still pulling it on as he went through the front door. They all swiveled to look at Susan now. She was chewing. The room smelled like peanut butter. What did you tell them exactly? Henry asked. Susan made them wait until she swallowed. That there was security footage of Gretchen in Lake Oswego last night, she said. I left Archie out of it. Good, Henry said. He turned back to the room. We keep the content to ourselves. As far as anyone else is concerned, the footage shows Gretchen Lowell alone. We have to respond, Sanchez said. Roadblocks, helicopters. We should send out a statement advising the public to remain calm. Get all the patrol units on the roads. What's the reward at? $500,000, Archie said. Sanchez raised an eyebrow at him. I saw a billboard, Archie said. Anything you need, you let me know, Eaton told Sanchez. The mayor has your back. He jabbed a finger at Susan. You, lady, are banned from all my press conferences. Oh, Susan said, drawing her face into a frown. I'm heartbroken. She winked at Archie. Archie couldn't quite believe it. But Susan had done it. She had forced the issue. If he'd been standing next to her, he would have actually kissed her. He moved his eyes away from her. On the forehead. Henry scratched his neck. What about that thing earlier? He asked Sanchez. About Casanova here? Sanchez said with a glance at Archie. Obviously Gretchen's got a hard-on for him. She let him live, which was certainly a romantic gesture. So he fucked her, he said with a shrug. She's a world-class piece of ass. I think that Claire made a good point. Men are ruled by their dicks, Claire said. That's another way of putting it, Sanchez said. What I mean is it doesn't change anything, as far as I'm concerned. He looked at Archie. You remember any pillow talk that might help us locate her? No, Archie said. Sanchez sat back and stretched one arm along the back of the couch. Then it stays in this room, he announced. Archie couldn't quite believe what he was hearing. Was Sanchez really going to let this go? Good, Henry said. So, we're all agreed? His eyes landed on Eaton. Eaton's head was down. He was looking at his hands, twisting the gold band on his ring finger. He glanced over at Archie and nodded. I'm in, Claire said, laying a hand on Henry's shoulder. Me too, Susan said from the counter with her mouth full. Only Nguyen was left. He was still on the stool by the kitchen bar, bent over Susan's laptop. Archie could hear the sounds of his fingers on the keyboard. Nguyen? Henry said loudly. Nguyen looked up from Susan's laptop, startled. Sorry, he said. I wasn't listening. Henry smiled and scratched at the corner of his mouth. Archie's personal life stays in this room, he said. Yeah, sure, whatever, Nguyen said, eyes returning to the keyboard. Archie didn't know what to say. He heard the sound of an incoming text and saw Henry go for his pocket. Archie was still composing a speech a moment later when Henry stood up quickly. He held his phone out, showing an incoming text. The warrants just got signed, Henry announced, grinning. We've got teams mobilized around the island. I'm going to pee, Claire said, darting for the bathroom. The island? They were going to storm the island? She's not still on the fucking island, Archie groaned. But they were all standing, checking their phones, putting on their jackets. Archie started to get up, but Sanchez leaned forward and put a hand on his arm. You're staying here, Sanchez said. The first thing I did after watching your little sex tape was to station a unit downstairs, one in front of your family's building, and one at Ms. Ward's house. Archie could tell by his demeanor that there was no arguing. Sanchez was running the show. Where's your weapon? Sanchez asked. Desk drawer, Archie said. Sanchez walked to Archie's desk, opened the drawer, and withdrew the gun. He checked the magazine for bullets, and then walked it back and laid it on the coffee table in front of Archie. Nguyen appeared next to Sanchez, carrying Susan's open laptop. Stickers and decals plastered the back of the screen. Hello, Kitty. Mary's Club. Food fight. Peace, love, and cupcakes. The ubiquitous outline of the state of Oregon with a green heart at its center. I'm going to need to keep this overnight, Nguyen said to Sanchez. There's malware on it, all right. A RAP. That's a remote administration tool. They can embed these Trojan horses in all sorts of things. It was probably attached to something Susan downloaded, a game, maybe. I told you I haven't downloaded anything weird from the internet, Susan called from the kitchen. You also haven't updated your operating system in 4 years, Nguyen called back. He looked down at Archie. I should check all your computers, he added. I can start with your laptop tonight. Don't bother, Archie said. If he was going to be stuck there all night, he at least wanted to be able to sort through some of the island's security footage. I'll bring it to the office tomorrow. I hardly even use it. I never download anything onto it. Archie's mind went to his work machine, and his stomach turned. That computer had all sorts of sensitive files on it. If she'd managed to hack into that, she'd have access to all his emails, investigation files, and gateways to other law enforcement databases. Start with my desktop, he told Nguyen. Henry stepped back to Nguyen and Sanchez and handed Nguyen the flash drive from Leo. Take this, Henry said. You can check it for malware, and we're going to need all the footage reviewed. Look for anything relating to Gretchen or Lisa Watson or... He looked at Archie. Anything else? Archie glanced back at his laptop on the kitchen bar. It had gone to screensaver, a black universe filled with stars. He'd never actually downloaded any of the security footage. There went his plan for the evening. Susan crawled across the bar and pulled her hooded sweatshirt off the stool she draped it over, nearly knocking Archie's computer off the counter in the process. "Be careful with that," she called as Nguyen walked by carrying her laptop in his shoulder bag. "I've got like 8 unfinished novels on that thing." There was an anticipatory energy in the room. Ginger scampered around from person to person, sure that one of these people putting on hats and jackets would be taking her for a walk. Claire walked back from the bathroom, pulling on her dark blue watch cap, touching Henry's arm as she swept past on her way to retrieve her coat from the coat rack. It was taking all of Archie's control to stay sitting in that chair. He knew they wouldn't find anything, but he still itched to be going along. "I'll call you," Henry said. Archie took a breath and nodded. Susan bounced up next to Henry. She had her hood up and her purse strap across her chest. The R in worst on her orange t-shirt had a glob of peanut butter on it. "Where do you think you're going?" Henry asked her. "With you," she said brightly. Archie coughed. Henry crossed his arms. He'd lost weight since his hospital stay, but he was still broad and he could still look scary. "Home," Susan guessed again. "Straight home," Archie said. Henry looked at Susan and then at Archie. "It won't be so bad," he said. "Watch TV or something." Susan and Archie eyed each other warily. Her hair had dried and looked curlier than usual. It made her face look softer. She reached up and scratched at a tiny pimple on her forehead. Archie put his hand out and wiped the peanut butter off Susan's t-shirt with his finger. She gave him a half-smile. "Walk her to her car," Archie said to Henry. "You heard the man," Henry said to Susan, giving her a push toward the door. Archie watched as they all gathered. Sanchez held back, engaged in an email or text. When he finished, instead of heading for the others, he came over and squatted next to the arm of Archie's chair. He pulled out his tin of mints and offered it to Archie. Archie shook his head. Sanchez put a mint in his mouth, closed the tin, and stowed it. "Tell me something," Sanchez said. "You ever step out on Debbie before?" "No," Archie said. "Not before Gretchen." "And the one time you do, it's with a serial killer?" Sanchez said, his face glowing. "You poor fuck." "Yeah," Archie said. Sanchez was shaking his head, amazed, the white mint clenched between his teeth. "Thanks," Archie said. "For earlier." Sanchez scooted forward, and the bill of his FBI cap grazed Archie's forehead. "Leo told you I'm dirty, didn't he said. "Let's go," Henry called from the door. Archie kept his face neutral, barely daring to breathe. Sanchez nodded, reading Archie's reaction as affirmation. He said. The others were talking by the door, immersed in their own discussion. Sanchez's eyebrows knitted. "We've known each other, 15 years?" he said quietly. "You really believe for a second I'd do something like that?" Archie didn't know what to say. Sanchez exhaled slowly. His breath was warm peppermint. "I'd tell you I'm not," he said. Then he shrugged with a laugh. "But I guess I'd tell you that either way, right?" He laid a hand on Archie's shoulder as he stood up. Then he turned and headed for the door to catch up with the others. Archie watched them all leave. Then the door closed, and he was alone. The smell of Sanchez's mint hung in the air. Archie got up and walked over to his empty kitchen. Susan had left 4 pieces of sandwich crust sitting on his counter. He picked up a piece of crust and put it in his mouth. The sky was dark. Dead leaves stuck to the factory window panes. He couldn't figure out where those dead leaves came from. There weren't any trees around. Flashes of red and blue light bounced off the glass as the patrol cars down below pulled away from the curb. Archie ate the rest of Susan's crust. The bread was stale and stuck in his throat. It was going to start again. Once the story broke, it would be Gretchen Lowell 24/7, as far as the media was concerned. Every cop in the city would be looking for her. Archie knew how this worked. The press would get on board with the idea that Gretchen had murdered Lisa Watson. They would run with it. And in the distraction of a citywide manhunt, Lisa Watson's real killer would go free. Archie couldn't allow that to happen. He punched a number into his phone. Robbins picked up right away. "Morgue," he said. "It's me," Archie said. "Have you started the Lisa Watson autopsy yet?" "First thing tomorrow morning," Robbins said. "I've had a shooting, a house fire, a bat attack, a jumper off the Fremont Bridge, and 2 car accidents today." "A bat attack?" Archie said. He heard the familiar wet slurp of a latex-clad hand removing an organ from an open abdomen. Most people were in bed, and Robbins was in the middle of an autopsy. 2 kids found an injured bat, took it home, and then died of rabies," Robbins said. Archie recognized the spring of a metal scale as Robbins laid an organ on it to be weighed. "Well, call me as soon as you're done tomorrow, okay?" Archie said. "It's important." "It's always important," Robbins said, sounding unimpressed. "But sure, you got it." Archie heard the organ slide into a plastic bag. "This time, it really is important," Archie said. He might not be able to go after Gretchen, but he could make sure that Lisa Watson's murder didn't get lost in the shuffle. He could do that. Robbins sighed. "Okay," he said. Archie hung up and went and sat down wearily on the couch. A piece of the red thread stuck to the seat cushion next to him, a casualty of Susan's attack on his throw pillow. Archie brushed the thread into his hand and transferred it carefully to the coffee table and stared at it. Ginger came out from under the coffee table, hopped up on the couch, set her chin on his lap, and started licking the peanut butter off his fingers. Archie knew what he had to do. He studied his phone and mentally rehearsed what he was going to say. The next call was going to be harder, but he wanted Debbie to hear it from him before she heard it from the Herald. Chapter 33. Susan sat in her sob watching as the police cars parked around her pulled away and headed south toward Lake Oswego. With its wide streets and half-empty warehouses, the produce district always looked particularly empty at night. She cranked up the heat. The radio was reporting that a young woman had been found dead in Lake Oswego and that police were investigating. Susan listened intently. The story was oblique. They didn't name Lisa Watson, and there was no reference to Gretchen. They described the death as a suspicious drowning. The radio announcer went on to another story. Some remains had been found upriver. They thought it might be a flood victim. Susan stared at the car radio, a flutter of excitement in her chest. Any minute now, the Herald would go live with the story that Gretchen Lowell was back in the area, and then the around-the-clock coverage would begin. There would be no time for any other story then. A knock on Susan's car window made her jump. Henry's hulking figure loomed outside. He had delivered her to her car by the elbow, deposited her inside, and then closed the driver's side door. She thought he'd continued to his own car. Now she wondered if he'd been standing there this whole time. He probably had. She turned down the radio and rolled down the window. The knob had come off the window crank, so this took a lot of effort. Henry pointed at the loading only sign adjacent to the hood of her car. "I know," she said quickly. She had parked in the loading zone because it was the closest spot to the door, and she'd been rattled enough when she got there that she didn't want to walk half a block in the dark by herself. "Sorry, I was in a hurry." A gray sedan stopped in the street behind Henry, its headlights slicing through the darkness. "Henry?" Sanchez's voice called. "You're riding with Claire, right?" Henry looked over his shoulder. "Yeah," he said. "See you there." Sanchez peeled away, and Henry turned back to Susan. "Straight home," Henry said. He hesitated. "You want me to follow you?" Susan glanced around at the desolate surroundings. Maybe it wasn't so insane to let Henry give her an escort, just for his peace of mind. "Say the word," Henry said. "They can do this without me." Claire's Ford Fiesta pulled up behind Henry and stopped where Sanchez had just been. Claire idled there, waiting. Henry raised his eyebrows questioningly at Susan. She was being an idiot. It was only a few miles, and there were cops at the other end. "I'm fine," Susan said. She gave Henry a small salute. "Straight home. Promise." "Okay," Henry said. He looked up, over her car, at Archie's building for a moment, and then he tapped the hood of her car with his hand. "Go," he said. Susan nodded and pulled away from the curb, turning the radio up as she did. Sam Cooke's husky croon came over the speakers. As she drove away, she watched in the rearview mirror as Henry climbed into Claire's Fiesta and the taillights disappeared into the night. Archie had warned Henry about Sanchez, right? Susan bobbed her head along to the Sam Cooke song. Something glinted on the dashboard as she passed a streetlight. Susan swiped her finger along the spot and then brought it close to her face and peered at it. Her finger was dark with dust. She really had to buy some Armor-All. And in the middle of the dirt was a single speck of gold glitter. That was the thing with glitter. It got everywhere. But she still couldn't figure out where this bit had come from. She rubbed the dust and the glitter off on her pants and sucked in her breath as she glanced up. Susan slammed on her brakes and the car jolted to a stop, jerking Susan against her seat belt. She heard a mountain of crap from her back seat slide onto the floor behind her. Princess Leia was pulling a Star Wars stormtrooper across Water Avenue. Susan had nearly hit them, but neither was acknowledging that fact. The stormtrooper was drunk. He was carrying a can of beer. Princess Leia had a cigarette in one hand. It was Halloween Eve, Susan reminded herself. They were probably on their way to a party. Her pounding heart was slowing now. The businesses along that stretch, industrial buildings housing microbrew tasting rooms and restaurants and kayak shops, were closed, and the streetlights were placed far apart and left much of the street darkened, but there could be a party in one of the warehouses. Princess Leia and the stormtrooper continued stumbling up a side street, and Susan continued along Water Avenue, white-knuckling the wheel, keeping her eye out for costumed revelers who might decide to dart in front of traffic. Susan could just make out the giant red neon OMSI sign up ahead, and the sight of it made her relax a bit. The Oregon Museum of Science and Industry was closed, but its brick facade was a reassuring landmark. The road home was just past it. She had never really noticed before how empty this route was at night. A sea of empty museum parking lots stretched alongside the street. You could never find parking at OMSI when you needed it. Now Susan wished the parking lots weren't so big. Sam Cooke was still singing. It was a long song. Frankie reached down in her pocketbook and up with a long .44. She shot once, twice, 3 times, and Johnny fell to the hard wooden floor. Oh, he was a man, all right, but Frankie shot him because he was doing her wrong. Something else slid off the back seat onto the floor. Susan was used to that. When you kept as much crap in your car as she did, you got accustomed to some shifting. Half-empty Snapple bottles rolled under the seat, books and glossy magazines slid around, plastic water bottles knocked together. She had rubber boots in her car, extra jackets, 2 canvas camp chairs, about 20 reusable grocery store bags, old notebooks, pens and pencils, used paper coffee cups, tubes of lipstick in a rainbow of colors, and probably $100 in change. But the last thing he told her was, "Frankie, you know I love you." Why? Honey, why did you? The music stopped. "Breaking news," an announcer cut in briskly. "The Oregon Herald is reporting that escaped serial killer Gretchen Lowell was spotted in Lake Oswego late last night. Police officials say they are investigating but do not have any public comment at this time." The car jerked and then let out a slow, mournful whine. "No," Susan said out loud. "No, no, no!" A red light was blinking on the dash readout. That light had never come on before. She didn't know what it meant. What did it mean? The car was coughing to a stop. The radio announcer's voice coming in and out. "Dangerous. Escaped. Precautions." Susan steered it to the side of the street, just as the Saab's engine gave one last death rattle and died. As it did, all the lights, dash lights, headlights, went off too, and the radio went deathly silent. It was suddenly very dark and very quiet. Susan pulled her purse onto her lap and started digging for her phone. Her hand found a box of gum, a compact, a notebook. Why did she have so much stuff that was the same size as a cell phone? Then her hand tightened around her iPhone. She pulled it out. It lit up under her touch, and she wanted to cry at the sight of that comforting retina display glow. She touched the telephone icon, and the number keys appeared. She touched one key. There was a knock on her window. Susan looked up, and a paralyzing terror gripped her by the throat. Chapter 34. Henry stood in Jack Reynolds's front yard, his weight mostly on his good leg. The other leg bothered him more than he let on most days, but he thought he did a pretty good job of hiding it. He squinted as the police choppers overhead sent another blizzard of fall leaves swirling up in their searchlight beams. He'd already gotten leaf debris in his eye. The air settled and the noise and light passed. 2 choppers were circling the little island. A third searched the perimeter of the lake. Judging by the residential lights on around the lake, no one was asleep. Once the news got out about Gretchen, cops from every surrounding county had started showing up. Flashing lights stretched along the island's private road as far as Henry could see. State cops, city cops, FBI vehicles. Henry lifted a hand to shield his eyes from another passing chopper. The searchlight blazed around him for a moment, and a gust of wind flattened the grass at his feet. Then the chopper continued onward, passing over 4 crime scene investigators who were hauling equipment across the grounds in the direction of the boathouse. The churned-up air from the chopper blades made their white Tyvek suits flap like plastic bags in the wind. The grass rippled. Then it fell dark again. The ear-splitting chug of the chopper engine faded. Henry glanced back at the Tudor manse, which was lit up like Christmas. Patrol cops ran in and out of the house, one hand on their hats every time a chopper passed overhead. Henry shook his head. It looked like the invasion of Grenada. Jack Reynolds chuckled. Henry looked over at him. Jack was still in the Thurston Howell get-up, but had added a plaid wool scarf that made him look even more ridiculous. He had come out of the house a few minutes before, drinking something fancy out of a crystal lowball glass and smoking a cigar. "What's so funny?" Henry asked. Landscape lighting peppered the grounds, but the part of the yard they were in was dark except for a light planted in the grass at their feet that lit Jack from below, so that he was all cheekbones and jaw. Henry knew he was probably similarly lit, but he was pretty sure he looked less like Dracula. "She's not here," Jack said. "I'm not sure what they think they're going to find." "You sent Leo to Archie with the footage," Henry said. He knew it was a reckless play, saying it outright, but Henry wanted to see how Jack would react. "You had to know this was coming," Henry added. Jack's grin spread. "I had my people review all the security footage after the 2 of you left this afternoon," he said. He lifted his glass to his lips. "Being the responsible citizen that I am." He savored the alcohol in his mouth and then swallowed it. It was whiskey. Henry could smell it. "I didn't want to be harboring evidence of a murder," Jack said with a shrug. "Plus, I can't have someone slaughtering my party guests, even the ones who aren't officially invited. It doesn't look good. I don't want to get a reputation as a bad host." He bent his head and looked down into his glass, swirling it absent-mindedly. "Plus, I wanted to see what Archie would do." It was Henry's turn to chuckle. Of course, Jack wouldn't turn over any sort of evidence to the cops unless there was something in it for him. "You thought he'd bury it," Henry said. "Shit, yes," Jack said with a sharp laugh. "I thought he'd throw that flash drive in the river. That's what I would have done. How about you? Most people wouldn't want that kind of thing getting out. You see the video? I got a hard-on just watching it." Jack was goading him, but Henry wasn't going to take the bait. "So Archie was supposed to destroy the footage," Henry said. "And then you'd have had a nice piece of blackmail material in your back pocket." Jack put his hand over his heart. "Of course, I would hope I'd never need to use it," he said. "Of course," Henry said. Another chopper went by overhead, and the air was briefly full of shredded leaves. Jack's scarf whipped in the wind. "But it turns out that Archie Sheridan is actually the Boy Scout everyone says he is," Jack said. He had to shout to be heard over the chopper engine. "We both know that's not true, don't we, Jack?" Henry shouted back. "I find that I hear conflicting reports on that topic," Jack said. The chopper passed and the wind stopped. Jack picked a piece of dead leaf out of his glass and flicked it away. "You're a ball of contradictions yourself," Henry said. "This afternoon you refused to turn over the security footage we politely asked for without a warrant. Now look at us. You've turned over the tapes. You've got half the cops in the county crawling all over your property, and as far as I can tell, you don't seem that unnerved by it." Jack leaned slightly forward, and the yellow light from the landscaping fixture carved deeper into his face. His eyes, though, were still shadowed in black. "She murdered my daughter," he said. "I want her caught." "Not half as bad as I do," Henry said. Jack lifted his cigar to his face, and his mouth turned up into a sinister smile. "He means something to her," Jack said. "Doesn't he?" Henry flinched, and then quickly composed his face into what he hoped looked like dismissive disbelief. "Because of the tape?" he asked. "She wanted to humiliate him." "You see it too," Jack said with a certainty that raised the hackles on Henry's neck. Jack puffed on his cigar, and the air filled with the woody smell of it. "This business I'm in, it's not just sales," Jack said. "It's politics. It's manipulation. It's dogs pissing on each other." He puffed on the cigar again. A patrol cop jogged by, holding his hat on. "Everyone has a weakness," Jack said. He looked down toward Henry's bad leg, as if to demonstrate. Henry shifted his weight uncomfortably. "When you can find what that is, you can exploit it," Jack continued. "That's power. You think you know what I do? You don't know half of it. This island," he waved the cigar in front of them. "I could buy 10 of these. I could pay cash for them tomorrow. I'm very good at this. I see people's vulnerabilities, and Archie Sheridan means something to her, and it's going to get her caught." Jack lowered the cigar and his face shadowed. "I wonder what he'll do then," he said. Henry waved his hand in front of his face, clearing away the cigar smoke. "What do you want him to do, Jack?" Henry asked. "Same as you, my friend," Jack said. "I want him to kill her." He lifted his cigar to his mouth again, and his eyes sparkled. "Think he will?" Henry didn't like the direction this conversation was heading. "I don't know," he said. He scanned the grounds, looking for Claire, and was pleased to see her silhouette coming across the yard from the direction of the boathouse, a flashlight bouncing in her hand. The pregnancy had changed her walk, but Henry would still know her anywhere. "I can help," Jack said, stepping close to Henry. "I can get you an unmarked weapon, clean things up." Henry turned slowly and looked at Jack. He was perfectly still, the cigar burning in one hand, the drink in the other. Henry rubbed his eyes. "Where's your lawyer, Jack?" Jack shrugged, but Henry could tell the gesture was forced. "Leo? He's at the club," Jack said. "Well, you might want to get advice from counsel before you conspire to commit murder," Henry said. "You know, For next time." Claire had almost reached them. "I'll keep that in mind," Jack said. Claire angled the flashlight to Henry's right, and he stepped away from Jack and walked over so that they could speak privately. "You make a new friend?" she asked. "Yeah," Henry said. "Terrific guy. I've asked him to be the godfather." Claire sniffed the air. "You smell like a cigar bar," she said. "It's all right," Henry said. "It's Cuban." "What's the story?" "There's nothing," Claire said. "Landscapers worked all day cleaning up after the party. They used a leaf blower on the beach. If there was any evidence, it's gone now. And of course, there's no sign of Gretchen." "What about in the house?" The warrant specified that they were looking for Gretchen Lowell. That meant they could only look for Gretchen Lowell. Anything hinky in plain sight was fair game, but they couldn't open any drawers that Gretchen couldn't fit in. "She's not hiding in the house," Claire said, "and your friend didn't leave a pound of heroin and some cash sitting out." Henry looked back at Jack. Jack raised his glass in a toast. Behind him, another pair of cops exited the Tudor. No wonder Jack seemed so relaxed. There was nothing to incriminate him. Was the house always this tidy? Or had Sanchez given Jack a heads up while they were waiting for the warrant to go through? Claire leaned forward and laid her head against Henry's shoulder. "I actually like the smell of cigars," she said. Jack turned and started walking back toward the house. Henry didn't know what Jack was up to. He didn't know what Gretchen was up to. The one person who might be able to help wasn't there. But if this involved Archie, Henry wasn't going to rest until he got some answers. "Want to go to a strip club with me?" Henry asked Claire. Claire lifted her face to look up at him. "I thought you'd never ask," she said. Chapter 35. It was almost midnight, and Archie had untucked his shirt and was sitting on the couch with Ginger, his shoes off and his socked feet on the coffee table. The remnants of his own peanut butter sandwich were on a paper towel in front of him, along with an empty beer bottle, his service revolver, and the blood-stained Band-Aid he'd recently peeled off the crook of his elbow. He was considering having another beer when he heard someone knock. Archie reached for his gun and followed Ginger to the door. He expected it to be a cop. Maybe someone from the unit Sanchez had stationed out front, or some other member of Sanchez's team sent to grill Archie again. He just hoped it wasn't Gary coming back for more pubic hair. "Who is it?" Archie called through the door. "It's me," Rachel answered. Archie looked for a place to put his gun down, settled on the mail table, and opened the door. A smile spread across his face. Rachel stood in the hallway with a hand on her hip. Her poppy-red coat was tied tight at the waist and showed a lot of cleavage and leg. It was short enough that he could see that the black stockings she was wearing came only to her upper thighs. The black pumps she wore had 4-inch heels, raising her to his height and lengthening her legs. Her long blonde hair was loose and tousled. Her eyelashes looked thicker than usual. She smiled back at him and batted her eyes. She clearly hadn't seen the news. Archie thought about telling her. She'd find out sooner or later and wonder why he hadn't. But the prospect of having one last, ordinary night without the albatross of Gretchen Lowell around his neck was too attractive for Archie to resist. Once Rachel knew that Gretchen was back, she would look at him the way the others did. "Is that your costume?" Archie asked. She stepped forward and touched one of his shirt buttons. "Part of it," she said. "You know, it will be Halloween in a few minutes." Archie moved his hand to her thigh, feeling the smooth stockings give way to warm, bare flesh. His detective skills were leading him to believe that whatever she was wearing under that coat, it wasn't much. He had a feeling he was going to find out for sure. "Well, you better come in then," he said. She swept past him, her hips swinging, and the red coat lifted to expose the backs of her thighs above the stockings. Archie glanced down the hall as he closed the door, wondering if the unit Sanchez had charged with protecting Archie from a beautiful blonde had noticed this particular beautiful blonde. But if Rachel had been in all evening and just come upstairs, there'd be no way for his protection detail to spot her. They were monitoring traffic into his building, not people already here. When Archie turned back to the room, Rachel was standing in front of his laptop, typing something on the keyboard. Archie felt a flash of panic. Before he remembered that Nguyen had taken the flash drive with the boathouse footage, Rachel's eyes were on the screen. She typed something into an open field. "What are you doing?" Archie asked Rachel. Rachel looked at him and winked. "Putting some music on," she said. She hit another button, and music started playing through his laptop speakers. It was some sort of 70s-era funk, which only served to remind Archie that the song had been recorded before Rachel was born. Ginger threw an annoyed glance at the laptop and then put her ears back and trotted over to the couch. Rachel walked to Archie's desk and wheeled his desk chair to the middle of the room. Archie stood with his hands in his pockets, watching as she adjusted the position of the chair slightly and then twirled to face him. He could feel the beat of the funk through the floor. Rachel unbuttoned the top button of her coat and pulled at the collar, exposing more of her breasts, and then she started to parade toward him, hips swaying in time to the music. She glowed. She was Technicolor. Archie felt a pressure in his groin. The high heels enhanced the sway of her hips. She led with her pelvis as she walked to him, as if it were pulling her to him. The bottom of the coat flapped open, exposing a garter over bare thigh. He could physically feel her getting closer, the pressure building with each step. He imagined her arms around his neck, her fingers unbuttoning his shirt, her mouth on his. But when she was just an arm's length away, she stopped. Archie's body clenched with thwarted desire. He wanted to touch her. He needed to touch her. His skin felt prickly with heat. He took his hands out of his pockets and stepped toward her. A coy smile played across Rachel's lips. She reached for his wrist and led him to the chair she had positioned in the center of the room. God, she was beautiful. But it wasn't just her features and curves. She was lit up from within. She glowed with youth and health. It was still unbelievable to Archie that she wanted him. Rachel sat Archie down and then opened his legs and stepped between his knees. "Don't move," she said. And she leaned in and kissed him on the mouth. Her hands traveled through his hair as her tongue moved around his mouth. Her fingers traced his earlobes, his jaw, the back of his neck. Then she curled her fingers and drew fingernails over his scalp. It felt good. She increased the pressure, digging her nails into his skin, and it felt even better, waves of pain heightening the pleasure. Archie's head swam. He was trembling. He lifted his hands to her hips. She withdrew as soon as he touched her. She pulled away and stepped back, leaving him helpless with longing, his mouth open dumbly. Rachel laughed. Her cheeks were rosy. A sheen of sweat sparkled on her collarbone. Archie wondered when she was going to take off that coat. Rachel wagged a finger at him and then reached into one of her pockets. Her grin widened as she pulled out a pair of handcuffs. "Don't worry," she said, dangling the cuffs in front of him. "I brought backup in case you couldn't control yourself." The cuffs were police-issue nickel handcuffs with a double lock. Smith & Wesson. Archie recognized them right away. "Those are my handcuffs," he said. She pressed her knee against the inside of his thigh and gave him another wink. "I found them in your bedside table," she said. She said it like it was something naughty, but that's just where he kept them. He'd never given it a second thought. It was a drawer. He also kept his gun in there sometimes. Archie was trying not to ruin the mood, but it was tough. "Did you happen to find the key that was with them?" he asked. Rachel reached back into the coat pocket and came up with a small silver key. "I'll put it somewhere safe," she said. She unbuttoned her coat and slipped the key into what Archie could only presume was the cup of her bra. "There," she said. Her eyes were bright. She opened her mouth slightly and knelt between his legs. Archie wanted more than anything to unzip his pants. He looked at the ceiling. He didn't know what to do. What was he supposed to do? Rachel put her hand on his wrist and started to guide it behind his back. Archie was trying to be a good sport about this. But as the cold metal brushed against his skin, he twisted his hand and wrapped his fingers around her wrist. "Hold on," he said. She looked up at him, her face inches below his. He could see the tops of her breasts, the black lace of a bra strap. "It's a lap dance, Archie," she said. "Hands free. This keeps you honest. It will be worth it. I promise." Archie didn't let go of her wrist. This was a line he didn't want to cross. He knew where it headed. But his body ached for her, and he didn't feel strong. "Trust me," Rachel said. Trust her? He barely knew her. But he felt his grip loosen, and then Rachel took his hand again and pulled it behind the chair. "Wait," Archie said. She looked up. The tip of her pink tongue pushed against the inside of her lower lip. It was a birthday present. It would be rude to refuse it. Besides, Archie really wanted to see what was under that coat. "Close the blinds first," Archie said. Rachel's smile widened, and she stood up and walked quickly to the window. Archie exhaled slowly. He heard the sound of the blinds closing, but he didn't turn his head. He stared straight ahead, trying to gather his wits. He heard another blind close. The music was loud, but there was no one to complain. Rachel was his only neighbor. He glanced around for Ginger and saw only her nose poking out from under the coffee table. The third blind closed, then the fourth. Rachel's stilettos clicked against the wood floor as she came up behind him. Archie took a long, slow breath and tried to relax. He caught a whiff of vanilla again as she leaned over his shoulder, her cheek against his, and reached down his chest with her hands. Her touch was full of promise, and the pleasure it brought dissolved the last willpower he had. He let her take each of his hands and pull them around behind the chair. Her head slid away from his, and she sank onto her knees behind him. Archie flinched as the metal handcuff snapped around one wrist and then the other. When Rachel appeared in front of him again, she dropped the coat. Archie's breathing was audible now, and he could feel sweat forming on his upper lip. The black bra and thong were lace. The corset she wore over them was black satin with a row of tiny metal hooks and eyes up the front. The corset nipped her waist and accentuated her hips, exaggerating her hourglass shape. The shoulder straps of the corset pushed her breasts together and forward. Her pink nipples, visible under the black lace, hardened under Archie's gaze. Archie had always thought women looked best naturally, in the comfort of their own skin and nothing else. All the extraneous bedroom garments seemed too constrictive, too contrived. Now he realized that he'd been completely wrong. Rachel pivoted one of her knees to the side. Her black thigh-high stockings were attached with garters to the corset, leaving the tan flesh of her upper thigh bare. Archie's scalp itched with sweat. The inside of Rachel's thigh hollowed slightly where it met her pelvis. Without thinking, Archie moved to touch her there, his hands straining uselessly against the cuffs. "There's more," Rachel said. "Don't look." She picked up her purse from the floor behind him. He could hear her digging around for something and then pulling something out of her purse, and he caught a whiff of latex. He heard the sound of rubber against skin. Then Rachel walked back around and stood in front of him. Archie was so startled by what he saw that it took him a moment to process it. Rachel was wearing a latex Halloween mask. It was the kind of mask you pull over your entire head, with eyes cut out and a slit at the mouth and 2 holes at the nostrils. The hair was molded onto the rubber and painted yellow. The skin of the rubber face was painted light peach, and the thing had a smirking red mouth and painted-on movie star eyebrows and eyelashes. But Archie knew who it was supposed to be. It was supposed to be Gretchen Lowell. The arousal Archie had felt a moment before evaporated, replaced by revulsion. "Take it off," Archie spat. Rachel just stood there, head cocked, the horrible Halloween mask obscuring her features. Archie could hear her breathing under the rubber. "Why?" she asked, sounding hurt. Her stance shifted. She dropped her hands from her hips. She'd done this for him, Archie realized. It hadn't been some bad joke. She thought he'd like it. "It's not funny," Archie said. The mask was grotesque. His eyes went to the floor, his knees anywhere else. "It doesn't even look like her," Archie said. "You look more like her without it." She always liked it when he told her that she looked like Gretchen. He knew she took it as a compliment. Rachel lifted her hands and peeled the mask up over her head. Her hair was messy, her face pink. Her lipstick had smudged. "You think I look like her?" she asked hopefully. She tossed the mask on the floor, her eyebrows lifted. "Tell me how I look like her," she said. Archie looked at where the mask lay on the floor, inside out, pink and glistening, like something fetal, then back at Rachel. She bit her lip, looking at him with anticipation, waiting. She had resumed her provocative stance, a hand on each hip, one leg turned out slightly. Archie would never understand women. "You have similar hair," he said flatly. He looked her up and down. "Your breasts are a similar shape and size." He reconsidered that. "But your areolas are smaller," he said. "You're roughly the same height. She's a little taller." He knew exactly by how much. 2 inches taller, he said. "Your face shape is the same. Her nose is slightly longer. You have similar mouths, but you have capped teeth. Her teeth are natural. You both have blue eyes, but Gretchen's are lighter, with a darker blue ring at the edge of the iris. Her eyes are a little larger and farther apart than yours. You have beautiful skin, like she does, but you're tanner. Her skin is very pale, almost translucent. It feels smoother than your skin does. And you smell different. She always smells flowery to me." He looked up at Rachel defiantly. He expected her to be offended. He wanted her to be offended. Her mouth was slightly open. "You did it," she said softly. "You slept with her." The room felt very close and hot. "Maybe I just have an eye for detail," Archie said. Another song started playing. It had a disco beat and lyrics Archie couldn't understand. Rachel closed her eyes and stood very still for a long moment. Her breasts lifted as she breathed. Her hands were at her sides, and she slowly slid a finger along the edge of one of her stockings. And then she opened her eyes and started to dance. Archie sat quietly, unsure how to react. Rachel's eyes remained trained on him as she moved, her hips undulating. She ran her hands over her breasts and down her belly and moaned. Her fingers moved over her pelvis, and she gyrated under her touch, and Archie felt blood rush back to his groin. Rachel's mouth was open. Her tongue flicked over her bottom lip. All the while, her hips kept swinging. Archie's breath felt hot in his mouth. He didn't know a lot about lap dances, but it was clear that Rachel was good at them. He didn't know how she managed not to fall on those heels. Rachel smiled as she put a hand on each of his knees and then pushed them apart. She stepped between his legs so that her breasts were at his face, and Archie strained against the handcuffs, breathing hard. Rachel turned around and, hips moving in circles, lowered herself slowly onto his crotch. She made him wait, moving in exquisite slow motion, so that by the time she made contact, he was so hard that every muscle in his body felt coiled. Her blonde hair was in his face as she writhed against him. Archie could barely breathe. Every movement of her body sent a shudder through his solar plexus. His legs felt weak, his head was light. She lifted off him and slowly turned to face him. One of her bra straps had slipped over her shoulder and hung loose around her upper arm. She unhooked one of the hook-and-eye closures of her black corset. Archie licked his lips, which suddenly felt chapped. Rachel unhooked another. The corset started to spread open. Archie curled his toes. His pelvis was on fire. Rachel unhooked the last hook, and the corset split open around her and dropped to the floor. The skin of her abdomen bore faint red seams where the wires of the corset had pressed against her flesh. Her nipples were hard pink pebbles under the black lace. The small silver key was visible, pressed against the flesh of her left breast under the lace. The heat in his groin was almost unbearable. Archie dug his wrists against the cuffs to distract himself from the discomfort. This was its own kind of torture, not being able to move his hands, not being able to touch her. His scalp itched. She squatted and placed a hand on each of his knees, and then scooted forward, her thumbs tracing the insides of his thighs. When she was entirely between his legs, she started unbuttoning his shirt. She did it deliberately, starting at the bottom and working her way up. When she was done, she moved the shirt open and unbuttoned his pants. He made a grateful, hopeful noise, and she looked up and smiled. Then she unzipped his pants and reached inside and lifted him out, and Archie exhaled with relief. She kept her eyes on him as she put her mouth around his cock. The heat of her mouth, the firm slickness of her throat, made his whole body tremble. He could smell her them, the sweat and sex. He was overcome. He lifted his hips so she would take him in more deeply, and she closed her eyes, her brow knitted in concentration, as she opened her throat to him another inch. She held her hair back with one hand and began to pump her head up and down, and Archie could hear the smack of saliva and skin over the music. Each time she opened her throat to him, taking him deep inside her, his eyes fell on the black heart tattoo above the curve of her ass. He kept his eyes on it as it rose and fell. His body hummed with endorphins. Sweat ran down his chest. She took him again and again, hot and wet and tight, until he couldn't stand it any longer. His breath caught in his throat. "I'm going to come," he said. He had thought she'd move off him, but instead her fingers tightened on his thigh, her nails stinging his skin, and she kept her mouth tight around the base of his cock. He put his head back, opened his throat, and groaned as he released into her mouth. Her fingernails dug into his thighs as she clung to him, pumping her head in the rhythm of his ejaculations, swallowing his cum. When he was done, She slid her mouth off him and sat back on the floor at his feet. Her chin glistened with saliva and semen. Archie's head swooned. His heart was pounding in his chest. Sweat dampened his skin. Rachel wiped her mouth with the back of her hand and grinned. "Happy birthday," she said. He should have been grateful. That was what Archie usually felt after a sexual encounter. But as the reality of what had just happened hit him, Archie felt increasingly uncomfortable. "Uncuff me," he said. Rachel's blue eyes studied him for a moment. Then she raised an eyebrow, shrugged, put her hands on her knees, and stood up. She worked her fingers inside her bra, removed the silver key, and walked behind him. Her hair brushed against his elbow as she bent to unlock the cuffs. Handcuffs could be tricky. Unlocking them was sometimes a bitch, but Rachel didn't seem to have any trouble with it. He heard the key turn in the lock and then felt the cuffs fall away. He immediately brought his hands around to his lap and looked at them. Tender red welts circled his wrists. Rachel stepped next to him and stood on one foot so she could unbuckle a shoe, and then kicked it off and did the same with the other foot. She picked up the shoes. She was a good 4 inches shorter now, her body transformed without the tilt. She ran her fingers through his sweaty hair and then bent down and kissed him on the cheek. Her skin felt cool. "Next time you handcuff me," she whispered. She stepped away then, and he turned to watch her as she moved toward the bathroom, already unhooking her bra behind her back. The heart-shaped tattoo sat above the waistline of her thong. It rocked back and forth as she walked. The bathroom door closed, and the shower started. Archie sat in the chair he'd been cuffed to, rubbing his sore wrists as stomach acid burned his throat. Ordinarily, he would have joined her for a shower. He certainly needed one. But he didn't feel like it now. He rubbed his face and then stood up, reordered himself, and zipped and buttoned his pants. The music was still blaring through his laptop speakers. Shirt flapping open, he walked over to the laptop and closed the music streaming website that Rachel had running. The room went silent, except for the sound of the shower running in the bathroom. There was a beer in the fridge, and Archie went and got it out and opened it and took a long pull off the bottle before he'd even pushed the fridge door closed. Then he headed toward the living room, glancing again at the laptop as he passed. He froze, his eyes on the computer's built-in camera. It was just a small black square, smaller than an eraser at the end of a pencil, centered above the screen. He'd never used it. He didn't use Skype or take pictures with it. In fact, until now, he had forgotten it was there. A prickly sensation spread across his shoulders, like dozens of sharp pins settling on his flesh. He pivoted slowly to his left. The chair he had been cuffed to was in direct line of sight of the camera. If Gretchen could take over control of a computer, she could control the computer's camera. Breathing quickly, Archie turned back to the laptop. He threaded his hand through his hair, trying to think. He hadn't downloaded anything. He never downloaded anything. He hardly ever used that computer. He had viewed the surveillance footage from the island on it. Could there have been malware in that? He had no idea. What else was there? He stepped up to the laptop, put his beer down on the counter beside it, and opened up his documents folder, consciously averting his gaze from the camera. He scanned through the list of his computer documents, looking for anything that might jar his memory, something that would click. It didn't take long. As soon as he saw the document names, his spine went rigid. They were titled Ryan Motley, 1 through 7. Each a different news story about a missing child, all victims of a serial killer named Ryan Motley. He'd downloaded those documents onto his computer from a flash drive almost 3 months ago. Susan had used the same flash drive to download the same documents onto her laptop. The flash drive had come from Gretchen. She'd given it to Archie over a year ago. Archie had kept it in a desk drawer while he tried to figure out what to do with it. Susan had finally forced the issue when she'd stolen it from his desk. Could Gretchen have masterminded such an elaborate plan that long ago? The tingling sensation now burned down his arms. The small hairs on the back of his neck lifted. He recognized the feeling. It was the sensation of being watched. Archie squinted at the tiny camera lens. It was like a small, dark eye. His lungs were heavy, like they were full of sand. He wiped the sweat off his palms, and then moved his fingers to the keyboard and clumsily opened a Word document. He could feel heat coming from the computer, hear its fan blowing. He blinked at the screen, ran his hand over his face, and told himself to stop right now, to call Nguyen, to call Henry, to slap the computer closed and turn around and walk away and wait. But he didn't do any of those things. Instead, keeping his eyes set on the camera, he typed a single sentence. "Are you there?" Chapter 36. Archie's eyes stung from staring at the screen. Minutes passed. He had the feeling that Gretchen was poised with her fingers over a keyboard the entire time, and that she just wanted to make him wait. Then a letter appeared, and another. He was watching, live, as she typed her response below his question in the document he had opened. A word appeared, then a second, and a third. 3 words. But it was enough to make Archie feel that the floor had gone out from under him. I have Susan. His body betrayed him. That's what panic does. It takes over. Blood flow was rerouted, pupils dilated, the heart and lungs accelerated, saliva and tears dried up. Archie tried to think about this now, to abstract what he was feeling so he could put it aside and function. He looked at his hands. They were trembling. Don't be weak, he told himself. Stay in control. He stared at his fingers, forcing them to steady, and then returned his eyes to the screen as a new sentence appeared, 1 letter at a time, until they formed 3 more words. This time, it was an instruction. Wait for me. Archie went to the mail table by the door, got his gun, and returned to the counter. He made sure there was a cartridge in the chamber, and then tucked the gun back in the holster and clipped the holster to the waist of his pants, leaving it unsnapped. He had to make himself breathe. He had to place his hands on the bar in front of him and stare at them, willing them to stop trembling. He had to collect himself. After a few moments, he could feel the panic begin to bleed away, replaced by a stillness and a chilling calm. His bedroom door opened behind him, and he composed his expression and turned around to face Rachel. Her hair was wet and combed back flat against her head, and her face was clean of makeup. She had put on a pair of gray yoga pants and a white tank top that she kept in a drawer in his bedroom, and she was carrying his handcuffs. He was certain now that she had adjusted the laptop when she'd turned on the music, angling it so that it provided the camera with the perfect view. She'd known exactly what she was doing. She had set him up. Now she moved toward him, smiling, her bare feet soundless on the wood floor. He could see her black bra under the ribbed white fabric of the tank, the black thong under the yoga pants. As she got close, he smelled the familiar scent of his own shampoo. When she reached him, she laid the handcuffs gently in his hand. Archie's fingers tightened around them. "You're good with these," he said. "A lot of people get tripped up by the locking mechanism." She winked at him. "Thanks. Good. For an amateur," he said. He reached behind her and easily snapped a cuff around one of her wrists. She looked startled, and he moved quickly, walking her backward to the chair and sitting her down before she had time to process what was happening. Then he threaded the cuffs under the bottom slat of the chair back and snapped the other cuff around her free wrist. "You always want to anchor the cuffs if you can," he said. "That way, the suspect can't move." He thought he saw a flash of fear behind her eyes, but then it was gone. She settled back in the chair and looked at him with a smile. Then she opened her knees. "Are we playing again so soon?" she said. Archie put his foot on the chair between her legs, his toe at her crotch, and leaned close to her so she could see his eyes and know how serious he was. "I'm not playing," he said. She was afraid now. She tried to hide it, but the color vanished from her cheeks, and she pressed her back against the chair, pulling away from him. "How do you know what I like?" he asked her. Rachel met his gaze. Her nostrils flared as she breathed. "You have a lot of responsibility in your job," she said. "A lot of power. Sometimes it feels good to give up that power for a little while, to be bound." She tilted her head at him, and her eyebrows lifted. "But you like it the other way, too, don't you? You like seeing me tied up." Archie's body went rigid. Rachel was appraising him now. She leaned forward slightly. "Did Gretchen Lowell used to let you tie her up?" she asked. Archie backed away a few steps from the chair. Any trace of fear he'd read in Rachel's face was gone. She regarded him without emotion. She didn't look much like Gretchen at all, he realized. The coloring was similar, the build was close. They had a similar genetic makeup. They both had large blue eyes and symmetrical features, wide cheekbones and plump lips. But really, Gretchen was much prettier. Archie lowered his eyes and concentrated on buttoning his shirt. His wrists didn't hurt anymore. He felt numb. "Are you my birthday present, Rachel?" he asked. "Don't give me that sad look," Rachel said. "You knew what I was. The tattoo, all the questions I wouldn't answer, the way I came on to you, you suspected from the beginning." "I just thought you were really into scar tissue," Archie said with a mirthless laugh. She was right, though. He had known she was hiding something. It was one of the things that allowed him to be with her. She didn't ask his secrets, and he didn't ask hers. It had seemed sort of ideal at the time. "You never gave me Henry's number," Rachel said. Archie glanced up from his shirt. "Earlier today," she said, "when I told you about last night, I said that I didn't have Henry's number, so I couldn't call to make sure you were okay. You could have given it to me then, but you didn't." She'd noticed that. "I was really worried for you," Rachel said, voice catching. "I thought she'd killed you." Archie studied her face, trying to find any truth in it. She smiled. He didn't know what was real anymore. Didn't matter anyway. He looked out the window at the dark sky. Gretchen would be here soon. He finished buttoning his shirt and tucked it in. "How much did she pay you?" Archie asked. Rachel grinned. "A lot." "Thanks," Archie said dryly. "I'm expensive," she said, "and worth every penny." Rachel's expression softened. "It was fun," she said. "I'm glad," Archie said. "How was it arranged?" "She contacted me via email. She paid through an offshore account. Our contact has been limited to that." She said it so casually, like it was any other business arrangement, like she'd been hired as a nanny. Archie didn't know if she was naive or just deluded. "You know that she's a serial killer, right?" Archie asked. "You caught that part." "She used a different name," Rachel said defensively. "I didn't know who she was when I agreed to the booking, I swear. She was still at the state hospital at the time. She must have used an intermediary." "When did you figure it out?" Archie asked. Rachel hesitated. "It didn't take long once I'd gotten here. Once I'd met you. You say her name in your sleep. You told me yourself how much I looked like her, but I didn't see anything wrong with it. She was paying me to give you pleasure, and it seemed like you could do with some. How charitable of you, Archie said. He picked his beer off the counter and took a long pull, trying to settle his nerves. It was warm and flat. She means something to you, Rachel observed. Archie let that idea sink in. I chase her, he said. She chases me. We've been doing it since you were in middle school. He considered his beer, then took another sip. We have our ups and downs, like any other couple. You've slept with her, Rachel said. Archie could lie. But why? To protect his reputation, his family? Rachel had been hired to fuck him. She didn't have a lot of leverage in the morality department. Yes, he said. He could have left it at that, but he couldn't say it without trying to explain. Before I knew who she was, she had infiltrated the investigation as a psychologist. We thought the beauty killer was a man back then. There was a consensus that a woman couldn't be capable of that kind of sadism. He shook his head and laughed, which I find fucking hysterical in retrospect. He shrugged. I'm not making excuses, because I slept with her after I knew who she was, too, right before she gave me this. Archie traced his fingers over the scar on his neck. But I would put that in the category of breakup sex. Are you really from San Diego? Yes, Rachel said. Archie walked over to his jacket, which was slung over the back of one of the living room chairs, and Rachel twisted around to look at him. I mean, originally, she continued, I travel the world now. My job takes me a lot of places. Dubai, London, New York, Vegas. I specialize in the girlfriend experience. He got the bottle of oxycodone out of his jacket pocket, snapped it open, and tapped 3 pills into his palm. His back was to Rachel. She told you what I'd like, he said. The pills were tiny. Vicodin were chalky white oblongs the size of bullets, but these were delicate round dots, as small as an O on a keyboard. They had no weight. He couldn't even feel them in his hand. No, Rachel said, not until tonight. I'm a professional. I like to think I don't need that much instruction. If it makes you feel better, she knew you'd figure it out. She told me that once you did, I could tell you everything you wanted to know. Archie tossed the 3 tiny pills down the back of his throat and washed them down with the last swig of his beer. If he was going to pull this off, he was going to need to care less, and he could always count on the pills for that. Well, I'm glad she doesn't think I'm a total fucking idiot, he said. He set the empty beer bottle on the coffee table and pulled on his jacket and thought about what else he might need. He walked over to his desk, opened a drawer, and got an extra round of ammo from the box and put it in his jacket pocket. Then he returned to the kitchen bar and leaned back against it and looked at Rachel. She had stopped trying to work the cuffs loose and sat stiffly in the chair. Her knees were pressed modestly together, and one leg was bouncing restlessly. Her toes pressed against the floor. "What are we doing?" Rachel asked. "We're waiting," Archie said. Rachel's eyes went very slowly to the door. Archie could see her shoulders begin to move again as she went back to work trying to squirm out of the cuffs. "Are you afraid?" he asked. "You took the job. You should meet your employer." Rachel snapped her eyes back at him. "You think she's coming here?" she asked. Her voice was strained with fear. This time, Archie was convinced it was authentic. "She went through a lot of trouble to make sure everyone else would go to that island," Archie said. Rachel looked at him blankly, and Archie realized that she had no idea what he was talking about. He didn't talk about his work with her. She didn't know anything about the island. It was possible that she didn't even know that Gretchen was back in the area. "Never mind," he said. "This little show tonight, that was her idea. I got an email, Rachel said, and a 10 grand bonus. Rachel glanced at the laptop at Archie's elbow and her mouth tightened. You know, she's watching us, Rachel said. Probably right now. Archie turned and put his face in front of the laptop and waved for a moment, and then turned back to Rachel, who was looking at him like he'd gone crazy. She can see us, Archie explained. She can't hear us. Rachel looked at the door again, her face frantic. What's your plan? She asked. Oh, I have no fucking idea, Archie said brightly. I'm feeling a little exposed here, pretty epically mind-fucked, so you'll have to excuse me if I just play this by ear. Maybe you should call for backup, Rachel suggested. Then she won't come, Archie said. He leaned back against the counter on his elbows. I want her to come. I want to see what she does. He glanced out the window again. The sky was black, like someone had rubbed out the stars with their thumb. I don't think she's very far away. Uncuff me, Rachel pleaded. I don't want you to leave, Archie said. Rachel lifted her chin. Am I in trouble? She asked. For what? Archie asked. The prostitution or the aiding and abetting of an escaped killer? You don't get to judge me, Rachel said, eyes hardening. You're the one who fucked her. What happened, Archie? Did you like it when she was cutting into you in that basement? When she dragged that scalpel across your chest, did it make you hard? Did you beg her to push it in deeper? Something like that, Archie said. He walked to the window and gazed out. He didn't see any sign of the patrol unit that Sanchez had mentioned. She didn't even have to seduce me, Archie said. I went to her house one night. I knocked on her door, knowing what I wanted to happen. He could see Gretchen even now, opening her door in a white satin robe, her smile when she'd seen it was him, and his relief when she'd asked him inside. Gretchen had a beautiful smile. It lit up a room. You're a fool, Rachel said gently. Archie glanced back at her. News flash, he said dryly. No, Rachel said. She shook her head and sighed. She let you think you seduced her. Women know how to do that. Believe me, she was in control the entire time. You didn't make a move that she didn't manipulate. Men are simple that way. No offense. Bullshit, Archie said. I'm an adult. I was married with a family, and I made the choice to betray them. The thought of it still made him feel an almost physical pain. I went there of my own free will, and I went back over and over again, even when things got weird. He shook his head bitterly. Who was he kidding? Especially then, he said. I liked it. All of it. He rubbed his eyes with his hand. I liked it a lot. It must have been there in me all along, right? But it turns out I'm capable of a lot of things that I didn't know I was capable of a few years ago. Someone opened the front door. Archie heard the knob turn and the faint creak as the hinges rotated. The door was just out of his line of sight, blocked by the refrigerator. But he saw Rachel's eyes widen in terror, and she began to squirm wildly on the chair. Everything slowed. He lifted his weapon and aimed it at the empty place where Gretchen would move through when she came through the door. He heard a shuffling as Ginger worked her way out from under the coffee table, trotted to the center of the room, her nails clicking on the wood floor. But she didn't go all the way to the door. The sound of her steps stopped suddenly somewhere in the center of the room. She didn't bark. She just stood there. Rachel gulped back sobs. Archie took a step toward the door with his weapon raised. He could feel the oxycodone warming his blood. He waited for Gretchen to step inside where he could see her, but she didn't appear. "Are you waiting for an invitation?" Archie called. No one answered. Sweat thickened on Archie's upper lip. Rachel was still squirming on the chair, making tiny gulping sounds. "Rachel," Archie hissed, "what can you see?" Her eyes remained fixed on the doorway. He couldn't tell if she didn't hear him or was just too frightened to respond. Archie couldn't stand this anymore. He slid along the kitchen bar, the gun raised in front of him. He saw her foot first, a white pump planted on his threshold. Then each step revealed more of her, like a curtain pulling back on a stage. Gretchen Lowell, in his doorway. Archie felt a rush of feeling, seeing her in person, that made his throat go dry. Or maybe it was just the pills kicking in. She was wearing an old-fashioned white nurse's uniform, white stockings and low white pumps. Her blonde hair was pulled back neatly, and a nurse's cap sat on top of her head. Over the dress she was wearing a dark blue thigh-length cape with 4 brass buttons that fastened at the neck. She tossed one side of the cape back over her shoulder, revealing its red lining, and also the fact that her white dress was splattered with blood. Archie aimed his weapon at the center of her face. "There you are," he said. She gave him a ravishing smile and sauntered forward toward him, hips swinging. Archie fought to keep his weapon trained at her head, even as he darted his eyes from the sights to take in what was coming at him. She was covered in blood. Arcs of arterial spray decorated the dress from the hem to the collar. As she got closer, he saw a fine spray of red on her neck, chest, and cheek. Archie's mind went to his protection detail outside, and his stomach clenched. He had been a fool to tell Henry that she only killed when she had to. She had killed again, and she had done it with relish. "Don't worry," Gretchen said, waving a French manicured hand at the blood. Her eyes were bright. "It's fake." Archie lowered the gun from her head down her neck to her chest, where the white dress was spattered with red. Now that he looked more closely, the color of the blood was a bit too orange, a bit too shiny. Gretchen tossed one corner of her cape over her shoulder jauntily, showing off the red lining. "Happy Halloween," she said. Ginger put her ears back and trotted over next to Archie. "You're in costume," Archie said slowly, flabbergasted. "Tell me the truth," Gretchen said, frowning and holding her arms out at her sides to display her ensemble. "Too slutty." Sometimes Archie was certain that she actually was quite insane. "Your sense of humor escapes me," he said. Gretchen bit her lip and stepped toward him, and Archie raised his weapon and braced it with both hands. She didn't stop. He didn't lower the weapon. Ginger growled. Gretchen glanced down at Ginger and snapped her fingers, and Ginger's ears flattened and she darted off toward the couch. Gretchen's eyes never wavered from Archie. She kept coming. When she stopped, her forehead was directly in front of the barrel of the gun. Archie released the safety and curled the first joint of his finger around the trigger. They were both perfectly still. He could hear Rachel breathing. His trigger arm ached. If he flinched or coughed, the gun would fire. Gretchen tilted her head slightly, her large blue eyes on him. Then she leaned forward and pressed her forehead against the barrel of the gun. Archie could feel her pushing, the pressure of the grip against his palm. His finger was stiff around the trigger. He felt his elbow weaken. Gretchen smiled at him. His elbows ached. She leaned her skull harder against the barrel, lifting her heels off the floor, putting her weight behind it. He could see the tendons in her pale neck tense. Archie was backed against the bar. There was nowhere to go. He wasn't going to shoot her. They both knew that. If he did, Susan would be lost. Archie bent his elbow and drew it back to his waist. Gretchen stumbled forward, catching herself by putting her palms on his chest. A bright red ring like a target lingered on her forehead where the barrel of his gun had been. Archie's weapon was at his side, now directed at Gretchen's midsection. She kept her hands on him. They were so close that he could feel her breath on his face. The gun was the only thing between them. Archie's cramped trigger finger was still on the trigger. Gretchen inhaled and closed her eyes, like she was remembering some long-forgotten smell. Then she opened her eyes and fixed them on him, those blue eyes with the dark blue rings around the irises. "It's good to see you," she said gently. Archie could feel a layer of sweat between the grip of the gun and his hand. "It hasn't been that long," he said. "Apparently." Gretchen's eyes traveled over his face. Then she reached up and threaded her fingers through his hair. "Look at all this gray hair," she said. Despite himself, Archie felt his body relax under her touch. A gentle, tingling sensation spread across his skin. His muscles loosened. "You've aged me," he said, and he took his finger off the trigger of the gun. She knew the moment he'd done it. Maybe he'd glanced down or relaxed his shoulder, or she felt his hand shift between their bodies, but she knew. And her free hand was there, between them, moving the gun out of his hand. He let her take it. He didn't care. He wasn't going to shoot her. Not now. Not today. She set the gun on the bar behind him. "You need to take better care of yourself," she said. Rachel was still sobbing softly. Gretchen gave an irritated sigh and rolled her eyes. "I find that sound irksome," she said. She pivoted to Archie's side and leaned back against the bar next to him, facing Rachel. Rachel cowed under Gretchen's gaze, eyes on the floor, her body twisted away from them. "I know emotions can be tough for you psychopaths," Archie said, "so I'll help you out with this one." He indicated Rachel. "That's called fear." "I know what that's called," Gretchen said, eyeing Rachel like she was a particularly unappealing piece of meat. She turned to Archie. "Are you going to introduce me?" Gretchen asked. "I was under the impression that you'd met," Archie said. "Not formally," Gretchen said with a smirk. "Gretchen, this is Rachel," Archie said flatly. "Rachel, this is your employer." Rachel was shaking, the handcuffs rattling against the wood of the chair. Her cheeks were wet with tears. "Don't kill me," she pleaded. "She's not going to kill you," Archie said with a pointed look at Gretchen. "Because if she does, I'm not going with her." Gretchen raised an eyebrow. Archie held his ground. Then Gretchen inhaled deeply, and her eyelids fluttered. "I can smell you in here," she said. "The room reeks of sex." Archie's gut twisted, but he tried not to show it on his face. "Did you like watching?" he asked. She said. "It was almost like being here." Her eyes grazed the floor, landing on the rubber mask, and she walked to it and picked it up. She turned it right side out and held it aloft on one hand so that she was facing her own profile. Then she laughed. "It doesn't do you justice," Archie said. His body was feeling calmer, looser. He was no less afraid, but the oxycodone made his body forget that a little. Gretchen tossed the mask back on the floor. "No," she said, "it doesn't, does it?" She cocked her head and examined Rachel some more. "Do you like her?" she asked Archie. Archie searched for the correct answer, the one that would ensure that Rachel made it out of here alive. I liked having sex with her, because she reminded me of you, he said. Gretchen gave him an approving smile. Very good, she said. Then she walked to Rachel and put her arm around her. Rachel shrank from her touch, but Gretchen just kept patting her shoulder, comforting her, until Rachel's racked breathing had slowed. It was a fine effort, little one, Gretchen said to her, but restraining him isn't enough. Gretchen looked up at Archie, her eyes blazing. You have to hurt him, Gretchen said. He likes to be hurt. She squeezed Rachel's shoulder. I told you that. Rachel was shaking her head. I couldn't. That's okay, Archie said quickly. I soured on those games about the time I woke up strapped to a gurney in your basement, he added to Gretchen. But Gretchen's attention was now firmly on Rachel. She stroked Rachel's hair like she was calming a lamb she was ready to slaughter. Archie knew that look in Gretchen's eyes, that heated anticipation. It might as well have been a rattle on a snake. Archie moved to Gretchen's side and laid his hand on her shoulder blade. He could feel the muscles of her back contract under his touch. She turned from Rachel and faced him. What do you want, Gretchen? Archie asked. Her eyebrows lifted slightly. Aren't you happy to see me? She asked. She sighed, leaned her cheek against his shoulder, and lifted a hand to his chest. Archie swallowed hard. Up close, her skin always amazed him. It was smooth, without lines or pores, like a doll's. He moved his hand down to the small of her back. Is she still alive? He asked softly. Gretchen took a few breaths, nuzzling against his shirt. I know how much you care about her, she said, fingers drumming against the cloth of his shirt. I know you want to keep her safe. But I also know that you are a little bit tempted to put a bullet through my brain. So, I want you to know this. She was drawing on his chest with her finger, the same shape, over and over. A heart. She is someplace where no one will find her. So, if you kill me, she will die. Archie fought to keep his pulse steady. Her ear was over his heart so that she would notice any nervous system change. He was grateful for the pills in his system. He did not want to betray Susan by caring too much. Gretchen gazed up at him. Her eyes were like a doll's, too, he realized. They reflected back what the viewer wanted to see. Do you understand? Gretchen asked. Archie nodded. He tried not to think about Susan. He concentrated instead on Gretchen, on that famous beauty. He let himself feel Gretchen's breasts against his body, the firmness of her thigh placed against his pelvis. He let himself want her, let his adrenaline ebb, embraced the soft warmth coursing through his body. It was always there, that reserve of repressed sexual desire. It was just a matter of surrendering to it. Susan's life depended on it. He put his lips on Gretchen's forehead and gently kissed her hairline. The fake blood tasted like peppermint. I want your word that you'll let her go after we're done, he said carefully. Gretchen smiled magnanimously. If I wanted her dead, she'd be dead, she said. Then let's go, Archie said. Gretchen stepped away from him and looked down at Rachel with a disappointed frown. It's a shame, she said. I would have had fun slaughtering you. Rachel was trembling, snot dripping from her nose, her face wet with tears. Archie stepped in front of Gretchen and leaned close to Rachel, with his hands on his knees. He wanted to offer her some comfort, to touch her, to rub her arms, to put his hands on her face, anything to calm her. but he didn't want to give Gretchen any more reasons to kill her. Rachel's eyes were desperate. They'll figure this out soon. Archie told her in as confident a tone as he could muster. Henry will come. Tell him everything. He lifted his eyebrows at her. You hear me, Rachel? He said, everything. Make sure he looks at my computer. Rachel nodded. Are the cops outside alive? Archie asked Gretchen. They'll recover, Gretchen said with a dismissive wave. I know how it disappoints you when I slaughter lawmen. Where's your phone? On the coffee table, Archie said. Gretchen swept over to the coffee table and picked up his phone. You've got a text from Henry, she said, her eyes on the screen. Looks like I'm not on the island. She took the battery out of the phone, closed it back up, and then tossed the phone to Archie. He caught it and placed the dead phone next to his gun. He removed the extra ammo from his pocket and laid it next to the phone. Gretchen was standing by the door, waiting for him. Ginger was hiding under the coffee table. Archie went around to the kitchen counter and got a treat. Usually Ginger came scrambling over at the sound of the lid coming off the treat jar, but this time Archie had to call her. He gave her the treat, and she took it and carried it back under the coffee table. Archie stood up. Make sure someone takes care of my dog, he said to Rachel. She's gained weight, Gretchen said from the door. You're feeding her too much. I find it hard to say no to her, Archie said. He came around the bar again and found his shoes on the floor where he'd taken them off hours before. Remember, she only gets the sensitive stomach science diet, he said to Rachel. Enough chit-chat, Gretchen said. Time to go, darling. Archie bent over to pull on his shoes, momentarily blocking Gretchen's view of him. Rachel, he whispered immediately. Her eyes moved to him. Tell Henry Susan is the priority, he whispered. Not me. If they have to shoot me to put a bullet in Gretchen, tell him I said that was okay, he said. Her eyes widened almost imperceptibly. Archie knotted his shoes and stood up. By the way, he added, no longer whispering, I think we should split up. He turned to Gretchen. I'm ready, he announced. Let's get this over with. Chapter 37. The vinyl banner hanging outside the Dancin' Bear said that tonight was the Halloween Eve Striptastica. Claire already had to pee. Her fingers were swollen from being on her feet so much today, and she was hungry enough that she was seriously considering the 2 plates of fried onion rings for the price of 1 advertised on the banner. You take me to the nicest places, she said to Henry as they approached the door. Wait until you get inside, Henry said. Oh, I've been inside, Claire said, grabbing him playfully on the ass of his black jeans. Henry jumped and turned back to her, eyebrows raised, just as the bouncer stepped out the front door with his hand on the back of a patron he was in the process of 86ing. Claire and Henry both stopped short as the bouncer gave the man a gentle push, and he staggered past them. The expelled patron was dressed in some sort of psycho clown costume, which, in Claire's book, would have been reason enough to kick him out of the club. The rubber clown mask had a frizz of neon orange hair, a red ball nose, and a black-lipped, yellow-toothed maniacal grin. He had several $1 bills clutched in his white-gloved fist. They watched as he stumbled drunkenly over his size 30 shoes and disappeared around the corner. Claire heard the sound of retching a few moments later and had to swallow hard to keep from following suit. I hate Halloween, the bouncer grumbled. Henry and Claire both flashed their badges. So what? The bouncer said, narrowing his eyes at them. You're dressed as cops? Henry started to open his mouth to explain, but Claire cut him off. Henry would take too long. She wanted to get home to bed. We are cops, Einstein, Claire said, lifting her chin to stare up into the bouncer's broad, bearded face. Now step aside. I feel like my unborn child is getting crabs just standing here. Sorry, ma'am, the bouncer said. He held the door for Claire, and she walked through, with Henry following her. Claire had been telling the truth. She had been to the Dance and Bear before, but that had been 5 years ago when she'd been the only woman at Greg Fremont's bachelor party. They'd gone to 2 other clubs before this one and 2 more after it, and her memory got a little hazy. But now she remembered this place. 3 stages, a full bar, dim lighting, an aroma like a frat boy's armpit. She looked around at the orange and black streamers that twisted overhead, and the orange and black balloons that bounced against the ceiling, vibrating to the dance music blasting over the club's speakers. One balloon popped and dropped, unnoticed, into the crowd. Claire couldn't even see the strippers. There were too many people standing between the door and the stages. The clientele was mostly male, but there were women, too. Everyone was in costume. There were a lot of bees, Claire noticed, and a shirtless Easter bunny dirty dancing with what appeared to be a sexy pirate wench ghost. Henry took her hand. Henry almost never took her hand, and held her fingers tight as he led her through the mingled devils, aliens, ninjas, cowboys, and superheroes. They found Leo Reynolds nursing a drink at a table in front of the 3rd stage, where a dancer in a witch hat and nothing else was writhing around a brass pole that looked like it needed cleaning. Leo glanced up at them blearily. There were no empty chairs, but Henry whispered something to a zombie sitting nearby, and he stood up quickly and left. Henry pulled the chair over and gestured for Claire to sit. There was a time when Claire would have refused such an act of chivalry as sexist, but now she took the chair and sat down gratefully. Henry put his palms on the table and leaned over Leo. Claire had seen that move before. It was intended to intimidate, but Leo didn't look all that shaken. Leo lifted his glass, toasted each of them, and then drank. "We just got done searching the island," Henry shouted at him over the music. Leo Reynolds was a handsome guy. There was no denying it. But Claire had never understood why Archie hadn't done more to warn Susan off him. The guy was waist-deep in his father's business. "I got a few messages about that," Leo shouted back. "I told Jack it wouldn't work. I knew Archie wouldn't bury that footage." Claire perked up, not sure she'd heard right. Bury the footage? But Henry gave her an "I'll explain later" look, and she settled back in her chair. She knew she was probably supposed to be playing good cop or bad cop something, but she could barely hear, and she had to pee. "Any evidence of Gretchen killing that young woman on your island was obliterated by your landscape crew this morning," Henry shouted at Leo. Claire crossed her legs tightly and tried to look tough. "They clean the grounds after every event," Leo shouted back. "Jack would do a lot of things, but he would never do anything to intentionally protect Gretchen Lowell." She really had to pee now. Claire clenched her knees together and jiggled her legs up and down. Henry was asking Leo about the video footage, whether it had all been turned over, and Leo was saying he didn't know, and both of them were posturing. Men. At this rate, they'd be another half hour. The naked witch writhed and gyrated on stage. Claire stood up, and Henry and Leo both looked at her with startled expressions. Claire put her hand on Henry's shoulder. "I have to," she yelled. "You know." Henry nodded, and Claire turned away from the table and started scanning for restroom signs. She came up with nothing. It was too crowded, and streamers hung everywhere, covering everything. The club had servers. She'd seen a few women in short shorts and Dance and Bear tank tops, but she didn't see any of them now. So she decided to head for the bar to ask a bartender where the hell the toilets were. She walked sideways through the crowd, most of whom were watching a nun disrobe on the main stage. A man covered in blue body paint and naked except for what looked like a diaper stepped in front of her, blocking her path. He held out a clear plastic condiment-to-go container filled with neon green gelatin. "Jell-O shot?" he shouted. Claire pointed down to her belly. "I'm pregnant, dickwad." "They're lime," he shouted. Claire didn't have time for this. People didn't understand what it was like having to pee like that. She stepped on the guy's bare blue foot and squeezed past him as he doubled up in pain. She was elbowing around a couple of dirty dancing cowboys when she finally saw a sign on the wall with an arrow pointing to restrooms. She was sweating a little now. She had to pee so bad. She made her way hurriedly out of the crowd and followed the arrow down a hallway lit entirely with red light, like a dark room, until she came to a door with a female silhouette sign on it. Someone had drawn boobs and pubic hair on the silhouette with a black Sharpie. Claire threw open the door, relieved to find the room unoccupied. The bathroom was dimly lit, which was probably a blessing. The walls were painted black. A sink in a vanity faced 2 stalls. Claire scrambled into one of the stalls and then saw what was in the toilet and backed out and into the other stall. She didn't have to pee that badly. "Sorry," Claire said silently to her belly as she set her gun in its holster on the toilet paper dispenser, wiggled her pants down, and then balanced precariously over the toilet seat, determined not to allow her skin to make contact. When she was done, she got her pants back up. Maternity pants are really wonderful, that elastic waist, and pulled her sleeve down to cover her hand before she flushed. You couldn't be too careful. She was still reattaching the holster to the elastic waist of her pants when she came out of the stall. There was a naked woman waiting there. Claire averted her eyes reflexively. In the bathroom, the music muffled by the walls, it felt like different rules. Claire secured the holster. The woman hadn't moved. She was still there, her ass perched on the edge of the counter in front of the sink where Claire needed to wash her hands. Claire lifted her eyes. The woman wasn't naked. She was wearing glitter, red devil horns, red G-string, and sky-high pumps. Her body was lithe and toned. A small tattoo of a star peeked out above the matchbook-sized front panel of her G-string. She was either a stripper or someone very committed to pulling off a realistic stripper costume. Claire tugged at the waist of her maternity pants, feeling like a whale. "All free," Claire said. She hoped she hadn't gotten too much pee on the seat. The stripper still didn't move. There were the only 2 people in the bathroom. The other stall was still empty. The stripper hadn't been waiting to use the toilet, Claire realized. She'd been waiting for her, for Claire. Claire stepped to the sink and reached around the stripper's hip for the faucet. The stripper shifted slightly to make room for her. She was tall even before the heels. It was like meeting a slutty, naked Amazon. Claire held her hands under the faucet. "You're here with him," the stripper said cautiously. "The cop." "I'm a cop, too," Claire said, a little defensively. People were always surprised by that, like she didn't look coppish enough or something. It made Claire crazy. The stripper didn't look surprised. She looked thoughtful. Claire glanced around for the soap. "There," the stripper said, pointing to a small soap dispenser. Claire squirted the orange gel into her wet hands. "The bald guy knows Archie," the stripper said. "Do you?" "Huh! The bald guy. Henry would love that." "Yeah, I know Archie. He's my boss." Claire rinsed her hands in the sink. "Technically," she said. "I mean, more of a team leader." She looked up in the mirror at her own reflection and sighed. She didn't wear makeup when she was working, and she kept her hair short. It had been a strategy early on to be one of the boys, to not be a distraction. But sometimes she longed for a nice red lipstick. The stripper met Claire's gaze in the mirror. Her lips were painted crimson, and her eyes were expertly outlined with thick kohl eyeliner and affixed with heavy false eyelashes. The lashes looked uncomfortable. Claire reached for a paper towel, trying to figure out how the hell this woman knew Archie Sheridan. "So, how do you know Archie?" Claire asked, unable to help it. "I heard about that girl they found near the island," the stripper said. Claire tried to react casually. She dried her hands and tossed the wet towel into an overflowing trash can. Then she extended a hand. Claire's nails were unpolished and clipped short. The stripper's nails were long and the same fire engine red as her G-string. "Hi, I'm Claire," Claire said. "What's your name?" The stripper held her hand out, and Claire shook it. "Star," she said. "I'm Star." "Okay, Star," Claire said. Even with her butt leaned against the counter, the stripper towered above her. "Is there anything you want to tell me about the girl we found dead at the lake?" "The news says you think Gretchen Lowell killed her," Starr said. Claire was careful how she phrased it. "There's evidence that Gretchen Lowell was on the island last night," she said. Starr crossed her arms under her breasts. The glitter on her collarbone looked like gold dust. "I don't think she did it," she said. "Why do you say that?" Claire asked. Starr hesitated. Then she leaned toward Claire slightly. Her lashes fluttered. She was probably having a hard time holding them up, Claire guessed. "She wasn't the only dangerous person out there that night," Starr said. Something was dawning on Claire. "Were you at that party, Starr?" Starr's lashes fluttered some more, and she shrugged and looked at the floor. "I'm just saying, if someone at that house, if one of them did it, got rough, I just wouldn't be surprised." "We searched it today," Claire said. "The crime scene had been cleaned up by the grounds crew." Starr looked back at Claire, the intensity of her gaze palpable. "Did you search all of it?" she asked. "All of the island?" Claire asked, puzzled. "Yes." She was missing something, and she didn't like it when she missed things. Starr's eyes were still on Claire. "Do you know how it got its name?" she asked. Claire didn't even know it had a name besides Jack Reynolds's Island, though now that she thought of it, it probably did. "I've got to go," Starr said. "I'm on in a minute and I still have to ice my nipples." Starr didn't have a watch. Claire wasn't sure how she knew she was on in a minute, but she seemed certain. Starr checked her makeup in the mirror and then stepped back from the sink and drew herself to her full height so that Claire was staring at her nipples, which were the size of raspberries and looked like they didn't need any icing at all. "Tell Archie Sheridan we're even," Starr said, adjusting her devil horns. Then she unlocked the bathroom door and sashayed out, a red line indented on her ass from where she had perched it against the counter. Claire was already digging her phone out of her pocket. She needed to find out what Jack Reynolds's Island was called, and she knew just the person who'd have that sort of useless trivia floating around in her brain. The fact that it was the middle of the night made Claire only hesitate for a second before dialing. Susan wouldn't mind. Susan loved to be part of the action. Henry had taken Claire's chair and now sat watching Leo across the table, trying to block out the electronic disco crap that was pounding through all the speakers. The bottle in front of Leo was almost empty. Henry watched as Leo poured the remainder into his glass and drank. Whatever sorrows he had, he was trying hard to drown them. Henry knew that Leo had to act the part, but this was getting dangerous. He leaned forward and put his hand on Leo's arm. "I think you've had enough," he said. Leo gave him a glassy-eyed smile, and Henry shouted it again to be sure Leo had heard him over the music. Leo pulled his arm away, lifted his glass to his mouth, and drank. Henry sat back and crossed his arms. He didn't know what he'd been thinking, coming here. Leo was no help at all. Henry looked around for Claire. Why did women take so long in the bathroom? What did they do in there exactly? Henry reached across the table, took a glass out of Leo's hand, and slugged back the contents. He was doing him a favor, really. Leo was staring forlornly at his now empty hand, and Henry returned the glass to Leo's palm. The music made the table vibrate. "There's nothing you can tell me about Lisa Watson or Gretchen Lowell?" Henry asked, shouting. "No information?" Leo studied his empty glass for a moment. Then he lifted a finger, and one of the servers who'd ignored Henry's every effort to order a glass of water immediately materialized with another bottle of whiskey. Leo poured some whiskey into his glass, sloshing some onto the table, which seemed a real shame to Henry. It was good whiskey. "You're drunk," Henry said. Leo didn't respond. His attention was on the stage, where a change in music indicated that a new show had started. Henry turned his head to look and recognized the stripper with devil horns from the other night. A cheer went up when she walked on, a popular act, apparently. She put a hand around the pole and took flight around it, her brown hair lifting behind her as a version of Frankie and Johnny started up. It was Johnny Cash, off of The Fabulous Johnny Cash. Henry had it on vinyl. Frankie and Johnny were sweethearts. Lordy, how they did love. They swore to be true to each other, as true as the stars above. He was her man. He wouldn't do her wrong. The stripper lifted one long leg and stretched it up along the pole until she was in a standing split. Then she leaned back into a backbend. Her breasts stayed perfectly upright, her nipples pointing skyward. You had to admire the athleticism. Johnny Cash. Wait until he told Archie about this. The stripper opened her knees and bent over. Henry felt a warm buzzing in his nuts. He shifted his position a little and glanced around for Claire. The buzzing continued. His phone, of course. He pulled the phone out of his front pocket and glanced at it wearily. The caller ID said it was coming from the morgue. Henry pushed his chair back from the table and stood up, lifting the phone to his ear. "Yeah?" he shouted, one eye still on the stage. "I ain't gonna tell you no story. I ain't gonna tell you no lie. Johnny left here about an hour ago, with a gal named Nellie Bly." A voice mumbled something on the other end of the phone. Henry put his finger in his other ear. "What?" he said loudly. "It's Robbins," Robbins yelled. "Where are you?" The stripper winked at Henry. She said, "He's my man, but he's doing me wrong." "Give me a minute," Henry shouted into the phone. He opened his wallet, glanced around for Claire, and then laid a $20 bill on the edge of the stage. "She's taken her man to the graveyard, but she ain't gonna bring him back. She shot her man because he was doing her wrong." "Henry!" Robin shouted. Henry turned and headed for the door. He still didn't see Claire. The bar was shoulder to shoulder with half-aroused, costumed yahoos, but Henry didn't have time for niceties. He straight-armed through the horde and nearly flattened a blue guy in a diaper who tried to force a Jell-O shot into Henry's hand. This story has no moral. This story has no end. This story goes to show that you can't put your trust in men. Henry cleared the bouncer and stepped outside, immediately feeling his blood pressure go down 20 points as the fresh air washed over him. The relative silence was deafening. He lifted the phone back to his ear. "Okay, go ahead," he said, walking into the parking lot. "I thought you guys were champing at the bit for the Watson autopsy." Henry stopped walking. "What?" "Archie called," Robin said, a note of impatience in his voice. "Said you guys wanted the Watson results, so I, being a dedicated public servant, decided to stay and do the autopsy despite the fact that it means working well past midnight. Then I call your partner, and what's he doing? He's asleep. And you're apparently at a party." The back of Henry's neck itched vaguely. "What do you mean Archie was asleep?" Henry asked. "I tried him first," Robin said. "He didn't pick up." "Archie always picks up," Henry said. He checked his watch. It was just after 1 a.m. "Well, maybe he took a sleeping pill or something," Robin said. There was a pause. "I saw the news. The guy probably has a lot on his mind." Henry was pacing now. His bag leg started to throb. "Archie doesn't take sleeping pills." "You're going to want to hear what I found," Robin said. Henry stopped moving. He had to get a hold of himself. He cleared his throat. Then he said, "Go ahead." "Her killer put something inside her," Robin said. "A playing card. It was rolled up and pushed up into her vagina, almost to her cervix." "A playing card?" "A suicide jack," Robin said. "I went to a conference in Hawaii last spring. A colleague of mine from Miami told a story about a similar case. He said he was aware of 4 other cases. Young women, sexually assaulted, tortured. all found with cards inside them. I didn't find semen. I did manage to pull some skin from under her fingernails, and I sent it to the DNA lab with a rush request. But I'm telling you, Gretchen Lowell didn't do this. A serial killer. Henry rubbed his forehead. Another serial killer. In any other instance, Henry would have questions for Robbins, follow-up, but not right now. Right now, his head was somewhere else entirely. "Okay," Henry said. "Okay," Robbins repeated incredulously. "How about excellent work, thanks for staying?" Henry hung up. He punched in Archie's number. "Pick up," he muttered to himself. "Pick up, goddamn you!" It rang and rang, then went to voicemail. Henry's mouth was dry. He hung up and immediately called the dispatcher and asked to be patched through to the patrol car assigned to Archie's security detail. He had to consciously relax his fist around the phone, worried he'd snap it in two. He wanted Archie to be drunk, high, passed out on the couch, in the shower, ignoring the phone, fast asleep. Anything. But this felt wrong. This felt very wrong. The dispatcher came back after a minute. Her voice was tense. "We're not getting a response," she said. Henry closed his eyes, anger flooding his body, expanding his chest, filling him. God damn her. The psycho bitch had done it again. "Send back up there," Henry spat into the phone. "Now!" The front door to the club swung open, and Claire came jogging out, holding up her phone, face stricken. "There you are," she said, out of breath. "I can't get a hold of Susan. The patrol detail at her mother's house said they'd been told she was spending the night at Archie's." "Told?" Henry sputtered. "Told by fucking whom?" "Apparently, the chief got a text from Susan's phone," Claire said, walking past him toward the car. "He relayed the message to her protection detail and to her mother. Everyone was so busy, no one thought to question it." Henry jammed his phone in his pocket and ran after Claire. A string of expletives were at the tip of his tongue, but he reminded himself of the baby and gritted his teeth instead. Claire climbed into the passenger side of the car as Henry got behind the wheel. "That fucking cunt," Claire said. "If she fucking hurts them, I swear to fuck I'll fucking shoot her my goddamn self." Chapter 38. Susan sat in a circle of light, arms wrapped tightly around her knees. Beyond the perimeter of the light, there was only darkness. It was like being in a tiny vessel, submerged in a deep, black vastness. She studied the dark, trying to make out images, but her brain played tricks on her, presenting connections and then taking them away. She could not see how big the room she was in was. She could not see the door she had come through, or the ceiling above her, or the walls on any side. She had a terrible, consuming feeling that there was something very bad in the darkness behind her. She didn't turn around to look. The darkness was her ally. It would protect her from its secrets. She studied her hands in the lantern light, her palms raw from rubbing them against her pant legs. She was not here. She was somewhere else. She was in an airplane crossing over the polar ice cap at night. She was on a tiny submarine in the Mariana Trench, but the cold concrete floor radiated through the seat of her pants and the thin soles of her shoes, reminding her exactly where she was. She held her palms over the Coleman and pretended it was a campfire. It had taken Susan 20 minutes to find the lantern. When Gretchen had closed the door behind Susan, she had found herself in complete darkness, thick and dangerous and absolute. She kept her back against the door, eyes aching, straining to see, both hands frantically working the doorknob. That's when Susan heard the first nail. She knew the sound, the head of a hammer driving a heavy nail into wood. Then the sudden muted resonance as the nail cleared the wood and continued into concrete. Gretchen was sealing her inside. Susan didn't pound on the door, didn't scream for help. She knew there wasn't any point. She had to help herself. Gretchen had said there'd be a lantern. The hammer hit another nail. Susan stepped away from the door and into the black. It felt like falling. The smell of urine and dirt made her stomach turn. She stumbled forward, groping blindly, until she tripped and fell to her knees, and her hands landed on something padded. She ran her fingers over it, a broad swath of damp, woven polyester. In addition to urine and dirt, Susan could now detect a hint of mildew. She felt around the object's edge. It was as wide as the distance between her armpit and fingertips, and 3 times as long. Susan sat up, momentarily distracted from her plight by her successful detective skills. It was a mattress, just a few inches thick. It was the sort of thing they used at summer camps or psych wards. Susan felt a hard knot in her throat as she swallowed. How long did Gretchen expect to keep her here? The hammer striking another nail brought her mind back to the moment. She scrambled to her feet and dived again into the darkness, getting to a crumbling concrete wall, feeling for another door, a light switch, anything, finding nothing, and then turning back and zigzagging in a new direction. Her foot kicked something. It clattered on its side and rolled away on the floor, and she fell to her knees and clamored after the sound. Her fingers connected with an object, and she pulled it onto her lap. Plastic. The right size. She traced the hourglass shape with her hands and moved a fingertip along the handle on top. Shaking with excitement, she moved her attention to the lantern's base, fumbling around until her fingers located the nickel-sized button. Then she pressed it. She squinted as the white LED bulb flickered to life. Her eyes watered. She cradled the lantern protectively in her arms like it was a child. She knew this lantern. The sense of familiarity gave her comfort. It was a Coleman camp lantern, and it was green. Not just any green, it was the color green of sleeping bags, and the Green Bay Packers, and the Coleman cooler her dad had had when she was a kid. Bliss had bought a Coleman camp lantern at a yard sale to match it. They had given that lantern to her father for his birthday. The hammering had stopped. Susan didn't move. If she listened hard, she could hear the faint sound of some sort of fan and the distant thrum of water moving through pipes, though that might have just been the blood rushing through her head. She was underground, she knew that much. She was someplace where no one would ever find her. There was a mattress. Maybe there was water, too. Maybe Gretchen had left her a hot plate and a selection of hungry man's soups. Susan lifted the Coleman by the handle to look around, but before she could even stand up, something made her stop. She pulled the lantern closer to examine it. It could have been anything. It was dirty in there. She was dirty. The lantern was bound to be dirty, too. The LED bulb illuminated every detail of the handprint on the lantern's clear plastic globe. The specks of dirt. The whorls of fingertips, laugh line, lifeline, and the blood that stained the palm and several fingers. Susan gagged and coughed and lowered the lantern to the floor and snapped her hand away. Then she extended both her hands, palms down in front of her, and very slowly held her shaking hand a few inches in front of the clearest print. They were the same size. She turned her hands over and held them in the light, knowing already what she would find. They were caked with blood and dirt. Her eyes roamed the perimeter of the light. She didn't even know what direction she'd stumbled from. She was completely turned around. What was it she had touched? Had it come from the mattress? The wall? The lantern cast a ghostly flicker in a circle 3 feet around her. Beyond it, the dark made her eyes hurt. Was there a body in there with her? Someone Gretchen had already murdered. Susan rubbed her palms hard against her thighs, and then wrapped her arms around her knees and hugged herself. She could feel her heartbeat pounding in her chest, so hard it felt like her rib cage might split. She made herself inhale a deep lungful of rank air, then exhaled and concentrated on slowing her heart. Go to your calm blue ocean, Bliss would always say. Like it was easy, like everyone loved the tropics. Calm blue oceans made Susan think of drowning. Susan had to find something else. She glanced up over her knees. Susan held her palms over the Coleman lantern and pretended it was a campfire. She was camping with her dad. They were in the Trinities, and they were looking up at the stars. Susan could feel the thrumming in her chest slow as she pictured the scene. She kept breathing. They were sitting outside of their tent on the soft ground. The Coleman was their only source of light other than the stars. Her dad had a book open, and he was reading to her by lantern light. Susan closed her eyes and pressed her forehead against her kneecaps. What book was it? The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Susan half laughed, half sobbed. She knew the first lines by heart. Far out in the uncharted backwaters of the unfashionable end of the western spiral arm of the galaxy lies a small, unregarded yellow sun. Orbiting this at a distance of roughly 98 million miles is an utterly insignificant little blue-green planet whose ape-descended life forms are so amazingly primitive that they still think digital watches are a pretty neat idea. Susan opened her eyes. This wasn't right. This lantern wasn't like her father's at all. What had she been thinking? His had been similar, yes, but it had been tin and fueled by propane. This one was plastic and... Her pulse was throbbing again. Susan leaned forward and flipped the lantern upside down. The light shifted to the floor, illuminating a dirty gray expanse of concrete, but she could still make out the battery compartment on the underside of the lamp. She turned the lamp upright, squinting in its direct light, and turned it in her hands, searching for the answer. She found the sticker near the bottom of the lamp's base, a few inches below the Coleman logo. 4 D-cell batteries, it read. Runtime, 175 hours. Susan did the math. That was 7 days. If the batteries were fresh. If the bulbs were new. If the sticker was even accurate. A terrible notion occurred to her. What if she was down here longer than that? The darkness seemed to press in around her. Susan felt goosebumps rise on her legs and arms. It was clear what she had to do. She would have to ration herself. She would have to save the light. She was in the Trinities, and she was in her tent. And her father was right there beside her, and it was time for bed. They had down sleeping bags and books to read in the morning. And Bliss had made them terrible trail mix with flax seeds, and when they woke up, they were going to feed it to the birds. "Good night, Dad," Susan said softly into the darkness, and she put her finger on the lantern's on-off button and pushed it. The blackness was absolute. It was somehow darker than it had been before she even found the Coleman. She had to blink to reassure herself that her eyes were still open. It was like death. It was like her consciousness and her body had been separated. This was what Gretchen did. She terrorized. She tortured. It wasn't enough that she was going to kill Susan. She was going to make her scared first. Susan reached for the lantern and turned it back on. Fuck it. She had never been very good at rationing anything. She pulled her t-shirt over her knees for warmth, scraped a bit of peanut butter off the front of the shirt, and ate it. Anyway, she wasn't camping with her dad. Her dad was dead. She wasn't sure now that they had ever been camping. Maybe she had just seen that tin Coleman in the basement. Susan hugged her knees and kept her eyes on the edge of the light. She was on a submarine. She was on a submarine in the deep Pacific, exploring the Mariana Trench. And she was absolutely alone. Chapter 39. The island was a dark shape in the distance. Archie stood next to Gretchen in the thick woods of an undeveloped lakeside property. The trees went right down to the lake's waterline and were dense enough to obscure the houses on either side of the 2-acre lot. The ground was a soft bed of cedar needles, and the branches of the hulking evergreens blotted out the stars. They had parked on the side of the road, and then Gretchen had led him through the trees with only a small penlight to guide them. He'd tripped on tree roots and fallen twice, but she navigated the woods easily, as if she'd memorized the terrain. She also had the advantage of not being high. The cold black water of the lake lapped gently at the muddy shore. The dead leaves that lined the bank were soft and fetid, and smelled of rot. "Where are we going?" Archie asked. "The one place the police know I'm not," Gretchen said. Archie gazed back up at the island. It was 100 yards away, and he had a feeling they weren't going to take the bridge. "Are we going to swim?" he asked. She turned to him. The white of her nurse's uniform seemed to glow faintly in the dark, making her look almost ghostly. She swung the penlight back into the woods, and he followed her between the rough trunks until they came to a sort of clearing. Far above them, there was a shred of dark blue where the treetops didn't entirely cloak the sky. Gretchen aimed the light near the toes of her white pumps. "Here," she said. "Clear it." Archie looked at the ground she was indicating with the penlight. He could see in the light that the bed of cedar needles had been disturbed. The older, darker needles were mixed in with the lighter, drier ones. He dropped to his knees and started sweeping the pungent needles aside with his hands, piling them to one side. A few inches below the surface, his palms touched wood. Archie used the forearm of his corduroy blazer to brush the rest of the needles aside, and then he sat back on his heels. The wooden slab that he had revealed was 3 feet by 4 feet. The air smelled thickly of cedar. Splinters stung his hands. "There are 2 tunnels in," Gretchen said. "Jack Reynolds Island. Look on a map, darling. It's called Runner Island. The old man who built the house in the 20s was a bootlegger. Jack's interest in the island went beyond an enthusiasm for Tudor architecture. The other tunnel is newer, reinforced, well-lit. I assume it's the one they use for their business. This one is a bit dodgy. I had to pry the door open from the inside. You're not afraid of spiders, are you?" Archie looked behind them, through the trees toward the dark water. "It goes under the lake?" he asked. It had been 10 months since he'd pulled Susan's lifeless body from the floodwaters, but the dark water still gripped at something in his chest. "You're not going to drown, darling," Gretchen said gently. He believed her. She would not let him drown. He believed her because she had said it, and because he had long ago come to terms with the fact that when he did die, it would be on Gretchen Lowell's terms. "So how is it going to happen?" he asked her. She paused. A small circle of light thrown by the penlight in her hand remained at her feet, unmoving. "I haven't decided yet." "Well, that's comforting," Archie said. Gretchen shifted the light to a blocky wooden handle and then bent over and pulled the tunnel door open with a rusty creak. The door slammed onto the ground, filling the air with dust and dirt. They both stood looking at the inky well at their feet. The light of the penlight was swallowed by the darkness. Archie could barely see where solid ground gave way to air, but he thought he saw a ladder descending into the pit. "After you," Gretchen said. Archie had the brief sensation that he was standing next to his own open grave. And then he thought of Susan, shook it off, and felt his way into the hole. The wooden ladder went straight down. It was ancient and soft with dry rot and splintered under Archie's hands. He counted the rungs as he descended, each foothold giving slightly under his weight. After 20, he hit solid ground. He stepped back into the blackness and brushed the splinters from his hands. Gretchen stepped off the ladder next to him. She had the penlight in her mouth, and she dropped it into her hand and shone it around the dirt floor until she zeroed in on something and went to it. The space filled with white, fluorescent light. Archie blinked for a moment, seeing spots. Then his eyes adjusted. Gretchen was standing in her blood-spattered nurse's costume, holding the handle of a Coleman battery-powered camp lantern. The walls of the pit were rough-hewn rock and dirt, reinforced with decaying timber beams. The air was earthy and dank. A jagged tunnel headed horizontally into blackness. Something dropped onto Archie's head and started crawling across his forehead. He flicked it away without seeing what it was. "Happy Halloween," he said dryly. "This way," Gretchen said, pointing the light to indicate that he should follow her. The tunnel was just big enough that they could walk side by side, Archie occasionally ducking as his head brushed rotting timber beams. The walls were carved out of rock. The dirt floor was uneven and seemed to slope slightly downward, though Archie couldn't be sure. The sensation wasn't oxycodone-related. The temperature dropped the farther they went, until it felt a good 15 degrees cooler down here than it had been up on the surface. Gretchen's white stockings and shoes gleamed. Rats scampered at the periphery of the lantern light. Archie could hear them squealing. "You got to Susan between my house and her mother's," Archie said. He was hunched over, hands in his pockets, trying to stay in the light. "I was watching you," Gretchen said. "I knew where she'd go once I put that question on her screen. And she showed right up. Predictable little thing." Archie ducked under another beam. Loose dirt sprinkled from the tunnel's ceiling, falling on them from overhead like rain. "You must have tampered with her car before everyone else showed up," he said. "Even an old sob has a computer," Gretchen said, brushing the dirt from her shoulders. "I hacked the electronic control system of her car, and then I was able to control the car's computer wirelessly from a laptop." She touched his elbow. "Watch this rock," she said, shining the lantern in front of him to illuminate a rock in his path the size of a lunchbox. Archie stepped around it. "The car's computer controls the radio," Gretchen continued, "the horn, the engine. It's really quite amazing. Susan doesn't vary her route from your house, you know. I didn't even have to follow her. I went ahead and waited. And then I offered her a ride." She smiled. "I think I might have frightened her." Another rat darted from the light. The ceiling spit more dirt in Archie's hair. "So you drove her somewhere," Archie said. He was trying to puzzle out what time Susan had left his apartment, how far Gretchen could have gotten with her in order to make it back to his house when she did. He thought that Susan had left between 10 and 10:30. Gretchen had shown up just past 1. "I'll save you the math, darling," Gretchen said. "I had almost 3 hours to take her somewhere and get back to you," she said, "and I'll give you a hint. I didn't drug her." "You needed her mobile," Archie said. He searched the tunnel floor ahead of them for signs of footprints. Gretchen had been down here before. Maybe Susan had been her first guest. But the uneven ground threw too many shadows for Archie to make out any trace of disturbed ground. "No one comes down here anymore," Gretchen said idly. "Jack and his people don't use these parts of the tunnels." "I wonder why," Archie said. Archie ducked under another timber support beam that had disintegrated to cobwebs and splinters, and tried not to think about the 10,000 pounds of pressure from the lake pressing to get in. They kept going, advancing in silence, Archie's mind busy trying to figure out if Susan was really somewhere down there, or if Gretchen just wanted him to think that Susan was down there somewhere, so that he'd trudge along obediently beside her. Occasionally he glanced around at the darkness that filled in behind them. It was complete black, like the world was evaporating with each of their steps, disintegrating into nothingness. Archie remained close to Gretchen. He didn't want to risk stepping outside of the light. "I have a surprise for you," Gretchen said. Gretchen's surprises were never good. "Will it use up my health insurance deductible?" Archie asked. "It's a gift," Gretchen said, picking up her pace. "You'll like it." Archie hurried along beside her. "I don't want any more presents." "Guess what it is," Gretchen said. Was it an illusion? Or was the tunnel getting smaller? What is?" he asked. "The present," Gretchen said. There was only black space up ahead, no way to see how far they had to go, if this tunnel ever ended. "I'm not really in the mood for games," Archie said. He was breathing hard. The tunnel air was light on oxygen. "What do you like to do, best of all?" Gretchen asked. She stopped and lifted the lantern, illuminating both of their faces. Archie raised a hand to shade his eyes. "I give up," he said. "Catch killers," she said brightly. Archie dropped his hand and gazed at her in incomprehension. The light carved dark shadows into her face, sharpening each angle. "You're turning yourself in?" he asked. "No," she said. She lowered the lantern. "Don't be silly, darling." She turned on her shiny white heel and started moving again, and Archie found himself instantly enveloped by darkness. Rocks crunched under his feet as he struggled to catch up with her. They continued in silence again, so that the only sounds were the rats, the gravel under their feet, and the distant menacing whisper of the lake moving over their heads. "There," Gretchen said finally. She aimed the light straight ahead, where the tunnel ended at a thick wooden door set in a concrete wall. They had come to the end of the line. "It sticks," Gretchen said. "We'll both have to push." Archie didn't argue. Wherever that door led, he was confident he would like it more than the tunnel he was standing in. He put his shoulder against the warped wood and leaned into it as Gretchen turned the rusty knob. With the only other exit back the way they had come, Archie gave it his all, inhaling a century's worth of dust and cobwebs in the process. It took 3 body slams before the door gave way, and he tumbled through the doorway in a cloud of dirt, barely getting his hands in front of him in time to break his fall as he toppled into darkness. The first thing he noticed was that the floor on the other side was hard. He got to his feet, palms stinging, shoulder aching, coughing up dust as Gretchen came through the door behind him with the light. They were standing at the intersection of 2 concrete passageways. Archie shook the cobwebs off his blazer, thumbed the dust from his eyes, and glanced around. This wasn't like the pseudo-mine shaft they'd just come through. This was a basement. They were on the island. Or under it. It was not the first time Gretchen had taken him to a basement. The last time, Archie had nearly died. Archie rubbed his shoulder where he'd bashed it into the door for her. "Should I be worried?" he asked. Without answering, Gretchen turned and moved swiftly away down the concrete hall, taking the lantern with her. Again, Archie found himself in the dark. "Hey," Archie said. "Wait." He could see the faint outline of her silhouette, the glow of her stockings and cap, and then, in an instant, she was gone. Everything went black. Archie's senses were electrified as he fought the dread that suddenly gripped him by the gut. He looked back in the direction of the door they had just come through, but it was too dark. He couldn't see if it was still open. His skin felt prickly and cold. Then he heard the creak of rusty hinges. A door up ahead. That's why Gretchen had vanished so suddenly. She had stepped behind an open door. Archie made his way tentatively forward, finding the wall with his hand to guide him, a cold sweat on his neck. Then he saw it. A ribbon of white outlined the door in the darkness. Archie's fingers grazed the chalky concrete wall as he felt his way closer. His hand found the doorknob, and he turned it and pushed the door open. Gretchen was standing with the lantern at her feet, waiting for him. "Get the light switch, would you, darling?" she purred. Archie hesitated, confused. "Just inside the door to the right," she said. Archie reached a hand to the wall just inside the door. Sure enough, after a little fumbling, he came across a light switch. He flicked it. The room was instantly illuminated by the yellow glow of an incandescent overhead bulb. The bulb was bare, and electrical wires ran across the ceiling and down the wall to the light switch. It looked old and sketchy, but it was electricity. Archie could see more than a few feet in front of him. He squinted as he took in the room. Cobwebs stretched across the corners of the concrete ceiling. Over the years, the cement had decayed and sprinkled the floor with concrete gravel. Pieces of broken brown glass glittered in the concrete dust like tiny flecks of gold. The larger shards of glass had been swept over to a corner, along with a half-dozen brown growlers that would have been excellent for storing hooch about 85 years ago. A wooden table was pushed up against the far wall, its surface recently cleaned. A black laptop sat at its center. "You could have hit the light on the way in," Archie pointed out. Gretchen bent over and switched off the lantern. "I wanted to see which way you'd run," she said. "I'm not letting you out of my sight," Archie said. Gretchen took off her white nurse's cap and ran her hands over her blonde hair. "How sweet," she said. She motioned for him to come closer. He walked a few steps and stopped, and she crossed the room to him. Bits of dust and cobwebs clung to her hair and the shoulders of her cape, but her face gleamed with excitement. "How would you like to catch the man who killed Lisa Watson?" she asked him. Archie looked at her uncertainly. There was no smirk, no sarcastic glint in her eye. "I'm not convinced that you didn't kill Lisa Watson," Archie said. Gretchen lifted an eyebrow. "Please," she said. "Really?" Archie had assumed she'd brought him here because she knew about the tunnels and thought the police wouldn't return after serving the search warrant. But maybe that hadn't been it at all. Gretchen's eyes were bright. "I saw him." "You saw him?" Archie repeated. He had no idea what she was playing at. Gretchen nodded. "That night at the party, I saw him pick her out." Archie rubbed at the concrete grit in his eyes. She was good. He had to hand it to her. She had him. He needed to know more. Even if there was only a tiny chance that she was telling the truth, he had to pursue it. "Tell me," Archie said with a sigh. Gretchen moved a little closer to him, radiant in her delight. "I noticed the way he moved through the party," she said. "He was looking for someone. As soon as he saw her, he started following her. I was intrigued. I knew he was going to kill her." "But you didn't try to stop it?" Archie asked. "It wasn't any of my business," Gretchen said. "But when he put her in the water, I fished her out for you." Her eyes were keen and penetrating, a teasing smile on her lips. "I know how you like dead girls." Archie swallowed hard, uneasy with her closeness, feeling the itch of their proximity. He slid his hand in his pocket and folded his fingers around the pill bottle, his knuckles pressing against his thigh. "What did he look like?" Archie asked. "Like you," Gretchen said, Like everyone that night. He was wearing a tuxedo and a black mask, but I think I can limit the pool of suspects." She looked at him eagerly, waiting, but he didn't know where she was headed, and could only meet her gaze with a blank look. "He killed her on the island," she said, leading him, "but there's no footage." No footage. Archie's hand was sweating. The plastic pill bottle slipped from his fist. There were cameras all over that island. Gretchen was right. If Lisa Watson had been killed on the island, then the killer had managed to avoid a blanket of surveillance. He knew where the cameras were, Archie said. Gretchen was staring at him, nodding as Archie pieced it together. "It's someone who works here," he said. Gretchen grinned widely, threaded a piece of hair behind her ear, and leaned forward to put her bare cheek next to his. The edge of her cape brushed against his leg. His fingers circled the round cap of the pill bottle. "There's more," she whispered. Acid rose in Archie's throat. "You befriended her," he said, finally understanding. "When you saw her being stalked, you wanted to be close to her, to see what would happen." The girl in the bathroom. Ronan had been right. Lisa Watson had come alone. Gretchen had been on the other side of that door. "That was you." Gretchen's face glowed with pleasure. "You almost spotted me," she said. "I saw you come inside the house, and I only barely managed to dive into the bathroom in time." She shrugged. "When I came out, both you and Lisa were gone. I raced to the back door and saw him leading her away. I followed them. He whispered in her ear the whole way. He stayed off the paths, out of view of the cameras. I followed in his footsteps. He took her to the boathouse, into this old tunnel system, she says. She went willingly, she added, probably excited to see Al Capone's vault or something. Gretchen cocked her head, and Archie thought he saw something like admiration in her eyes. It was a good place to kill her. I didn't hear any screaming. He took his time with her. He didn't bring the body up until it was nearly dawn. Archie stared at her, desperate for how to respond, his mind racing. He had spent half the night unconscious near the boathouse. Had he been 20 feet away, while a girl had been murdered? Had he laid there with a hard-on, while some girl was tortured to death? He rubbed his face with his hands, the idea of it almost too awful to contemplate. At what point did you take me down there? He asked Gretchen. Her eyes widened in surprise. I didn't take you down there. You don't remember? You made it out of the house, all on your own. He was already in the passage with the girl when you came wandering down the stairs, bleeding. I helped you lie down so you wouldn't fall in the pool and drown. She touched a button on his shirt. I was taking care of you, darling. I put you someplace where I knew he wouldn't see you. But not just anywhere. Somewhere on camera, Archie said. Gretchen smiled. Yes. You wanted me to see you, Archie said. Her eyes smoldered. Archie wanted another pill. Did you like it? She asked huskily. Her hand slithered down the front of his shirt. Seeing me? Archie caught her by the wrist, just as her fingers began to plunge under the waistband of his pants. You saw him bring the body out of the boathouse? He asked. Gretchen twisted her wrist out of his grip. He brought her body up a half hour before dawn, she said, as Archie let her slowly walk her fingers back up his shirt front. He used a kayak from the boathouse to float her 15 feet from shore, and then he dumped her. She drew a small circle over one of his shirt buttons with her finger. I could tell from the sound of the body going in the water that he'd weighted her down. Once you woke up and stumbled off toward the house, I figured I'd better pull the girl out of the lake and leave her where you might find her. She unbuttoned his shirt and moved her finger inside, stroking the scar tissue that pebbled his chest as Archie stiffened. I borrowed the kayak, untethered her, and I towed her body across the lake to a neighbor's dock. Her touch felt electric. His skin prickled with heat. Hauling silt-covered corpses through freezing water is not my favorite way to start the day. So I hope you appreciate it, Gretchen said. She worked loose a second button and smiled at him playfully. Happy birthday, she said. Gretchen's hand moved deeper under his shirt, her fingers sweeping lightly over his skin. Archie coughed. You didn't kill her, he said. But you let her die. I guess that makes me guilty of negligent homicide, Gretchen said, her fingertips tracing his heart-shaped scar. The scar had blocked his hair follicles, and the skin there was smooth and sensitive. Do be sure to add that to the list, she continued. She gave him an exasperated look. Really, darling, you're nitpicking. I thought you'd be pleased to have a murder to solve. Archie pulled away from her, wiped the sweat from his lip, and started buttoning his shirt. I'm never pleased to have a murder to solve, he said. His chest burned. Gretchen glared at him, pouting. How did you think this was going to go? He asked, unable to keep the anger from his voice. Did you think you and I would do police work together? Gretchen's psychopathic logic could be bewildering, but this was insane, even by her standards. We tried that, didn't we? Archie added, back when you said you were a consulting psychologist. Back when she'd betrayed him, tortured him, left him in a medically induced coma for a month, destroyed his marriage. Maybe no one ever made it official, Archie said, but you're fired. He looked Gretchen in the eye. You let that girl die. You disturbed evidence. You didn't do any of this as some deranged birthday present from me. You did it for fun, for your own satisfaction. He could tell he was right by the defiance in her face. Tell me something, he said. Back at the lake, when you were on top of me, what were you thinking about? Were you imagining him raping and murdering that girl? Their faces were inches apart. Did it excite you? Gretchen went rigid. For a moment, Archie thought he had pushed her too far, but then the corner of her mouth turned up in a smile. She liked it when he could figure her out. She looked at him without blinking, smirking like that, splattered with fake blood. She looked deranged. You'll catch him for me, she said with certainty. You'll have to. Her eyes flashed with determination. Remember, you're a hero. This is what heroes do. She wasn't his first kill. He knew what he was doing. He was organized. He knew what he wanted. Archie turned away and rubbed his face with both hands, trying to think. She was right. If she was telling the truth. Targeting a stranger, luring her to a killing ground, and then disposing of the body. These all indicated the work of a serial killer. If Gretchen hadn't pulled Lisa Watson's corpse up, they wouldn't even know there'd been a murder. How many women had this man killed whose bodies hadn't surfaced? Who were maybe in the lake right now? If Gretchen was telling the truth. If. I want to see Susan, Archie said, turning back. "Not yet," Gretchen said. She ran her finger along the collar of his shirt and looked up at him coyly. "Ask me how we're going to do it." Of course. Archie had forgotten whom he was dealing with. Gretchen Lowell always had a plan. "How are we going to catch him?" Archie asked. Gretchen straightened his collar. Then she turned smartly and walked to the table and opened the laptop. "I know where he buried the knife," she said over her shoulder. She threw Archie a smug smile. 100 cops just searched the island, she said. "What do you think the odds are he'll move it?" Archie's mind was reeling. Had Gretchen really engineered a police search of the island in order to drive the killer back to where he'd stashed the weapon? Gretchen's attention was back on the screen. She lifted a finger and beckoned him without looking. "Come, darling," she said. He went to her, beads of broken glass crunching lightly under his feet. The light from the computer gave her white dress a gentian glow. As he stepped beside her, he saw that the laptop screen showed another video feed with the same telltale timestamp at the bottom. More surveillance footage. It took Archie a moment to puzzle out what he was seeing. Tree trunks, low bushes, rocky earth. An outdoor light nearby provided just enough illumination to make out grainy shapes, but no real clarity. "I accessed the island's security cameras," Gretchen explained. "I had to adjust the angle of one of the cameras. This spot wasn't visible originally. Luckily, it all looks the same, so I don't think anyone on Jack's crack security detail has noticed yet." Archie studied the muddy black and white images on the screen. "Where is this?" he asked. "Behind the boathouse," Gretchen said. "You saw this man lead the victim into the boathouse and then dispose of her body and bury the knife there?" Archie asked, making sure he understood. If she was right, then there would be evidence on the knife. If the killer had buried it right away, he wouldn't have had time to clean it up. It would have Lisa Watson's blood on it. It might even have the killer's prints. Archie needed to get to that knife. He needed to call Henry. He turned toward the door, but before he could move, Gretchen stepped in front of him. For a moment, Archie had forgotten. "Look," Archie said, trying to make her understand. "We can't ID him from the video," he explained. "It's too dark and it certainly isn't admissible. If he does come back for the knife, I want to be there to witness it. We might not even need him if I can recover the knife and get it to the lab." She gave him a sympathetic frown. Then her blue cape fluttered. Archie felt a flash of pain and a pressure in his abdomen. He looked down. Gretchen's fist was pressed against his belly, her fingers around the hand of a scalpel. The blade was inside him, below his left rib cage. The blade could be 1 inch long or 6 inches. However long it was, she'd driven it into him up to the hilt. "Remember why you're here," she said fiercely. Her left eye twitched. "I'll kill your little pigeon if you're not nice to me." Archie remained perfectly still. Gretchen knew where to put a blade in where it would hurt the worst without actually killing him. He didn't want to pull away and risk throwing off her aim. She directed the scalpel slightly upward, and Archie inhaled sharply. The pain was intense now. A worsening cramp. He made himself take a few long, slow breaths. Use the pain. Let it do its work. His senses sharpened. She smelled like lilacs. The back of his neck was on fire. "Pull it out," he said between gritted teeth. She smiled at him and with a casual flick of her elbow slid the blade out of his flesh. It was 3 inches, Archie guessed, the surgical steel stained with his blood. He brought his hand to the wound. The slit in his shirt was already darkened with red. "Does the blade feel the same going in?" Gretchen asked, "with all that scar tissue?" Blood oozed from the wound. Archie pulled up his shirt to look at the half-inch dark red notch in his flesh. "It still hurts, if that's what you mean," Archie said. Gretchen smirked. "Good," she said. She slipped the blade into an envelope case in her dress pocket. His blood was on her hand. She withdrew a folded white handkerchief out of her other pocket, gave it a shake, and then started cleaning off her fingers. "You're not leaving me," she said, wiping his blood from the curve of her thumb. "When he comes for the knife, you'll have him on tape." She refolded the handkerchief neatly and then pressed it on Archie's wound and held it there. The wound was tender, and the pressure hurt. But Archie didn't pull away. There was a new stain on the front of her dress, a red smear on her hip, about the size of a quarter. It saturated the fabric differently from the fake blood spatter around it, both uglier and more vivid. Real blood was messy that way. The handkerchief was reddening. Archie blamed himself. He'd let himself get distracted by Lisa Watson's killer. But that wasn't why he was here, despite Gretchen's intentions. "I want to see her," Archie said. Gretchen lifted the cloth and then pressed it back into place. "Patience, darling," she said. Archie put his hand under her chin and lifted her face up to his. The tiny drops of fake blood along her jawline were sticky under his fingers. Her makeup was in place, her coloring was even. Stabbing him had not even elevated her heart rate. He touched the side of her face. "Please," he said. She met his gaze without emotion. Couldn't tell what she was thinking. After a long moment, she took his hand in hers and lowered it from her face and pressed it to the handkerchief. "Since you've learned to ask nicely," she said. She returned to the laptop. Archie followed her hesitantly, holding the handkerchief to his belly. He watched as her fingers glided over the keyboard, and another window appeared on screen next to the video feed from outside. Like the security footage, the feed was in black and white, and the resolution wasn't sharp, but Archie knew Susan immediately. She was a small figure, sitting with her arms around her knees in a ball of light surrounded by darkness. He recognized the shape of the lantern at her feet, a Coleman, like Gretchen's. Susan was somewhere in the sub-basement with them. Archie's eyes traveled over the outline of the blade case in Gretchen's front pocket. His pulse throbbed in his ears. If Susan was in the basement, then Archie didn't need Gretchen. He could find her himself. He wondered if he could put his hands around Gretchen's neck and break it before she stabbed him somewhere that mattered. He didn't have a lot of practice breaking necks. It would probably be close. "You think you can find her without me?" Gretchen asked. "Maybe she's down here. But there are dozens of rooms, old tunnels, secret passageways. Maybe she's in another basement. They do make such excellent cells." Gretchen leaned into him and nuzzled against his neck again, and Archie winced as her hip connected with his wound. "You need me," Gretchen said. Archie kept his eyes fixed on the screen, on Susan, trying to make sense of all this. 3 hours was enough time for Gretchen to have taken Susan, driven to the lake, and made it through the tunnels with Susan in tow and then back to Archie's place, and adjusting the security camera behind the boathouse, installing the webcams. She'd had all day to do that. Susan rocked back and forth on the screen, her arms squeezed tightly around her knees. It was hard to tell how big the room was, but Susan seemed especially small. It looked like she didn't want to take up much space, like she didn't want to touch anything around her. Her face in the lantern light was a blur of white and black static. Why sit in the middle of the floor like that? Why not sit against a wall? Archie had a sickening revelation. You put her in his kill room, didn't you? Archie said. Gretchen lifted her head from his chest and gave him a wicked smile. Archie looked back at the screen. Susan was still in a tight little ball, rocking back and forth. He needed to get her out of there. But Gretchen would never be convinced to move her, especially if Archie showed concern. He had to make it about something else. Archie injected a note of irritation into his voice. Is there physical evidence in there? He asked. Gretchen's eyes flicked to the screen. I want to see it, Archie said firmly. The longer she's in there, the more evidence she can corrupt. Blood samples, hair, fibers, prints. It's all useless to me if she steps on it. Gretchen was looking at the screen, watching Susan. You won't let me recover the knife, Archie said. If he comes back for it, the security footage isn't admissible. I assume you're not willing to testify. That leaves me with exactly nothing. He gave her an aggrieved look. So that's my birthday present? A killer I can't catch? On the screen, Susan looked up, as if she'd heard them, as if she knew they were watching. And for a moment, the black and white static of her face came into focus, a shadow darkening her eyes. She extended her arm and held up her middle finger. That a girl. Gretchen's gaze moved from the screen to Archie, and she regarded him with that cold, impenetrable expression he knew so well. Then something behind the mask fluctuated, and her lip quavered. Do you really think I ruined your life? She asked. The scalpel wound barely hurt now. The handkerchief was soaked with blood. Archie peeled it from his flesh and tossed it on the table. No, he said. I did that all by myself. Chapter 40. A dirty 2x4 barred the door to Susan's impromptu cell. Nails were driven through the wood, securing it in place. Were you planning on ever letting her out? Archie asked Gretchen. I didn't have a key to the lock, Gretchen said with a shrug. She picked up a hammer that was on the floor in front of the door and handed it to him. The head of the hammer was rusty. The wooden handle was blackened with dirt. It looked like something she had found in the tunnels. Archie jammed the hammer's claw between the piece of wood and the door and jimmied it. The effort strained his muscles, making his wound pulse with pain. But he stayed at it until the 2x4 finally came loose and clattered to the concrete floor with a crack, sending up a cloud of concrete and wood dust. Archie coughed and wiped the dust from his eyes. Gretchen held her hand out for the hammer. I'll take that, she said. Archie looked down at the hammer. I wasn't going to bash your head in until I confirmed that she was inside, he said, handing it over. He turned the knob and pushed the door open. Susan was on her feet now, near the lantern in the center of the room. Archie had never been so happy to see her in his life. But she appeared disoriented, backing away, terrified. She didn't know it was him. The light spilling from the hallway behind him must have blackened his features. Then Archie felt Gretchen reach around the door and slide her hand along the wall, and an overhead incandescent bulb came on. The room was filled with bright light. Susan blinked and gazed up at the bulb over her head. "Shut the fuck up," Susan said. Her hair was wild and her hands were balled into fists. She whipped her head toward the doorway, her body coiled like a feral cat's. Then he saw her take in his presence. Her defensive posturing crumpled with relief, and she cried out, a heart-breaking yelp of relief and elation. Then Gretchen stepped beside him, and Susan stiffened. The room smelled like concrete and urine. The floor was fissured with cracks. Susan looked cautiously from Archie to Gretchen. "Are you two back together?" she asked. Archie moved toward her. He could feel Gretchen's eyes on his back. He didn't want to get too close. Any affection he showed for Susan would just give Gretchen another reason to kill her. "Are you all right?" Archie asked her. Susan gave him an indignant look. "No, Archie, I'm not all right." He tried to keep his body language composed. "You're going to be fine," he said. "She's not going to kill you." He raised his voice pointedly. "Are you, Gretchen?" "Probably not," Gretchen said after a pause. Susan was shaking, whether from fright or fury, Archie couldn't tell. She had been down here for hours, with no water or bathroom, knowing that Gretchen could return at any moment. She looked exhausted. Archie wanted to take his blazer off and drape it around her shoulders, to take her in his arms, but he knew that Gretchen wouldn't like it. He just had to keep Susan calm, and make sure she didn't do or say anything that would get her killed before he could get her out of here. "She's not going to hurt you," Archie said evenly. "She wanted my attention, and now she has it. She just used you to get to me." Susan wiped some snot from her nose and flailed her arm at the wall. "She's killed people here," she said, hiccuping. Archie moved his eyes around the room, taking in the blood spatter on the walls, the bloodstains on the mattress. "Not her," Archie said. "Someone else has." "I'm helping Archie out with a case," Gretchen said breezily from behind him. "What's she talking about?" Susan demanded from Archie. How was he going to explain this one? "The man who killed Lisa Watson the night of the party," Gretchen said before Archie could answer. "We think he works for Jack Reynolds, and that he's killed before." Archie wished Gretchen would stop talking. He glanced back at her. She was still standing just inside the door. She blew him a kiss. "We?" Susan said to Archie. "Gretchen was here that night," Archie told Susan. "No shit," Susan said. Archie wondered if she would ever be able to look at him without seeing the images from the flash drive footage. "The woman found dead this morning," Archie continued. "Gretchen didn't kill her." Susan looked skeptical. "Gretchen saw it," Archie said. "She witnessed the killer lure Lisa Watson into the tunnels, and then bring her body up and dump it in the lake." The lantern on the floor went out. Susan glared accusingly at Gretchen. "That wasn't even 100 hours, she sputtered. "I didn't say the batteries were new," Gretchen said. Archie tried to ignore them both, and began to scan the room clockwise as if it were any other crime scene, taking in the walls, ceiling, and floor. The mattress, Archie noticed, wasn't just soaked with blood. It was soaked with generations of blood. Stains overlapped one another in various stages of oxygenation. "You can't believe her story," Susan said. "She's a pathological liar." Susan hiccuped again. "What are you doing?" Archie had inched closer to the mattress. "I'm looking for clues," he said. "I thought you said Gretchen saw him," Susan said. "He was wearing a mask," Gretchen said from the door. "It must have been a big mask," Susan muttered. "I only saw him from a distance, Pigeon," Gretchen said. Archie could hear the irritation in Gretchen's voice. If Susan kept goading her, it wouldn't matter what Archie said or did. Gretchen would kill her. "You were right," Archie announced to Gretchen. "There are varying ages of bloodstains here." Archie glanced over at Susan. "He's killed more than one person in this room." "A serial killer, huh?" Susan said. "I know someone else like that." She pointed at Gretchen. "Her." Archie willed Susan to understand what he was trying to do, that he had to go along with this, that he was doing it for her. "If I can stop this guy, I can save lives," he said. Susan crossed her arms. "Your judgment hasn't been exactly stellar lately," she said. She pursed her lips and lifted her chin. "The stripper?" she said. "For instance?" Archie cringed. "What stripper?" Gretchen asked. "I did not have sex with the stripper," Archie said to Susan. "Not that I have to explain that." He looked back at Gretchen. "To either of you." He turned back to Susan, remembering suddenly how infuriating she could be. "I had to talk to Leo in private, and I wasn't drunk, by the way. It was non-alcoholic beer." Susan scratched her ear. "Oh," she said. Archie concentrated on what was in front of him. The hole in his belly stung now every time he took a step. He kept his back to Gretchen and moved along the walls, studying the blood spatter. An open cardboard box in the corner was full of chains. They looked roughly the same size as the ligature marks on Lisa Watson's torso. Propped against the box were 3 unopened packages of 5-pound scuba diving weights and a neat stack of black mesh bags. The weights went in the bag, the chain threaded through the bag's handle, and you'd have a nice anchor for a corpse. The killer had stocked up. He had enough supplies to dispose of several more people before he'd have to go back to the dive store. A black nylon reusable grocery bag sat on the other side of the box. Archie nudged it open with his foot. "What is it?" Susan asked. "Light bulbs," Archie said. He glanced up at the single bulb that illuminated the room overhead. It would be inconvenient if it burned out in the middle of a murder. The killer had thought of everything. Archie surveyed the rest of the room. When his eyes returned to Susan, he saw that she was staring at the bloodstain on his shirt. "I'm fine," he said quickly. "It's real?" Susan said. "I thought it was fake." She glanced at Gretchen. "From touching her." Gretchen laughed. "Don't fret, pigeon," she said. "Archie doesn't feel like himself if he's not bleeding just a little bit." The room went dark. It was sudden and complete, a blind, enveloping nothingness. Susan cried out. "Gretchen," Archie called, frozen. She didn't respond. Susan hiccuped. "Get on the floor," Archie said to Susan. He didn't know what was happening, but whatever it was, he wanted Susan out of the line of fire. The hinges on the door creaked. "Gretchen," Archie called again into the black. "I'm coming toward the door," he said. He stumbled forward in the dark, hands groping the air in front of him. As he made his way to the door, he half expected to feel the plunge of a blade into his flesh. But then his hand touched concrete. He'd made it across the room. He fumbled along the wall until his fingers found the light switch. He turned it on, and light filled the room again. Archie glanced back at Susan, who was looking up at him from where she'd dropped to the floor. They didn't speak. The room was deathly quiet. But Archie could just make out something on the edge of the silence. He listened carefully, craning his head toward the door. The noise was growing louder, more distinct. It was the sound of footsteps approaching. Gretchen was coming back. "Get behind me," he whispered to Susan. Susan had just started to get up as the doorknob turned. Archie backed up toward her to get between her and whatever was on the other side of the door. The door creaked open. Kareem and Cooper, and 2 of the buzz cuts stood on the other side. Cooper had a gun leveled at them. Kareem held a flashlight. They looked as surprised to see Archie as he was to see them. "Well," Kareem said in his clipped British accent, "what do we have here?" "Oh, thank God," Susan said, brushing whatever had been on the floor off her pants. "You don't even know what we've been through. We need to get out of here now, before she comes back." But Cooper didn't lower his gun. Kareem swept into the room, and the buzz cuts trotted in after him like trained Rottweilers. Archie took a step backward, toward Susan. "I don't think they're here to rescue us," Archie said. Chapter 41. Archie knew it would sound insane, but it was only now that he was realizing how truly insane it sounded. "Gretchen Lowell is in my basement?" Jack repeated, delighted. He was leaning against the front edge of his desk, his face flushed with amusement. He had been asleep. His usually neat hair was flattened on one side. The sweatpants, cashmere sweater, and leather slippers he was wearing looked like something that had been chosen hastily. The windows behind him looked out into darkness. "Yes," Archie said. He looked at his watch. It was just past 4 a.m. Gretchen had probably made it off the island by now, and instead of going after her, he was sitting here trying to explain himself to a crime boss. He had cobwebs in his hair, dust and dirt and blood on his clothes, and a 3-inch-deep penetrating wound in his abdomen. "We're wasting time," Archie said. But no one moved. Susan fidgeted in the chair next to him, chewing on her cuticles. Cooper was standing near the wall to Archie's left, his weapon held loosely at his side, his face impassive. Razorburn was just behind Susan, arms crossed, his eyes on his boss. Archie twisted around to look at Kareem, wincing as his wound stung. Kareem was perched on the gold-striped settee in the corner of the room, reading a copy of Town and Country magazine, seemingly unaware that Archie had spoken at all. Archie gingerly turned back to Jack. The landline on Jack's desk was almost within reach. Archie could lunge for it, start dialing, maybe. But there was no way he would be able to get a call made before Cooper stopped him. He had to get Jack to understand. Jack was a businessman. He knew how to make informed decisions. Archie just had to make the argument sound reasonable. "We need to call in the task force," Archie said, "while she's still in the area. Get Leo, Jack, please. He'll believe me. He'll tell you I'm not crazy. If we call for backup now, we might still be able to catch her." Jack's eyes were still bright, the grin still frozen on his face. Archie knew he had to go further. "She killed Isabel, Jack, and you're letting her get away." Jack looked at him for a full minute. Archie could hear a clock ticking and the sound of Kareem's turning magazine pages. "Are you high?" Jack asked finally. Razorburn laughed. It was a forced, short bark, like a dog's. Archie sighed and rubbed his face with his hands. Fine. They wanted him to go through it again. He would go through it again. He would go through it 1,000 times, however many times it took to get them to understand. "Gretchen kidnapped Susan," he said. "She used her to get me to follow her down into the tunnels. She was in that room until moments before your men arrived." He indicated the bloody hole in his shirt. "She stabbed me with a scalpel. You need to let me call for backup before it's too late." "With a scalpel," Jack said, his face a picture of merriment. Archie shook his head. It did sound incredible. "It gets better," he said. "She's wearing a blood-spattered nurse costume." Jack blinked at Archie. "It's Halloween," Archie said. A grin spread across Jack's lips, and he punched a finger in Archie's direction. "You finally cracked up, haven't you?" "He's telling the truth," Susan groaned. "She brought us both here. You need to let Archie call for help, or he'll arrest you for hindering the investigation. He needs a doctor." "Obstructing the investigation," Archie said, correcting her. "But, yeah." Razorburn gave Susan a push on the back of her head. "You don't get to tell Jack what to do," he said. Susan lifted a hand to her scalp and twisted around, her face crimson. "Don't touch me," she hissed. Razorburn's Iron Man facade wavered. Archie reached across and set a cautioning hand on Susan's elbow, but she jerked it away. Archie could see the color building on Razorburn's cheek as his blood vessels filled with rage. His eyes were on Jack, clearly looking for a green light to teach Susan a lesson. Archie's entire body tensed, his muscles coiled, ready to throw himself at Razorburn. In that instant, his wound didn't hurt at all. Out of the corner of Archie's eye, he saw Cooper step forward from the wall. The smile on Jack's face had finally faded. "Easy," he cautioned Razorburn. Archie heard another magazine page turn. "Did you know that Christy Brinkley remodeled her home in the Hamptons?" Kareem called from the couch. Razorburn looked confused. Susan exhaled dramatically and crossed her arms. "I've had a really bad day," she said to Jack. "Your party sucked. I think my boyfriend and I are breaking up. I got taken hostage by a serial killer. I have spiders in my hair. And you're being a pig-headed asshole. I'm telling you," she added with a glance over her shoulder at Razorburn. "If someone points a gun at me again or threatens me in any way, I'm going to lose it." Archie couldn't help but smile. She was something else. Jack raised his eyebrows at Archie. Archie shrugged. Jack turned back to Susan. "A pig-headed asshole?" he said. "Think about it, Jack," Archie said, seeing his opportunity. "Gretchen was here Saturday night. Why is it so hard to believe she'd come back?" Jack frowned. He pulled at one of his earlobes, then his eyes moved uncertainly to Cooper. "We didn't see anyone else down there," Cooper said. "She must have heard you coming and run down the opposite hall," Archie said. Cooper frowned. "It's a labyrinth," he said to Jack. "There are tunnels no one's been down since the 30s. Cooper had opened a door. Jack pulled at his ear some more, thinking. Archie heard the magazine snap shut and looked around at Kareem, who had stood up from the couch. Kareem walked over to Archie and Susan and extended the town and country between them. "Would you like some reading material?" he asked. "I've read it," Susan said. Kareem turned to Archie. "No thanks," Archie said. "Well then, since we won't be enjoying magazines, may I ask you a question?" Jack looked on with interest. Archie had a bad feeling about where this was headed. Kareem went for his jacket pocket. At first, Archie thought he was going for his gun. The pocket of his gray suit was cut deep, custom. Large enough to stow a couple of .45s if you didn't mind what the bulge did to the cut of the suit. But instead, Kareem withdrew some sort of camera. He held it between Susan and Archie. "What's this, then?" Kareem asked. Archie glanced at Susan. Her eyes were on the device. The camera was the size of a pool ball and mounted on what looked like a pedal with an antenna on it. "I have no idea," Archie answered. "It's a webcam," Susan said quietly. "It's a webcam!" Kareem said triumphantly. "Yes, that's right. Brilliant." Everyone leaned in to get a closer look. "It transmits footage wirelessly," Kareem continued, now talking more to Jack than to Archie. "It was in the room where we found them." Archie could feel the mood in the room blacken. "Gretchen set that up so she could spy on me," Susan said. "She held me in that room and she monitored me with that thing." Kareem was turning the webcam over in his hands, studying it. "You're tampering with evidence," Archie pointed out. Kareem's face registered no emotion. He had stopped listening to Archie. This was entirely for Jack. "He was setting up surveillance," Kareem explained to Jack. He handed Jack the webcam and then stood up fluidly and brushed the wrinkles from his slacks. "Sheridan is a cop," he added. "He wasn't down there chasing serial killers. He was down there installing surveillance as part of an ongoing investigation into your activities. We're all aware that you're being watched. We're aware that they're building a case. Obviously, Detective Sheridan is participating in that effort." Jack was frowning at Archie, his knuckles wide around the webcam in his hands. Archie tried to look trustworthy, but his exasperation was making it difficult. "Are we all familiar with the principle of Occam's razor?" Kareem asked the room. Razorburn coughed. Susan sighed. "When you have two competing theories that make exactly the same predictions, the simpler one is the better," Susan said. "That's not helping us," Archie said to Susan. "What?" she said. "I took philosophy." Jack's face reddened, and he hurled the webcam hard against the wall. It hit a framed photograph of a boat and then scattered on the floor in pieces. Everyone flinched, except Kareem. "I don't have my badge," Archie said emphatically. or my gun, or my phone, or a walkie-talkie." He glanced at Susan. "I'm here with a civilian without backup. You don't use those tunnels. Why would I want to monitor them?" He pointed at the remnants of the webcam. "That's not mine." Jack turned to Cooper, and for a moment, Archie thought Jack might draw his finger across his throat, and Cooper would shoot Archie in the back of the head. "If I were here as a cop," Archie said, "I'd be asking you to explain the bloodstains in your basement." Jack looked back at Archie. Archie had, for the first time, his full attention. The room was quiet. "They didn't tell you?" Archie asked. Kareem and Cooper had spent 10 minutes alone with Jack when they'd all first come up the stairs from the tunnels. Susan had insisted on peeing, and Razorburn had insisted on standing outside the bathroom with a gun while she did, and Archie had insisted on staying with Razorburn to ensure Susan's safety. Then Susan had slurped down about 15 cupped hands worth of water from the bathroom sink and had to pee again. It was enough time, Archie figured, to get Jack pretty up to date. Judging by the perplexed expression on Jack's face, apparently not. "What's he talking about?" Jack asked Cooper. Kareem was standing next to Jack, but Jack didn't ask him. "There were some stains on a mattress on the floor," Cooper said matter-of-factly, "and spatter on the walls. It could have been blood." "Lisa Watson was murdered down there," Susan said, "and she's not the only one." They all turned to look at her. She had her feet on the chair and her knees lifted to her chest, with her worst Halloween costume ever t-shirt pulled over them. Mud scarred the chair's upholstery from her dirty sneakers. She wasn't hiccuping anymore, Archie realized. "The girl from the dock?" Jack said slowly. Razorburn rocked back nervously on his heels. "So the beauty killer's been taking people out down there?" he said. He looked questioningly at Kareem. "We can't get in trouble for that, right?" "Don't be a fool," Kareem said. Archie didn't think that Gretchen had killed anyone down there, but he kept that to himself. He was finally getting through to them. Jack was boring a hole in the floor, clearly deep in thought. Archie didn't want to risk confusing the issue. He exchanged a look with Susan. She gave him a little root. "Every second that we sit here talking," Susan said to Jack, "Gretchen gets that much farther away." Jack lifted his eyes to Archie. There was something new in his face. Something hungry. "She's really down there?" Jack asked him. Archie resisted the urge to scream, "Yes, that's what I've been saying," and instead simply said, "Yes." Jack seemed to contemplate that. He and Leo had the same pale, penetrating eyes. His fondness for whiskey had left tiny red capillaries visible on his nose and cheeks. His mouth tightened. His nostrils flared. He was nodding to himself, pumping himself up. His face looked hot to the touch. He grinned at Archie like they shared a secret. Archie had a terrible feeling that he knew what Jack was thinking. "She's dangerous," he said quickly. "You can't go after her. Let me call for a SWAT team." But Jack was already up, already moving around his desk. "She's an intruder on my property," he said. He reached back and pulled open a desk drawer and lifted out a semi-automatic handgun. "I'm going to do what you should have done a long time ago, my friend." He pointed the gun at Archie. It was a SIG P226, no safety. A big gun. "I'm going to shoot her." Jack laughed and lowered the SIG and then started going through more drawers. This was going very wrong. Archie looked around at Kareem, Cooper, and Razorburn. They had to know this was nuts, but none of them said anything. Susan looked over at Archie, eyes wide. Archie searched for something to say to Jack, some way to diffuse this. "I'll go with you," he said, starting to stand. Archie felt a hand on his shoulder before he'd even made it to his feet, and then was shoved hard back into his chair. Pain radiated through Archie's abdomen, and he winced and brought his hand to his wound. "Sorry," Cooper said softly from behind him. Archie shifted his weight in his seat and concentrated on Jack. "She's armed," he told Jack. "She's got a scalpel." Jack slid a box of ammo out of the drawer and put it in the pocket of his sweatpants. It bulged awkwardly from his hip as he came back around the desk. He stopped in front of Archie. Cooper's hand seemed to get heavier on Archie's shoulder. "Don't worry," Jack said with a lascivious smile. He nudged Archie with the barrel of his gun, and the smile turned into a sneer. "You can fuck her dead body when I'm done with her." "Don't do this, Jack," Archie said. "Who cares?" Susan asked loudly. There was a pink spot on each of her cheeks. "Let them kill her," she said, and the viciousness in her voice made Archie cold. Her eyes dared him to disagree, to challenge her. "Unless you don't want her dead," she added accusingly. There was nothing Archie could say that she wanted to hear. He didn't have time to explain that right now he was far more worried about Jack's prospects than Gretchen's. "Give me a gun," Archie urged Jack. Jack rocked back and forth on the balls of his feet, delighted. "See?" he crowed to Susan. "He just wants to be the one to do it." He slapped Archie hard across the shoulder, and Archie winced in pain again. "Not a chance," Jack said. "She'll kill you," Archie said quietly. Blood oozed from the wound under his palm. "That's why I hire commandos," Jack said brightly, "for just this kind of thing." Jack jabbed a finger at Razorburn. "Collins," he said, "you're with me. Get Ronan and the others up. I'll meet you all at the elevator." Razorburn responded with a clipped nod, executed a military turn, and headed for the door, already unholstering his Glock. "Shoot her in the head," Susan called as the door closed behind him. Jack was pulling on a windbreaker with a yacht race emblem on the chest. Kareem had picked up the Town and Country again and was paging through it. Outside the window behind the desk, it was still dark. It would be an hour before dawn. "Don't go down there," Archie said. "I'm not going to warn you again." "She killed my Isabel," Jack said. And for a moment, Archie saw a trace of the man he'd visited more than a dozen years ago, the man who'd fallen to his knees after Archie told him that his daughter was dead. Maybe that man was always in there, under the surface. Archie hesitated. "What if I told you she didn't?" he asked. A shadow fell across Jack's face. "That would be a riot coming from you. I heard about you this summer, trying to convince everyone that she didn't kill all her victims." "You know," Archie said, leaning back in his chair, "do what you want." Cooper's hand lifted from Archie's shoulder. "You want company?" Cooper asked Jack. "I need you two to stay here," Jack said with a glance at Kareem. Kareem was engrossed in his magazine and barely seemed to hear. "Stay with them," Jack told Cooper. "Make sure they don't call anyone until I get back." He cocked his head at Susan, but she refused to meet his gaze. Jack's tongue flickered. He didn't like being ignored, which Archie knew was exactly why Susan was doing it. Jack moved directly in front of her, took her by the chin, and forced her to look at him. He smiled, satisfied, and released her. "If they're uncooperative, kill them," he instructed Cooper. Susan's chin had a mark where Jack had grabbed her. Archie kept his hands tight around the ends of the arms of his chair. Jack started for the door. "Good luck," Archie said darkly. Jack hesitated and turned around. "Give me your extra gun," he said to Cooper. Cooper hesitated and then bent over and lifted a pant leg to reveal an ankle holster. He unholstered the weapon and handed it to Jack. Jack put a gun in each pocket of his yachting jacket and then glanced back at Archie. "No one knows you're here, my friend," he said to Archie. "Don't test me." Then Jack grinned madly. He drew each of the guns out of his pockets and, two-fisted, headed for the door to the hall. Halfway out, he caught Archie's eye one last time. Eyes bright, face ruddy, a spring in his step. He looked like a kid about to enter Disneyland. He looked happy. For an instant, Archie was jealous. "Help yourselves to a drink," Jack called merrily, and then the door closed and he was gone. For a moment, no one said anything. Then Cooper reached into his pocket and tossed Susan a deck of cards. "Stay busy," he said. "It might be a while." Chapter 42. Archie poured himself a double shot of Jack's 41-year-old single malt scotch. There was a mirror in front of him at the bar, and he could see Cooper watching him, his gun still drawn. Susan had moved to the gold-striped settee, where she now sat playing hearts with Kareem. She was staring at her cards intently. Kareem's gaze was fixed on her, clearly waiting for her to make some sort of move. "I can't do this with you glaring at me like that," Susan said. Kareem leaned forward on the settee and set his cards delicately on the table next to his gun. "Do you want me to refresh you on the rules?" he asked. Susan narrowed her eyes at him over her cards. Archie replaced the cap on the whiskey bottle and pushed it back in line with the other expensive liquor bottles. He'd blotted the scalpel wound with all the cocktail napkins on the bar, and it appeared to have stopped bleeding. He could have thrown away the bloody napkins. Each napkin was a square with a drawing of a sailboat in one corner, but Archie left them in a stack next to the Tanqueray instead. He checked the reflection in the mirror again. Cooper was still watching him. Archie could see the silver glinting in his mouth. Anyone with teeth like that had done some hard living at some point. "Do you want a drink?" Archie asked him. "No," Cooper said. "AA?" Archie asked. 10 years, Cooper said. Archie lifted his glass and toasted Cooper in the mirror. "Congratulations," he said. The whiskey was bright and smooth in his throat, and he savored it for a moment before he turned around to face the room. The house was quiet. They hadn't heard anything since Jack had left. No voices, no footsteps. Cooper cracked his neck. The clock ticked. Susan pulled 3 cards from her hand and then made a face and picked one back up. "One more second," she said to Kareem. Kareem hooked a finger under his yellow bow tie and loosened it slightly. Archie walked over to where they were playing and sat down in one of the 2 black leather club chairs that faced the settee. Cooper followed him and sat down in the chair next to Archie's. "He does that," Susan said, indicating Cooper as she glanced up from her cards. "He followed me around during the whole party. You get used to it after a while. It's like when a stray follows you on a walk. You know it's not your dog, but it's kind of nice to have him along." "Clever t-shirt," Cooper said to Susan. "Thanks," she said, looking down at her orange Halloween t-shirt. "Goodwill, $2.99. A distant thud echoed through the house. Archie and Susan jumped, and Cooper stood, gun raised toward the door. Kareem was the only one who hadn't flinched. He arched an eyebrow over his cards at Cooper. "A bit on edge, are we?" he asked. A long moment passed, and then Cooper exhaled slowly, lowered his weapon, and sat down again, resting his gun on his knee. Archie listened, but he didn't hear the noise again. Susan settled on a 3rd card and laid it down with the other 2 she had discarded, and Kareem picked them up and added them to his hand. "You don't believe this business about Gretchen Lowell, do you?" Kareem asked Cooper as he looked at his cards. Cooper was still eyeballing the door. "It's rubbish," Kareem continued, laying down a card. "Creative, but total rubbish." Susan laid down a card on top of Kareem's. "You guys should get a cat," she said. "You know, a pet to ease up the tension around here." "The bloody pythons would eat it," Kareem said. Susan made a little strangled sound of fright. "Told you," Cooper said. "There are no pythons on this island," Archie said. Susan gave him a dubious look. "Listen," Kareem said to Archie. "Jack's not here. Why don't you tell us why you were really down there?" He played another card, and then Susan followed, and they traded like that, back and forth, until Susan smiled smugly, and transferred the entire pile in front of Kareem on the settee. "I told you why we were down there," Archie said. He set his drink down on the Town and Country magazine. "Why were you down there?" Gretchen had said that the tunnels they were in weren't used anymore. They certainly appeared abandoned. Now the obvious question occurred to Archie. What reason would Jack's men have to search them? Kareem's expression didn't change. He brushed something off the knee of his gray slacks. He was stalling. Cooper cleared his throat and sat forward. "We monitor the traffic near the house," he said. "We're aware of the FBI surveillance, so we pay attention to unfamiliar cars. We noticed a black Audi parked near some undeveloped property Jack owns. As that property happens to be the location of one of the old tunnel entrances, we checked it out and discovered that the area around the entrance had been disturbed. It appeared that someone had entered the property, so we put a team together to patrol the tunnels. We hadn't been down there long before we saw the light go on under the door of the room you were in." Archie lifted his glass and took another sip of whiskey. His glass had left a wet ring on Christy Brinkley's forehead. "We?" he asked Cooper. Cooper was quiet. Archie looked at Susan to see if she was listening, but she appeared to be studying her cards. "That's right. We," Kareem said, sounding a little agitated. He pointed a finger at Cooper. "Trust me, mate. Jack's not going to find Gretchen Lowell in the tunnels." "You're right," Archie said. "I don't think she's in the tunnels, either." Cooper's shoulders heaved, and he sat back heavily in his chair. "You think she's off the island by now?" he asked Archie. "I didn't say that," Archie said softly. Cooper's eyes moved from Archie to Kareem. "What's he talking about?" he asked Kareem. Kareem's face was impenetrable. "He's trying to fuck with you," he said. Cooper hesitated and then turned to Archie. "Where do you think she is?" he asked. Susan was still looking at her cards, but a small frown line had appeared between her eyebrows. Archie picked up his glass and turned it slowly in his hand, making them wait. He kept his eyes on Kareem. "She has a funny idea that she can catch the man who killed that girl they found on the dock yesterday," Archie said. "I thought she killed that girl herself," Cooper said. "She says she didn't," Archie said. Kareem had diverted his attention to the game now, his fingers pinching his cards. He reached a hand up and straightened his tie. "She says she saw a man in a mask lead the girl from the party into the tunnels and then bring a corpse up a few hours later," Archie said. Archie watched as Kareem studied the carefully fanned cards in his hand, his eyes roaming from one to the next, as if seeing each one for the first time. The back of the cards had been embossed with gold crests. "She's curious who this man might be," Archie said. Susan inhaled quickly and laid down a black queen. "Fuck," Kareem said, flinching at the sight of the card. He swept the pile of cards toward him as Susan smiled. "Fancy cards," Archie said to Cooper. Cooper smirked. "Gift from the boss last Christmas," he said. "We all got them. Generous motherfuck." Archie saw Cooper's eyes move to the door an instant before Cooper sprang to his feet. He had leapt up so quickly that Archie, startled, nearly dropped his drink. Cooper's body was rigid, muscles tense, gun trained at the door. The door was closed. No one moved. The only sound was the clock ticking. Susan said, but Cooper lifted a hand and silenced her. Then, weapon raised, Cooper started walking toward the door. Archer wasn't sure exactly what Cooper's job was, but he suspected that he wasn't given to hysteria. Whatever Cooper had heard, they had to take it seriously. Archie put his drink down and got up and went after him. For a big man, Cooper was light on his feet. He had a big stride. Archie had to take 2 steps for each of his, but Archie caught up, and as he neared the door on Cooper's heels, he could hear it, too. A muffled shuffling coming from the other side. Cold sweat tickled the back of his neck. He reflexively reached for his weapon, but his hand found only air. Cooper leaned a shoulder against the wall to the left of the door. The door opened in, and the doorknob was on the left-hand side. Cops learned to approach a closed door from whatever side the doorknob was on. That way you could avoid placing your body in front of the door where you might get shot. Cooper was approaching the door like a cop. The next noise was louder. It was the sound of something or someone making contact with the other side of the door. Cooper lowered the elbow of his firing arm and moved his gun to his rib cage in a close contact firing position. Archie felt Susan come up behind him. "Get back," he hissed at her. Her freckled face was pale. Over her shoulder, Archie could see Kareem, now standing, back near his place at the settee. Susan didn't move. Her eyes were fixed on something past Archie, something at the bottom of the door. He followed her gaze to the floor. The floor at the door's threshold was darker than it should have been. Archie inched forward. It wasn't a shadow. It wasn't the grain of the wood. Archie glanced at Cooper. Cooper's wild eyebrows lifted. Archie moved Susan against the wall behind him and then crouched as low as possible. Cooper was waiting, watching him, his hand poised to turn the doorknob. His breathing was slow and steady. There were no more sounds on the other side of the door. Archie reached and slid a finger along the crack where the door met the floor. His finger touched something wet. He knew by the feel of it that it was blood. Archie heard Susan say something and felt Cooper shift, leaning closer. Something scraped against the other side of the door. The source of the noise was closer to the ground than the other sounds they'd heard, only a few inches above the floor. Cooper stepped back and aimed his weapon at the noise. Archie looked at the blood on his finger and moved in front of the door directly into Cooper's line of fire. He pressed his ear against the door and listened. He closed his eyes. He could hear the scraping noise again, louder, and then a faint rattling. It grew louder and then faded and then repeated the pattern. It was breathing. Archie reached up and, ignoring Susan's and Cooper's protests, he turned the doorknob. He could immediately feel the weight of the body against the door and had to get to his feet and use his shoulder to brace it so that he could open it slowly. Cooper stepped to Archie's left and helped anchor the door with his foot as he aimed his weapon through the 10-inch opening, and Archie peered around to see what was on the other side. Razorburn was slumped on the hall floor, his back against the door, his chin on his chest. Cooper shifted his foot, and Archie felt the full weight of Razorburn's body again. He eased the door open as Cooper continued to scan the hallway with his weapon. When the door was at a wide enough angle, Archie was able to take Razorburn by the armpits and drag him inside the room. As soon as Razorburn's heels crossed the threshold, Cooper slammed the door shut. "See anything out there?" Archie asked Cooper. Razorburn was unresponsive, his breathing shallow, his shirt soaked in blood. Archie reached for his wrist to take a pulse. Susan hovered at his shoulder. Archie didn't see Kareem. "A lot of blood," Cooper said. "You think this was her?" he asked. Archie's fingers touched something slippery and warm in Razorburn's hand. He reflexively recoiled, and Razorburn's limp hand fell open, and the glistening, lumpy rope of flesh he had been holding slopped onto his shirt. Susan squealed. Razorburn's abdomen gaped open, revealing subcutaneous fat and the red meat of muscle. He had been holding his own intestines. Archie's mouth went dry. He swallowed hard. "It's her," he said. Cooper was silent, but his eyes were vigilant. He lifted his chin and turned his gaze out the front window behind Jack's desk. He was listening, Archie realized, but all Archie could hear was Razorburn's strained, rattled wheeze. His pulse was so weak, it was almost undetectable. Archie knelt over him. His bulging intestinal tissue lay in a bloody heap across his belly. "Sirens," Cooper said. Archie heard them then. The familiar wail of emergency vehicles was so distant that it was almost imperceptible. Help was coming. If it got here fast, Razorburn might even live. Archie wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve and propped Razorburn's knees up to keep as much blood as possible circulating in his heart. "What can I do?" Susan asked. "Find me a clean cloth or napkin," Archie said. Susan scrambled toward the bar. "I didn't call for the police," Kareem said darkly. "Who did?" Archie glanced at him. He was still standing over by the settee. Couldn't he see that they were trying to save his buddy's life? Kareem's eyes were icy. "You've set this whole thing up," he said. "This is all part of your investigation." "What investigation?" Cooper asked. Archie cradled Razorburn's head, trying to comfort him. "The murder of Lisa Watson," Archie said. "You're going to arrest me," Kareem said, only a faint note of concern in his voice. The darker, thicker hose of Razorburn's large bowel bulged from his open wound. "Yep," Archie said. "Found something," Susan said, and Archie's eyes lifted as she crossed back toward them from the bar, holding a white dishcloth. Archie saw what Kareem was going to do an instant before it happened. Kareem's gaze shifted to Susan, and Archie saw his lip curl and the menace in his eyes, and he knew then what Gretchen had meant about the murderous look she'd seen directed at Lisa Watson. Kareem moved for Susan. She was looking at Archie, pleased to have found what he needed. She didn't see Kareem coming for her. Archie started to stand, but Kareem was too quick. He snatched Susan from behind, and Archie saw a flash of light as Kareem snapped a knife to Susan's neck. Archie and Cooper were both on their feet now. Cooper's gun was trained on Kareem. Cooper and Archie exchanged a brief glance, just long enough for Cooper to give Archie an almost imperceptible nod, and just like that, they were on the same side. Susan's eyes looked large and white, the irises straining to see the blade at her neck. Her lips were stretched in a grimace. Tears gleamed at the corners of her eyes. "You have got to be fucking kidding me," she said through gritted teeth. The sirens were louder now, but Archie still couldn't tell how far away they were. Sound could travel a long way over water. Kareem's eyes darted to the window. He was clearly trying to do the same math. Then Kareem seemed to make a decision, and with a rough jerk, he began to drag Susan sideways toward the door. She stumbled and lost her footing, and Kareem wrenched her up. "You're a cow," he seethed. He pulled his elbow back until the sharp point of the blade was nestled just under her jaw. The viciousness of his words barely registered on his composed features. "And I will slaughter you like one." Susan's face had gone bone white. Archie searched helplessly around for a weapon, something, anything he could use against Kareem. A broken bottle? He'd never make it to the bar in time. Kareem flicked the knife, and Susan yelped as an arc of blood spat forward onto her shirt and the toes of her shoes. Archie heard his own voice cry out as she was hurt, a strangled sound of pain that might have been only in his mind. He waited, frantic and useless. There was no arterial spray. Susan was still standing. Her earlobe bore a dark red cleft where the knife had split it. Susan was mewling, tears streaming down her cheeks. It killed Archie to witness her terror, to be so close, and yet so worthless. She was looking at him, pleading with her eyes, and there was nothing he could do. If he lunged at them, Kareem would surely cut her throat. The sirens seemed like they were getting closer, but for all Archie knew, they could be responding to a fire on the other side of the lake. Susan was limp in Kareem's grip now, surrendering to him completely. Satisfaction spread across Kareem's face. Archie's stomach turned. Kareem was feeding off her fear. There was no fire. The sirens were coming for them. It occurred to Archie in a flash, Kareem's teaspoon. No one had called 911 from the island because no one had needed to. The DNA must have matched trace evidence found on Lisa Watson's body. Even if something happened to Archie, Henry would have the evidence he needed to put Kareem away. Archie stepped in front of the door, grasping for something to say that would buy their reinforcements some time. "You dug it up," Archie said. Kareem's mouth twitched. He lifted his elbow as if he might drive the knife across Susan's throat. Cooper hadn't blinked, his eyes fixed down the barrel of his weapon, finger on the trigger. Susan shut her eyes. "The knife," Archie continued. "It's dirty." "You're watching me," Kareem said. His eyes traveled around the room. "I knew you were watching me." He was right at the cusp, like a flame near gas. Archie thought he might combust before their eyes. "I can't let you leave this room, Kareem," Archie said. "Archie!" Cooper barked. Archie swung his head around. Razorburn had somehow managed to prop himself up onto his elbows, his gut in a slippery pink heap, a gun in his hand. Archie could see the ankle holster he'd drawn the gun from between his pant leg and his black sock. His face was pallid and waxen, and blood coated his mouth, but his eyes were trained on Archie, and the gun seemed steady enough. "Shoot him," Kareem said. Razorburn fired. The shot was an ear-splitting crack, and Archie lurched and then caught himself, his ears ringing. Immediately, another crack split the silence. When Archie looked up, Razorburn was on the floor, blood gurgling from where Cooper had shot him in the neck. His intestines were spread across his thigh. The smell of gunpowder hung in the air. Cooper didn't bother to kick the weapon from Razorburn's hand. There was no question he was dead. Archie spun around to check on Susan. Kareem had used the distraction to move past Archie, closer to the door. Susan's arms were pinned at her sides as she shuffled backward, the knife at her throat. She was crying, her wet eyes fixed on him, terrified. Then he knew. He followed her gaze down his chest. The bullet had gone in just under his left rib cage, almost in the very spot where Gretchen had stabbed him. It didn't hurt. Archie studied the dime-sized bullet hole in his blazer. He could see the dark ring of lead that had wiped off the surface of the bullet as it passed through the corduroy. He opened the jacket. The blood stain on his shirt from the scalpel had been completely obliterated by the dark red stain spreading from the fresh bullet hole. He could feel the warmth of his own blood pulse against his skin. His knees wobbled. The sirens wailed. Archie sucked in a breath and straightened up. Kareem was almost to the door with Susan. Archie cupped his hand over the wound and stumbled forward, just as Kareem pulled Susan through the door and into the hall, kicking the door shut behind him. Kareem knew the tunnel system. If he took Susan below ground, Archie wouldn't stand a chance of finding them. "Archie!" Cooper called sharply. Archie didn't stop. He couldn't stop. Kareem had Susan. He reached the door and threw it open, barely aware of Cooper coming up behind him. "Take this," Cooper said. Archie looked down. Cooper pressed his gun into Archie's hand and backed away. The sirens. They were louder now. It sounded like dozens of vehicles. Archie knew where Cooper was headed, out through the large window in Jack's office. Cooper clearly didn't want to be here when the police arrived. Archie didn't stop him. He raised Cooper's weapon and turned down the hall. He could see Kareem and Susan up ahead. Susan was dragging her feet, making herself heavier, and it had slowed Kareem down some. Blood streaked the white walls on either side of the hall, where Razorburn had leaned as he'd tried to make it back to the office. The oriental runner that ran down the center of the hall was darkened with blood, where Razorburn had fallen and crawled. A framed photograph had been knocked off the wall and now lay in pieces on the floor. Archie glanced down as he stepped over it and saw the face of 14-year-old Isabel Reynolds smiling up at him from under splintered glass. When he looked up, Susan and Kareem were out of sight. Archie plunged onward, Cooper's gun clutched in his right hand, his left still trying to slow the flow of blood seeping from his wound. He saw the first body as he cleared the hallway and entered the main foyer. Ronan lay face down in a dark pool of blood. His throat had been cut so savagely that Archie could see the white pulp of his partially severed spinal column. Archie heard a noise on the stairs and spun around, ready to shoot. Leo was crouched halfway down the stairs, shirtless, in black pajama pants, gun drawn. Archie lowered his own weapon slightly, breathing hard. "I heard shots," Leo said, scrambling barefoot down the rest of the stairs. The color drained from his face as he took in the carnage on the floor. His lips drew back and he physically recoiled, even as his shooting arm tensed. Archie had never seen Leo Reynolds afraid before. The sirens were loud now, right outside. They reverberated inside the house, an insistent wail. "What's happening?" Leo asked hoarsely. Bloody footprints continued from the body to the left, toward the hall bathroom where Archie had met Lisa Watson, marking Kareem's path. Archie motioned for Leo to follow him. There wasn't time to explain. "Gretchen's here," Archie said. "Kareem has Susan." Leo didn't ask any more questions. He looked Archie up and down, his face registering Archie's alarming condition, and then Leo nodded and raised his weapon. "Let's go," he said. They followed the footprints. Archie limped forward, the sound of Susan's whimpering echoing in his head. He could feel the gunshot in his gut now. It burned every time he took a breath. Blood spread down his pant leg. But he kept moving. The footprints continued through the foyer, into the small hall that led to the back of the house. This was where the real butchery had happened. Archie counted 6 bodies on the hall floor, all members of Jack's security detail by the looks of them. Blood was everywhere. On the walls, the floor, dripping from the chandelier. The smell of fresh meat permeated the air. Archie didn't think anyone was still alive, but he didn't have time to check. He could see Kareem and Susan 20 feet up ahead, against the wall across from the bathroom that Gretchen had hid in. Susan's ear was red with blood. She was looking right at Archie, her face twisted in desperation. Kareem adjusted the knife at her throat, his eyes on Archie and Leo as he repeatedly jabbed a button on the wall with his elbow. The elevator. Archie stepped over a body, his gun raised at Kareem, not looking down, feeling his way with his foot, not stopping for anyone, not caring about anyone but Susan. "Let her go, Kareem," Leo ordered. Kareem made no sign of hearing him. As Archie got closer, he saw that the textile hanging on the wall had been moved aside like a curtain, revealing the hidden elevator's steel doors. The doors parted silently, and Kareem twisted Susan around to push her inside. But as he shoved Susan forward, she let out a scream and scrambled backward. Kareem threw her against the wall next to the elevator as a figure stumbled out between the steel doors, his hands at his throat. The figure took a step and then fell to his knees. Archie recognized the yachting jacket. "Jack?" Leo said. The sirens had reached a fever pitch. They weren't getting louder anymore. They were here. Kareem looked around wildly and then pulled Susan from the wall. She howled as he twisted her arm behind her, and Archie could see by the shape of her shoulder that it was dislocated. Kareem threw her into the open elevator as both Archie and Leo ran for the steel doors. Jack was on the floor in front of the elevator, sputtering, spurting blood, and Leo dropped to his knees next to him. Archie dived for the elevator, but couldn't get his hand between the doors in time. In the last second, as the elevator doors closed, Archie caught a glimpse of Susan at Kareem's feet, doubled over and clutching her shoulder, her face contorted in pain. She didn't look up. Archie punched the elevator button, and it lit up. "Where does this go?" he demanded from Leo. Leo had pulled the jacket off his father and was trying to press it against Jack's bloody, gaping throat. He seemed not to hear Archie. Someone was pounding at the front door, shouting. "Leo!" Archie said sharply. Leo looked up. "The new tunnel system," he said. It opens up in a large storage room. There's a hall off it that leads to some offices and some more storage rooms. The door at the end of that hall leads to the tunnel under the lake and comes up in the basement of a house on the other side of the road. The elevator doors slid open. "Do you want me to come with you?" Leo asked, his father unconscious in his arms. "Stay here," Leo said, looking back toward the front door. "Tell them what's happened." "What has happened?" Leo asked. Leo's bare feet were wet with the blood they had walked through. His father was dying. Archie knew he was desperate for answers, but he didn't have time to elaborate. Archie stepped into the elevator. "Kareem killed Lisa Watson," Archie told Leo. "The dead guy in the office was shot while he was shooting me. Gretchen killed everybody else." An arc of blood spatter looked like a letter C on the back wall of the elevator. Jack's throat had been cut in here. There were 2 floor buttons inside the elevator. The top one had a 1 on it, and the bottom one had a B on it. Archie pressed the B button. Leo was rocking his father in his lap. But as the elevator doors started to close, he looked up. "Archie," he said. "Keys." He fumbled in his father's pocket and managed to toss a set of keys to Archie just as the steel doors closed. Archie caught the keys and put them in his jacket pocket. The elevator began to descend, and the sensation made Archie's head swim. "Going down," said a woman's crisp, automated voice. A red digital readout above the elevator doors showed a number 1 with a downward-facing arrow on either side of it. Archie kept his eyes on the readout. He waited for it to change, but the 1 stayed up despite the fact that he could feel the elevator moving. He had to remind himself that he wasn't just moving between floors. The elevator had to pass through the house's actual basement, and then through dirt and shale to the sub-basement. Any minute now, he told himself. Finally, the digital readout disassembled and reformed as the letter B. The elevator bounced slightly as it settled at the bottom of the shaft. Archie took a breath, stepped to the corner of the elevator just inside the doors, and raised his weapon. "Lower level," the woman's voice announced pleasantly. The doors opened. Archie blocked the doors open with his foot and did a quick scan outside the elevator with his weapon. There was no sign of movement. He pivoted out of the elevator and backed against the wall, gun raised. This was nothing like the tunnels Gretchen had led him through. It looked like an industrial-grade warehouse or some kind of secret government facility. The ceilings were low, but the room seemed to go on and on in every direction. Pallets were stacked almost to the ceiling in places, creating the illusion of walls. Panels of fluorescent lights radiated overhead, along with what looked to be a state-of-the-art sprinkler system. Archie checked the concrete floor for traces of blood, and saw what looked like a partial footprint in front of one of the pallet stacks maybe 20 feet out. He heaved himself toward it, clutching his side, but when he reached the footprint, he didn't see another. The low hum of the air recirculation system echoed off the concrete walls. Archie listened for footsteps, anything, but he could feel his senses slipping from him. The periphery of his vision was blackening. His hands had gone numb. Archie leaned against the tarp-covered stack of pallets next to him and groped in his pocket for the amber pill bottle Jack had given him. He popped the white cap off and shook some of the small white pills onto his palm, and then brought them to his mouth. He was so thirsty that he could barely manage enough saliva to choke them down. His hand tasted like blood, and the pills coated his tongue with a bitter paste. He looked at the floor, willing the pills to take effect, to give him just enough relief to keep moving. Don't think. Don't stop. Just move. His eyes were still on the floor when the toe of a shiny white pump stepped into his sightline. He followed the white stockings, now threaded with runs and speckled with drops of blood, up her shapely leg. Her face, a picture of compassion. She took the amber plastic pill bottle from his hand, snapped the child-proof white cap back on, and tucked the bottle back into his jacket pocket. Her white dress was now soaked with blood. The cape and the hat were gone. "You're looking peaked, darling," she said. Archie struggled to find the strength to speak. He couldn't let Gretchen distract him. He didn't care if she went back to jail. He didn't care if she made a fool of him again. He just wanted to get Susan back alive. "Where are they?" he asked her. Gretchen's eyes were jubilant. "I told you I'd find you a serial killer," she said. "It's really been quite a bit of fun." Archie glowered at her. Kareem might have a knife to Susan's throat, but Gretchen might as well have put it there. She owed him. "If he kills her," Archie said, "I'll make you pay." Gretchen batted her lashes at him, looking hurt. "I think you're being rather mean." "Tell me where they are," Archie said. It twisted his insides to talk, to breathe. Each word took so much effort, he had to pause between them. Gretchen cocked her head, studying him, her eyes landing on the blood that had soaked through his shirt and pant leg. "You shouldn't be bleeding that much," she said, and Archie thought he detected a flicker of distress in her voice. "Shot," Archie said with a cough. Gretchen's bearing stiffened. She reached to open his blazer, but he pulled away. "No," he said. "Tell me." He'd lost too much blood. He was getting too weak, too fast. "Hurry," he said. Gretchen pointed across the room to a hallway. It was 60 feet away. In Archie's condition, it might as well have been the English fucking Channel. He glanced back at the elevator. "I disabled it," Gretchen said. "I found a maintenance panel. All I had to do was cut some wires. Looks like we're on our own for a little while longer." He was out of time. Susan was out of time. He had to try. Archie pushed himself off the pallets and staggered toward the hallway that Gretchen had indicated. He couldn't stand upright. He had to walk bent over or the pain would overwhelm him. His left leg had started to drag. He hadn't made it more than a few steps when Gretchen caught up with him. "Do you want my help?" she asked, flitting at his elbow. Archie set his sights on the next block of pallets. "No," he said. His pants were so blood-soaked that the fabric stuck to his thigh as he walked. His left hand was bloody up to the elbow. He could feel his body failing him, his breaths growing shorter, his muscles weakening. He was so thirsty. But he pushed on, the gun clenched in his hand. 10 steps. 15. 30. 50. He had passed 4 stacks of pallets. When he got to the 5th, he had to stop and lean against it to gather his strength. The hallway was only 10 feet away, almost within his grasp. But he wouldn't make it. He was too weak. He had to hear Susan's voice. Archie mustered all his strength, swallowed hard, pressed his wound with his hand, lifted his head, and hollered her name. "Susan!" His despairing voice bounced off the concrete walls, echoing through the room, reverberating down the hall. "I'm here!" Susan yelled back. She was cut off abruptly, forcibly silenced. But it was enough. Even with the basement acoustics, Archie was certain that her voice was coming from up ahead. It was the motivation he needed. Adrenaline pulsed into his fists, and he heaved himself off the pallets and hobbled, grimacing toward the hallway's beckoning rectangle of light. His breaths came in pants now. He could still only move hunched over, hand pressed against his wound. 10 steps. Each footfall a painful blur. Then he was there. He had made it. He leaned up against the wall and lifted his gun. His shooting arm trembled as he pointed the weapon down the empty hall. The fluorescent lights cast a greenish glow. There were 2 doors about halfway down the left side of the hall, and a steel fire door at the end of the hall, 30 feet dead ahead. "That door leads to the tunnel off the island," Gretchen said from behind him. She stepped next to him and pointed to the fire door. He didn't know where she'd come from. if she had caught up with him again, or if she had been there all along. She smiled at him. "But Jack lent me a key." Archie struggled to understand. He had Jack's keys. He grasped for them in his jacket pocket with his bloody hand, but Gretchen stopped him, holding up a brass key of her own. "I took the master," she explained. "Jack was kind enough to point it out to me." She'd slaughtered Jack for that key. But why? Then it hit him. "You locked the door," Archie said. She had sealed Kareem's only escape off the island. They had him trapped. She leaned across the doorway close to his ear. "The first door," she whispered in his ear. "That's where Kareem has Susan." She directed him to look where she was pointing. "Can you see it?" Archie peered down the hall at the first door. His vision was spotty. But when he concentrated, the door came into focus, and Archie saw that it was very slightly ajar. He could do this. He could get to her. Kareem was cornered. Archie raised his gun again. He couldn't hold it very high. It was too heavy, suddenly, too cumbersome, but he could get it up enough. He took a step forward, and another. The darkness at the corners of his vision swirled in and out of his sight line. He squeezed his eyes shut a few times and rubbed them with his bloody hand, but he kept moving. Another step. His legs felt like jelly. The hallway seemed to tilt and stretch around him. He had to brace himself against the rough concrete wall. He checked the door. It was still a good dozen steps away. He had to summon another burst of energy. But he was too weak to call out to Susan again. A crushing pain cut through Archie's spine. He staggered a few more steps, supporting himself on the concrete wall, and then looked back at the trail of blood his palm had left on the wall's slick white paint. It was the same blood pattern that marked the fatal path Razorburn had taken to Jack's office. The floor shifted suddenly. Archie tried to recover his balance, but the wall seemed to pull away, and he sank to his knees on the floor. He was sweaty and cold, his heart pounding in his chest. He had lost too much blood. He wasn't going to make it. He was worthless. "Get up," he said in his head. He looked at the first door, and arms reach away, a light on inside, the shuffle of movement. Archie had found them. He was so close. "Get up," he pleaded. He made a deal with himself. "I'll do anything." Gretchen's face materialized next to him. Her skin shimmered, bathed in a silvery light. A golden glow framed her head like an aura. Her expression was serene, like a painting of a saint. This was all proof, he thought, that his brain was shutting down. "Do you want my help?" Gretchen asked again, sweetly. Archie pulled away from her and tried once more to stand. But he was so shaky and feeble. It was no use. He sank back to the floor, useless and weak. He couldn't do it. But he had to get to Susan, no matter what it took. "Yes," Archie said in a voice barely above a whisper. "What's that, darling?" Gretchen asked. "Yes," Archie said. He groped for the wall, and his hand found it this time. He leaned into his palm, trying to get enough leverage to stand, and he managed to get a foot on the floor in front of him. The seams and eyelets of his brown leather shoe were caked with mud and blood. The shoe looked foreign to him, like it belonged to someone else's foot. Tiny drops of blood dotted the toe. He blinked, and the dots swam before his eyes. Gretchen was crouched next to him, her shoes even bloodier than his. She shifted the dead weight of his arm over her shoulder, and Archie surrendered, letting her support his weight. She held his hand by his wrist against her breast. He could see the gun in his hand, the barrel pressed against her dress, but he couldn't feel his own fingers around the grip. His hands were too numb. Gretchen moved her other arm around his waist. Her blonde hair brushed his forearm, and through everything, through all the pain and the shakiness, he could still feel that. He could feel the gentle thrill of Gretchen's hair against his flesh. She tightened her hold on his wrist. "This is going to hurt," she whispered. He inhaled sharply as she lifted him to his feet. The pain from the gunshot felt like the crack of a whip. Even his tears stung. His vision blanched, his stomach turned. His legs felt bulky and anesthetized. But when his vision came back into focus, he was upright. The toe of her bloody white pump pressed against the outside curve of his shoe. She loosened her grip on his wrist, and he lurched for the wall with his hand to help stabilize himself. He was sweaty and fighting for breath, his body ringing with pain. They were standing, bodies still entangled. Gretchen's face was flushed from the effort of lifting him. She smelled like blood. Like a slaughterhouse. Or maybe, Archie thought, he was the one who smelled like that. Her expression was one of gentle patience, the devoted caretaker. Archie's arm was still slung over her shoulder, his gun hand resting against her breast. He cleared his throat and lifted his chin, honing in on the open door that was so close now. He could feel a pulse where Gretchen held his wrist, but he couldn't tell if it was his heartbeat or hers. As he focused on the pulse, he began to make out sounds coming from behind the door, drawers being opened, papers thrown, the sound of glass breaking on the concrete floor. Whatever Kareem was doing in there, he was leaving a path of destruction. Archie started toward the door. Gretchen held him up, taking all of his weight, their bodies moving together. Underneath the destructive ruckus, Archie could still feel the pulse that beat between them. It was louder than the shattering glass, louder than the wood cracking. It was the beat that kept him moving. He could feel it in his body. The pulse was rapid and thready, and he knew it must be his. Tachycardia. Hypovolemic shock. Gretchen knew it, too. He could feel her fingers pressing into the soft inside of his wrist, monitoring him. They were 4 steps from the door. Kareem was cursing on the other side, throwing objects against the wall. Gretchen paused. Archie's momentum was so committed to moving forward that he nearly fell over, but she caught him and then turned him and set him gently against the wall. Archie didn't understand. They were so close. He needed her help, the rhythm of their pulse. But then she let go of his wrist, and the rhythm stopped. His body went quiet. He knew that the concrete behind his back was supposed to feel hard, but it felt doughy, formless, like he could sink right through it. Gretchen touched his ear. Her face took up all the space in his vision. There was no one and nothing but her. He could still hear the havoc behind the door, but inside, in his head, all was mute. It was like he was physically disassociating from himself. He wasn't going to make it through the door. He wasn't going to get to Susan. He was going to die, as he always knew he would, at Gretchen's feet. Archie smiled at the irony as his head lolled back. Gretchen is on top of him, straddling him, and he is deeper inside her than he has ever been in anyone. He gazes up at her, his senses painfully exquisite. Her hand is knotted in his hair, pulling so hard at the roots that she has bent his head backward into the pillow. He can barely breathe. Strands of her own sweat-soaked hair stick to the sides of her face, but she has never looked more beautiful to him. The bedroom window is open, and he can hear the wind moving through the dry leaves in the trees, the box spring moaning beneath them, each time Gretchen catches her breath. His skin prickles with heat. Pain blazes where her fist meets his scalp, blotting out his guilt and self-doubt. There is just the pain, and her, and sex, and the black wall of bliss that slices through him like a blade. Her face comes in and out of view. Her hard nipples graze his chest as her breasts swing forward, then back. Her mouth is open, the upper lip twitching as her breathing quickens. Her skin glows. Her eyelids flutter. She grinds against him harder, knotting her fist tighter in his hair as she does, so that the pain and pleasure intermix until they are indistinguishable. He drives himself even harder and deeper inside her, desperate for relief. He can see her shoulder move as her other hand works her clitoris. She opens her mouth wider and moans, and spots of color appear on her cheeks. "Now," she says. Archie flings an arm out, feels blindly for the taser on the bedside table, and finds it. She is writhing on top of him, half mad, and his body is consumed by pleasure, her fist in his hair, his neck jammed back. He can hear the snapping sound of his hair severing from the roots. His head is twisted at an angle that allows him to look at her. He never let himself imagine he would be with someone who looked like Gretchen Lowell. Every part of her is perfect. He holds the taser a few inches out, pointed at the dip of her waist. She makes another sound, a gentle mewling. Archie's eyes move to the taser, the gun-shaped grip, the yellow safety logo. The laser sight glows red on Gretchen's flesh. She curls over him then, her eyelashes brushing his Adam's apple. Then she lets go of his hair. The sudden absence of pain is almost disorienting. "Do it," she pleads. Archie pulls the trigger. All of her muscles seize as the two darts make contact, sending 50,000 volts of electrical current coursing through her body, incapacitating her. As her muscles contract, her pelvis and legs tighten around his cock. He comes instantly and powerfully inside her. She jerks and falls against him, and he pulls her into his arms, staying inside her as she twitches. He clings to her, counting down in his mind, waiting for the 30-second energy burst to pass and her central nervous system to come back online. Slowly, her color returns, and the rigidity of her body softens. When she lifts her head, she is out of breath, and he can feel that her heart is beating as furiously as his. But she is grinning at him, a sheen of saliva on her chin, her eyes bright with pleasure. He can never stop, he realizes. Everything has changed. It's like having sex for the first time. He can never have enough of her. He wants to snatch the moment back, to undo it. Then, somewhere, far away, he hears something crash and break against a wall. He pulls away from Gretchen, sits up, and turns his head toward the sound. "Archie," Gretchen asks. "Archie." Gretchen's voice was a hoarse whisper. Archie blinked and his head jerked up, and she came into focus. Her blue eyes met his gaze and then moved over his face, a small frown line appearing between her eyebrows. He had passed out for a second. Now she was examining him, Archie realized, her eyes roving over him, finger on his pulse, medically assessing him to see how much time he had left. Not long, he figured. But his interest at this point was purely academic. He only needed long enough. Gretchen took his hand in hers. The gun was somehow still in his fist. Gretchen peeled off his fingers one by one from the grip. He let her do it. It was like he was watching it happen to someone else. It didn't occur to him to resist. He couldn't have, even if he'd had the presence of mind to want to. It was all so slow, so foreign. His fingers were stiff and sticky with blood. When she had the gun free, she ejected the magazine and held it up in front of his face. "You've got 2 bullets," she told him. She caught his eye. "You hear me?" she asked. 2. She waited for him to manage a nod, and then she reinserted the magazine into the hand grip. It fell into place with a familiar metallic click. Then she disengaged the safety and handed it back to him. This time, as he folded his hand around it, he could feel the weight of the metal. He was no longer numb. The grip of the gun was electric against his flesh. "You want to save her," Gretchen whispered. She smiled encouragingly. He did want to save her. He wanted Susan to stay alive. Right now, it was the most important thing in the world to him. Gretchen stepped back. "Then save her," she said. Something else crashed beyond the door. Archie felt the pulse of the impact through the wall. Then he heard Susan gasp loudly in pain. "Wait," Archie whispered to Gretchen. His vision was too blurry. He blinked, trying to clear it. He cared too much. This wasn't going to work. He was going to fail. Gretchen stepped back in front of him and came into focus again, that beautiful face of hers. She raised an eyebrow. He was too weak. He needed some intensity and internal switch to be thrown. He was desperate. There was no one else. Kareem would kill Susan by the time the others found a way in. Susan was counting on him. "Hit me," Archie said. The corners of Gretchen's mouth twitched up in a smile. Then she raised a hand and slapped Archie hard across the face. He felt a dizzying slash of pain, and the impact turned his head to the wall. His face stung. His head buzzed. His eyes teared. But a burst of endorphins cut through the fog in his brain like a knife. The heat on his cheek where she'd made contact burned. He took a few long breaths, his head still turned toward the wall, feeling lighter with each inhalation, as if he'd been given more access to oxygen somehow. He was seeing things more lucidly, more surely. He was still alive. He turned back to face Gretchen. Her eyes were spirited. Her nostrils flared with anticipation. She liked to cause people pain. Now she looked at him, her eyes inviting him to hit her back. Archie's hand itched to do it, too. He could break her nose if he wanted to. He could shatter that exquisite bone structure, leaving her swollen and deformed, bleeding into her mouth. No one would blame him. He let that desire live in him for a moment, using it to nourish his strength. He summoned every bit of energy and nerve he had, and then, cheeks still hot from her touch, he propelled himself off the wall. He staggered past her without looking back, raised his weapon, and pushed open the door. Chapter 43. Susan's dislocated shoulder pulsed with pain. Her wrist ached from Kareem's vice-like grip. Every time he yanked her arm, jamming bone into the nerve tissue around her hollow shoulder socket, she gulped back a gasp of agony. Kareem kept one hand on her and one around the knife. She'd thought he'd have to put that knife down at some point, but he never did. The knife was like an extension of his hand. He pulled another drawer out of a desk, rifled through it, and tossed it against the wall. The wood split against the concrete, and the drawer's contents bounced onto the floor. Papers, a plastic calculator, thumbtacks, pens, an orange rubber super ball that bounced joyfully across the room before rolling under a copy machine. Susan flinched, and Kareem twisted her wrist to bring her to him. The pain made her knees buckle, and hot tears well in her eyes. He pulled her close and brought the knife to her face. His breath was sour. His face smelled like pungent aftershave. She didn't want to look at him, so instead she kept her eyes fixed on the knife. She could see a sliver of her reflection in the blade, a wet, red eye. "Are you scared?" Kareem asked. His British accent made the inquiry sound almost genteel. Susan knew better than to answer. Instead, she eyed the gun in Kareem's waistband, inches from her free hand. But she'd done this math before. If she went for the gun, he'd cut her throat. If she ran, he'd shoot her. With one arm hanging limp and useless, she didn't stand a chance at overpowering him. "You're not scary," a voice said from the door. Susan looked over, hardly daring to trust her ears. Archie stood in the doorway, with a gun in his hand pointed at Kareem, but her elation deflated as she took in the rest. Archie's pallor was corpse-like, and he was soaked with blood from his ribs to his knees. He was braced against the door jamb as if he needed the support to stay standing. Kareem reacted instantly, moving her in front of him and lowering the blade to the center of her throat, wrenching Susan's shoulder in the process. "You okay?" Archie asked her. Susan took a few breaths as the pain subsided. "I think my shoulder's dislocated, but yeah," she said. He had lost a lot of blood, and he had still come after her. "How about you?" "Fine," he said. He gave her a weak smile. "Why?" "You've just come to chat, have you?" Kareem asked, sounding irritated. "Thanks for reminding me," Archie said, his eyes flicking from Susan to Kareem. The instant Archie looked at Kareem, Susan saw all the warmth in Archie's face evaporate. "You're under arrest," Archie told Kareem. "You have the right to remain silent." He leaned a shoulder against the door jamb. Susan could tell he had tried to do it casually, but he was clearly wobbly on his feet. Archie cleared his throat. "Anything you say or do can and will be held against you in a court of law. You have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be provided at no cost." Archie's gun started to drift toward the floor. Susan saw Archie notice it and jerked the weapon back up into the general range of Kareem's head. "Do you understand these rights as I've explained them to you?" Archie asked Kareem. This wasn't good. Susan could see in Archie's eyes that this wasn't good. She glanced behind Archie, expecting Henry to appear, or Leo, or Sanchez, or anyone. But there was no one else. Archie had come alone. What had happened to those sirens they had all heard approaching? Susan felt a knot of dread like a fist in her chest. Archie was bleeding badly. His face looked like her father's had in the hours before he died, like he knew, like half of him had already gone. With a terrible sinking feeling, Susan realized that Archie couldn't save her. He couldn't even save himself. "Can I ask," Kareem inquired of Archie, "have you ever been shot before?" Susan watched Archie, riveted. His hand was now clawed around the door jamb, supporting his weight. He blinked slowly at Kareem. "Interestingly enough, no," Archie said. "You've lost half your blood, mate," Kareem said. "You're in shock. You can barely walk. Your brain's not getting oxygen. Your organs are going to start shutting down. You think you can shoot straight? If you'd stayed immobile and received treatment, you'd probably have made it. But now—" Kareem made a show of checking his watch. "Your golden hour is almost up." Susan swallowed a sob, and the blade stung at her neck. "Archie," she said. She tried to smile through her tears. "It's okay." She didn't want him to die. Not because of her. "You can go," she said. Her voice cracked as she said it. "Go back and get help." Archie gave her a small, sad smile, like he knew something she didn't. Then his eyes lifted back to Kareem. Kareem tightened his grip on Susan's wrist, pulling painfully at her dislocated shoulder. Her eyes burned with tears, but she didn't cry out. She didn't make a sound. She swallowed all of it. "I have something that you want," Archie said to Kareem. He took his hand off the door jamb, put his full weight against his shoulder, and dug his hand into his pants pocket. He wavered slightly on his feet, like someone who is drunk but doesn't want anyone to catch on. Susan willed him to stay upright, because if he fell, she had the feeling he wasn't going to be able to get up. Archie extended his hand and jingled a large set of keys. Susan felt Kareem lean forward. "Jack's keys," Archie said. He indicated the damage-strewn room. "That's what you've been looking for, I assume. The key to the exit." Kareem was breathing loudly through his nose. The keys glittered. Archie jangled them again like someone teasing a cat. "Toss them to me," Kareem said. Archie opened his hand and let the keys fall. They landed a few feet from his toes. His eyes stayed on Kareem. "Oops," Archie said. Kareem let go of Susan's wrist, and she felt him reach behind her back and pull the gun from his waistband. The gunmetal scraped along her spine as he drew the weapon and pointed it at Archie. He kept it trained on Archie as he switched hands, exchanging the hilt of the knife to his offhand and the gun in his right. The blade itched at Susan's neck, and she tried not to swallow, her bad arm now hanging limply at her side. Kareem pressed behind her, forcing her forward, his body pushing her, the blade biting at her skin. Susan managed to take her bad arm by the wrist with her other hand to try to keep it steady, but she still winced each time they took a step. Her throat stung where the blade had nicked her flesh. She concentrated on Archie. Walking to Archie. If she made it, she told herself, she got to go home. She got to go home, to Jefferson Starship, and cherry incense and bliss, and her caramel apples. She got to sleep on her futon bed, and she'd take life more seriously, write a real book, and maybe she'd finally learn how to play guitar. She'd choose a direction, like Bliss had said. Susan didn't mind Jefferson Starship, really. She'd always secretly liked that band. Archie nodded at her, coaxing her toward him. She wanted to believe that he had a plan, that he was stronger than he looked. But the closer she got, the direr his condition seemed. Kareem was right. Archie could barely stand. If she made it to him, Susan told herself, she'd hold him up. That was all he needed. Someone to lean against. They would both get to go home. The knife nicked her flesh again, and Susan winced, feeling a thread of blood trickle down her neck. Kareem pushed her forward another step. They were still a few feet shy of Archie when Kareem jerked to a stop, wrenching Susan's shoulder again. She bit her lip from the pain. "Get them," Kareem said. She looked at Archie. He gave her a slight nod. The ring of keys was on the floor. There were maybe 40 keys affixed to a black horseshoe-shaped charm. Kareem lowered Susan forward, the blade still at her neck, his gun still trained on Archie. Again, Archie gave Susan an encouraging nod. She extended her good arm, fingers straining for the keys. She recognized the horseshoe charm. It was Hermes. Jack had probably spent $300 on it. She told herself that if she could just touch it, she could keep it. It was a horseshoe. It would bring her luck. She had to battle for every inch. Kareem held her uncomfortably close, folding his body over hers as she leaned lower for the keys, his armpit at her ear, the knife at her throat. The smell of his aftershave had turned sour with sweat. As she bent over, her t-shirt and pants parted, and she felt the bare flesh of her lower spine touch the buttons of his shirt, and she flinched at the intimate sensation. She strained for that horseshoe. It was still beyond her fingertips, and she stretched as far as she could as Kareem slowly extended the knife forward to allow her more movement. She sobbed despite herself, and he laughed and pushed into her from behind, and she could feel the hardness of him pressing between her legs. She kept her head down, not wanting Archie to see her face. Her fingers touched the horseshoe. It was black rubber, with 4 little white squares along each side, and a white squiggle at the top of the hump. It was the kind of squiggle that kids use to indicate a bird in a drawing. The white bird's wings were open. It was flying right at her. She just needed another millimeter, and she'd have it. The blade pressed against her throat, and she heard the chilling sound of the sharpened metal scraping against her own flesh. She felt something wet crawl down her collarbone under her t-shirt and into her bra. But she didn't know if it was blood or sweat. She had the keys in her hand. As her fingers closed around the horseshoe, she felt Kareem's right arm brace against her shoulder. It was a tiny movement, nothing anyone would have noticed. But their bodies were so close that Susan could actually feel him plant his stance and adjust his shooting arm ever so slightly. Susan didn't have time to think. She jammed her elbow back hard into Kareem's solar plexus the instant before he fired. Kareem grunted in pain, and the knife dropped a fraction of a centimeter, but it was enough. Susan was able to duck out from under his arm. She lifted her head to see if Archie had been hit. Archie was still in the doorway, gun raised. The moment she was out of Kareem's reach, Archie fired. The gunshot reverberated off every concrete surface. Susan dropped to the floor. She was still on her hands and knees, her bad arm dragging on the floor, when Kareem swooped behind her and wrenched her upward. She struggled to free herself, but he took hold of her wrist and twisted her arm so hard she put her head back and yowled. She was still whimpering when Kareem pushed her, face first, into the wall next to the door, and held her there. She glanced frantically to her left and saw Archie still in the doorway. He was even paler now, almost waxen. His gun was still trained on Kareem, the end of the barrel close enough that Susan could have touched it. But Archie's arm had sunk from a 90-degree angle to a 70-degree angle. His eyes were anguished. Susan could see him straining to raise the weapon, but he didn't seem to have the strength. "The gun's getting heavy, isn't it?" Kareem asked Archie, his voice smug. "Your head's swimming. You don't have the strength to pull the trigger." Archie fired again. Susan closed her eyes and braced herself. Kareem's body jerked, but the knife didn't leave her throat. Then she heard the sickening sound of Kareem's laugh. She forced herself to open her eyes. Archie was sinking to the floor. He'd used the last of his strength to shoot Kareem, and he'd hit him. Susan had felt the impact. She strained around to see Kareem, and he rotated her roughly so that they were face to face. Kareem lifted his arm and showed her the tear and streak of blood where Archie had managed to graze Kareem's bicep. Susan hated him. She could feel the contempt form on her face, and she didn't try to hide it. She looked toward Archie. He was trying to stand again, then stumbled sideways and leaned back against the wall to the left of the door and started to slide to the floor. The gun fell from his hand onto the concrete. Susan's throat felt swollen, like it might close entirely. Archie tried once more to stand, failed, and came to a rest in a sitting position, legs akimbo in front of him, back against the wall. He looked up at Susan, and his eyes filled with tears. His lips were colorless, and his expression was puzzled. "Sorry," Archie muttered. Susan was shaking uncontrollably now. Kareem pulled her into the doorway and sandwiched her against the door jamb, and then, to Susan's horror, he pressed his gun against Archie's forehead. "I could kill you," Kareem snarled at Archie. Then he bent his elbow and lifted the gun. "But instead, I'm going to leave you here to die." Kareem's breathing came in halting rasps. He was pressed against her hard, worming his pelvis against her, trying to open her legs, but Susan kept her thighs clamped shut. Kareem holstered the knife into his waistband and socked her hard between her legs. Susan cried out, and Kareem forced his hand into the front of her pants. He grinned, his face glistening with sweat. He wasn't even looking at Susan. This was for Archie. Kareem clawed his hooked hand against her underpants, digging to get inside her, even as she clenched her body tight to resist him. He was going to hurt her badly. But what bothered Susan the most was that Archie would have to watch it. "I want you to spend the next few minutes thinking about what I'm going to do to her," Kareem said in a low, nasty voice. "I'm going to take my time. We're going to have a lot of fun together." He grabbed her flesh through the underwear and twisted it, and Susan wailed in anguish. He grinned cruelly. This was what turned him on, not sex, but pain. "I'll fuck her raw before I gut her," Kareem said. Kareem paused and cocked his head. Then he lifted a foot and gave Archie's arm a kick. "You still awake, mate?" he asked. Archie didn't respond. This wasn't happening, Susan told herself. This was all a bad dream. "I'll fuck her," Kareem spat at Archie. "And I'll make her say your name." Susan felt his hand release her and then fumble with opening his own pants. She glanced down at Archie. She couldn't see his face anymore, but one hand was motionless, palm up on the floor, and one leg was splayed lifeless in front of him. Susan heard Kareem unzip his pants, and she sucked in a lungful of air, determined not to give him the satisfaction of crying. She looked up at the ceiling, bit her lip, and steeled herself against whatever was coming. Kareem pinned her against the door jamb again. Archie was slumped on the floor just feet away. Kareem lowered his face to Susan's shoulder and licked her. When he lifted his head, there was blood around his mouth. He scraped the knife down her throat, like he was giving her a shave. "Say, fuck me, Archie," Kareem said. Susan was so horrified she couldn't even speak. For a second, she thought she might throw up. Kareem frowned at her, his dark eyes murderous. Then he stepped back and gave Archie a kick. Susan couldn't see Archie well enough from her position to see Kareem make contact, but when Kareem brought his foot back, the toe was covered in blood. He'd kicked Archie in his wound. Archie hadn't even whimpered. "Say it, or I'll kill him now," Kareem said. Susan was sobbing. She didn't know what to do, but she knew that the sooner they got this over with, the sooner he'd kill her. "Fuck me," she said weakly. She could see Archie's leg, his dirty brown shoe. She hoped he couldn't hear this. She hoped he was unconscious. She hoped he was dead. She looked at the ceiling. "Fuck me," she sobbed. The next word stuck in her throat, but she choked it out. "Archie." "Since you asked for it," Kareem said, and he jammed his hand in her pants again, his stiff fingers trying to penetrate her, his face a terrible snarl. She heard herself moaning in pain. She had to go limp. She had to force her body to relax. It wouldn't hurt as much that way. Not this part, anyway. With a whimper of surrender, vomit rising in her throat, Susan made herself soft under his grip. She let her muscles uncoil. Kareem saw it instantly. He grunted and started fumbling to get her pants down as his erection pressed against her pelvic bone. "Say it again," Kareem said, panting. Susan would win in the end. She would show Kareem. She was going to ruin this for him. She was going to die quickly. "Fuck me, Archie," she said again. There was a flash of light, and something hot sprayed across Susan's face. It was in her eyes, her mouth. She blinked, speechless and immobile, as the red spray continued, spurting on her chin, her neck, her shoulders. Had Kareem cut her? With a sharp enough blade, it would take a minute before you'd feel the pain. Was she bleeding to death right now? She heard Kareem's gun drop to the floor. He was looking right at her, his dark eyes boring into hers. Blood gurgled from a slice on his throat, a red slash like a smile. He leaned forward, his face folding toward hers like he was going to kiss her. She turned her head sharply and squeezed her eyes shut. He stayed against her for a moment, his nose pressed against her cheek, radiating that sour smell. She could hear a sputtering sound that she realized was coming not from his lips, but from his throat. Then his head slid wetly down her body, her chest and belly, as he sank to the floor, his face finally coming to rest between her knees. Susan kicked him off her and heard him fall backward, his skull hitting the floor with a thud. Then Susan opened her eyes. Standing where Kareem had stood, her bloody scalpel gleaming in her hand, was Gretchen Lowell. Susan's eyes automatically went to Archie. He was still slumped against the wall near her feet, eyes half open, staring straight ahead. Gretchen wiped her scalpel on her skirt. "Do I have to do everything?" she asked wearily. Susan could barely breathe. She had to get to Archie, to see if he was okay. She inched around the door jamb and lowered herself at Archie's side. His gun was on the floor by his thigh. Susan didn't give herself time to think or hesitate. She reached across him, picked up the gun with her good hand, spun around, and pointed it up at Gretchen. Susan was breathing through snot and tears, and she knew it sounded like crying. But she was not afraid. She was furious. She had fired a gun once at a range. She knew how to line up the sights. She knew how to brace herself for recoil. Archie was dying, and Gretchen had done it. Gretchen hadn't fired the gun, but she'd brought them both to that island. Susan was certain that Gretchen had orchestrated this whole thing somehow. Gretchen arched an eyebrow. She didn't look scared or surprised or even mildly inconvenienced. It made Susan loathe her even more. "You're not going to shoot me, Pigeon," Gretchen said with a sigh. "I just saved your life." Susan pulled the trigger. She braced herself, but there was no recoil. No bang. Just a small, hollow click. Gretchen didn't even blink. A sob was stuck in Susan's throat. She kept the gun aimed at Gretchen, but now her hands were shaking with frustration, making it even harder to steady the weapon. "There were only 2 bullets," Gretchen said. Susan squeezed the trigger again and again, willing it to fire, but each time it just clicked uselessly. Gretchen crossed in front of Susan and knelt next to Archie. Susan kept the gun trained at her head, because even an empty gun was better than no gun at all. Gretchen placed 2 fingers on Archie's throat, and Susan squeezed the trigger again. This time she didn't hear the click. There was a noise coming from somewhere. A distant, grinding hum that echoed off the concrete walls. It sounded like a dental drill or power tools. Susan inhaled quickly. That's what it was. The cops were trying to get them through the locked tunnel door. Gretchen must have heard the sound, too, but her face didn't register it. She was concentrating on Archie. She withdrew her fingers from his neck and lifted up one of Archie's eyelids. He didn't react. His eyes remained fixed and unfocused. His face was splotchy with varying shades of ash. Susan's eyes burned. Help was so close. It couldn't be too late. She could barely bring herself to speak. "Is he alive?" she asked. Gretchen didn't answer. She turned and seemed to scrutinize Susan. Even in this situation, Susan found herself fascinated by her. Even covered with blood, Gretchen looked like a movie star. Her hands were gloved with red. The white polyester dress was so stained it looked like it was patterned with roses. Gretchen reached over and plucked Archie's gun from Susan's hands and set it on the floor. They were so close that Susan could see the tiny earring holes in Gretchen's earlobes. Gretchen put one hand on Susan's upper arm and the other on top of Susan's bad shoulder. Susan cringed from pain, afraid to move. "Don't touch me," she said. Gretchen's grip tightened, and she pressed Susan's shoulder to the wall and simultaneously snapped Susan's arm forward. Susan howled. The pain bloomed outward from her shoulder, all the way to her scalp and toes. It made her hair stand up and the marrow in her bones dry up. Then, just as suddenly, it was over. The pain was gone. Susan, panting and sweating, tears streaming down her face, cautiously inspected her arm. She lifted it carefully and bent it back and forth at the elbow. She rotated her shoulder. The joint was back in the socket. Gretchen had returned her attention to Archie. She held his bloodless face in her hands, a sad smile on her lips, her eyes glistening. Then she leaned forward and gently kissed him on the cheek. It was so tender that Susan nearly believed that Gretchen was actually experiencing an emotion. Something deep in Susan's stomach twisted. Was Archie dead? Susan covered her mouth with her hand and shook her head, not wanting to believe it. Archie couldn't be dead. But there was so much blood, and he was so still and pale. She looked at Kareem, who lay in a fetal position in the doorway. His eyes were also half open. His face was waxen. A puddle of dark red blood encircled his head. They were both dead. Susan turned desperately back to Archie, only to find Gretchen was scrutinizing her again. Blood spatter spotted Gretchen's cheeks and neck like red freckles. The sadness Susan had thought she'd seen in her eyes was gone, if it had ever been there. Gretchen looked at Susan with the same mix of superiority and queenly detachment that she always did. Susan's lip trembled as she looked pleadingly at Gretchen, waiting for an answer, and at the same time not wanting to hear it. Gretchen didn't offer any answers. Instead, she stood up and began adjusting the skirt of the blood-stained white dress. Susan reached for Archie's hand, hoping it would be warm. It was cool to the touch and sticky with blood. She could still hear the hum of power tools and something else. The frantic beating of someone banging on a metal door. "They'll be here soon," Gretchen said. "Best get him on his back on the floor and keep his knees up." Susan gazed up at Gretchen, confused. A tiny pang of hope fluttered in her chest. "It's just a little hypovolemic shock, dear," Gretchen said. Archie was alive. Susan made a sound somewhere between a giggle and a sob and hunched over Archie. His skin was clammy and mottled. His eyes were still half-opened and unseeing. How could someone bleed that much and survive? There were 2 red fingerprints on his neck where Gretchen had touched him. Susan pressed her own fingertips on top of the spots. Her heart was pounding so hard it was difficult to detect anything else. Then she felt it, a faint pulse. Susan started to cry. "Keep him warm," Gretchen said, sweeping past Susan and plucking the ring of keys off the floor. She pocketed the keys, produced a nurse's cap, and began affixing the cap to the top of her blonde head. Gretchen was leaving. The thought flooded Susan with relief, followed by an immediate knot of dread. Gretchen was going to leave her here with Archie. But Susan didn't know what to do, how to take care of him. Keep him warm? With what? "This was fun," Gretchen said gaily. She frowned a little. "I don't know what I'm going to do next year to top it." She gave Susan a curt smile, stood up a little straighter, and stepped through the door. Susan looked helplessly at the empty space where Gretchen had been. "Wait," she said weakly. But the word was swallowed by the sound of the power tools. For a moment, Susan couldn't move. She didn't know how to take care of someone. She couldn't even take care of herself. She couldn't lay him down. She'd hurt him, make it worse. She had told Jeff Heil he wouldn't die. She had said it again and again as he slipped away in her arms. She was supposed to take care of Pearl, and look what had happened to her. Then Susan's eyes fell on a round metal object on the floor by Archie's hip, near her knee. It looked like it had fallen out of Archie's pocket. Reflexively, Susan snatched it up. She thought it was a pillbox. But when she pressed the little latch, the top popped up, revealing the face of a compass. The hand was trembling, pointing north. Don't worry about the direction. Just move. Susan snapped the compass closed, stretched her arm around Archie's shoulders, and began to slowly ease him fully onto the floor. She anticipated him to groan or wince or cry out, but his face remained lifeless. When he was flat on his back, she crawled around his body and bent and lifted each of his knees. His hands were at his sides on the concrete. She reached for one to give it a squeeze. It felt cool and dead, like refrigerated meat. Susan lifted it and held it to her chest, trying to warm it. She glanced around the ransacked room. There was nothing to cover him with. She lifted the other hand, sticky with blood all the way to his elbow, and pressed it against her chest and neck. 3 hikers had gotten lost once on Mount Hood, and they'd kept each other alive through a snowstorm by staying pressed up against each other through the night. Susan stretched out next to Archie, wrapped her arms around his chest, and curled her body around his. The tiny hairs on her arms stood up, and her skin goose-pimpled as a chill instantly radiated down to her toes. She felt something wet, and she realized that the pool of Kareem's blood was slowly spreading under them. Susan gripped Archie tighter. The compass was still in her hand, hard and smooth against her palm. "We'll be fine," she told him. Then she reached down and slid the compass back into Archie's pocket. Chapter 44. Archie comes to consciousness, gasping for air. Leo and Star are gone, and he is alone in the guest house bedroom. His head is pounding, but he remembers everything. It unfolds in his mind like a kinetoscope. Star coming down the stairs, Leo washing blood off in the sink, Leo putting his arm around Archie's neck. Archie props himself up on his elbows. Susan is in danger. She is on the island. "They're using her to control me," Leo had said. "You have to find her and get her out of here." The room spins. Archie grasps the bedpost and pulls himself into a seated position. Everything is undulating, throbbing along with his pulse. How long has he been out? Archie's eyes move to the bedroom window. He can see between the drapes that it is still dark. Maybe it's only been a few minutes. Maybe there's still time. He doesn't know. He doesn't even know why Leo did this to him, and right now he doesn't care. He knows that Susan needs him. That is enough. Using the bed for leverage, he hauls himself upright until he is bent over and dizzy, but standing. He glances around the room for a landline, but doesn't see one. He has to get downstairs. His head is already clearing. By the time he gets down the stairs, he is lucid. The guest house is quiet. The lights downstairs are low. Archie makes his way carefully through the living room and out the front door. The catering van is gone. He fumbles for the mask in his pocket and puts it on, and then moves briskly down a path leading through the grounds. The party is still going. He can hear the music coming from around the house. The lamplights and torches are like bright stars in the yard. But he doesn't see anyone else. No caterers or partygoers. It's like this part of the grounds has been closed to guests. The path in front of Archie forks in two. So many of the gravel garden paths split and meander and double back on themselves that Archie has to glance around to get his bearings. He doesn't want to lose time. That's when he sees her. He stops in his tracks. She's not on a path. She's in the woods. But there is an accent spotlight angled up to illuminate a tree, and it catches her briefly in its glow. She is wearing a slinky red gown and a gold mask that glitters as she crosses the beam of light. Her hair is long and dark, but Archie would know her anywhere. It's Gretchen Lowell. Archie knows every inch of her body. He recognizes the angle of her head, the contour of her shoulders, her carriage. But he knows she must be a hallucination, that he's gone too long without oxygen, that his eyes are playing tricks on him. Yet, there she is, right in front of him. She doesn't see him. He's sure of this. Her attention is focused elsewhere, up ahead. Archie follows her gaze and sees a flash of movement 30 feet in front of her, and realizes that she's following somebody. She looks so real. Archie takes a step after her. Then she's gone, out of the light, like she was never there. Archie panics despite himself. He steps off the path and hurries across the grounds toward the lake, toward the place where she had been. He scans the tree line, black foliage, the odd angles where accent lights cut through the darkness. He's not sure what he wants more. To see her and know he's not crazy, or to not see her and know he is. He stays off the paths, stepping around plants, trying to stay in the dark. As he gets closer to the empty spotlight, he sees a faint greenish glow through the trees and knows where he is. 2 gargoyle lamps light the entrance down to the pool and boathouse. Archie stops. The music is muffled. The party seems distant. He peers around one of the lamps, but the stairs down the hillside are dark. The pool glows luminescent green. More gargoyle lamps light the path from the pool to the boathouse. Each throws a circle of light on the stone deck, leaving the gargoyle on top in shadow, a hunched silhouette like a carrion bird waiting for meat. Archie thinks he sees a shape dart past one of the lamps, a flash of red. He steps back into the darkness, heart pounding. Why would she be here? On the island. But he knows she has come for him. He is supposed to go down there. He is supposed to follow her. And then, in a moment of clarity that surprises even him, Archie thinks, no. He looks back in the direction of the house. The lights are just visible through the trees. Susan is back there somewhere, along with a host of dangers. Razor Byrne, who was practically wearing a lanyard that said sexual predator, the Russian, who looked like he knew how to kill someone with his kneecaps, and Jack, who had $1 billion drug business to protect. Then there was Leo. He had choked Archie unconscious. Who knew what he was capable of? Susan, Archie knows, will not be safe until she is off that island. Archie starts walking, away from the stairs, away from phantom images at the edge of lamps. He doesn't know if Susan is somewhere on the grounds or in the house. He hopes they have her at the party, because if she's in the house, he won't stand a chance, especially without a weapon. He'll search the party, and if she's not there, he'll make a run for the bridge. So Archie follows the music. He can smell plants as he passes them, lavender and rosemary and lemon thyme. He focuses on Susan. 100 feet ahead, Archie can see the torches and the shadows of partygoers moving in and out of their glow. Broadleaf plants tear under his feet. This part of the landscaping is lit with pink gel cans that make everything blush-colored. His mask itches. His shirt cuffs are pink. If he can't find Susan quickly, he tells himself again, then he will go to the bridge and hail the surveillance team, even if it costs Leo the operation. A sound makes Archie stop short. Maybe it isn't a sound. Maybe it's a movement, a shuddering of leaves, but something sets off an alarm deep in Archie's lizard brain. The vegetation parts, and Archie catches a glimpse of pink light reflected on the scales. A snake. Archie's spine goes rigid. The pink lights illuminate the ground just enough to reveal a creature as thick as Archie's arm. It's too big to be anything native. It has to have been intentionally released at some point on the island. Archie doesn't have an irrational fear of snakes. He has a rational fear of huge fucking snakes. He takes another step, but stops again as his foot hits a log of thick, coiled, reptilian muscle. Archie feels the snake curl around his ankle. Archie lifts his leg off the ground and kicks it in the air like it's on fire. The snake has not managed to secure itself yet, and Archie is able to shake it free. As soon as it lets go, Archie pivots and lunges away. He manages to cover 20 feet in 3 steps before he loses his balance and falls. It takes him what feels like minutes to hit the ground. Even then, he doesn't get his hands out in time. He expects to hit vegetation, soft ground, so he's surprised when his head smacks hard against something on the way down. He sees stars, but somehow manages to end up on his hands and knees in the dirt. He's lost his mask. He's no longer bathed in pink light, so he grapples with a hand for what he's hit, both to figure out what it is and to hold on to something. The information comes to him in fragments. A dog-sized figure, cast in concrete. Bat-like wings, tucked among the plants like a garden gnome. Archie can just make out its silhouette through the thickening haze. A gargoyle, hunched and waiting for meat. Archie feels blood dripping down the side of his face. He clings to the wing of the statue, trying to stay upright, but the garden is rotating around him, the inertia pulling him away. He loses hold and sinks backward into the foliage. He knows the symptoms of a concussion, but the ringing in his ears is making it hard to think. He can feel his consciousness fading. Susan. He has to remember. He says her name again and again as the blackness takes him until her name stops making sense, until he can't remember anymore where he was going or why. The sky above him is like velvet. Where was he going? He can feel the plants under and around him, soft leaves and earth under his fingers. His eyes are closed, but he can still see an image. It's like a photograph on the inside of his eyelids. The gargoyle lamps on either side of the stairs leading down to the boathouse. He can smell the lake. That's where he was going. The boathouse. He has to get down the stairs to the boathouse. He doesn't remember why. Chapter 45. Susan's ear hurt. It had taken 14 stitches to close the skin over the cartilage where Kareem had sliced her with the knife. Now she'd never be an earring model. They hadn't spared on bandages. The entire side of her head was enveloped in gauze and tape. Her left arm was in a sling. She looked like she'd just gotten back from World War I. Susan ran a finger along the edge of the bandage on her head. The tape itched, and she couldn't really hear out of that ear. Her mother said something. "What?" Susan asked, turning to peer at Bliss, who sat in a hospital armchair, knitting with neon pink yarn. "Don't pick at it," Bliss said. Bliss's patchwork cargo pants were tucked into purple sheepskin boots, and she was wearing a black Occupy Wall Street t-shirt. She'd brought a plate of caramel apples, which sat on a tray one of the nurses had rolled in. Bliss's wooden knitting needles made a familiar clicking sound that Susan found comforting. Those first few hours, when they'd given Susan the good pain meds and she was drifting in and out, she liked hearing that sound every time she came to. It meant her mother was nearby. "I thought they were coming to discharge me," Susan said. She was already dressed. Bliss had brought her clothes to change into, a blue and white batik blouse that Bliss had given Susan 4 years ago and that she'd never worn, green corduroy pedal pushers, and an ancient pair of Keens that Susan had bought at Goodwill to wear when she went beachcombing one summer for a story for the Herald. She looked ridiculous, and the shoes smelled faintly of rotting seaweed, but Bliss didn't seem to notice. "They said soon," Bliss said. She smiled approvingly. "Your sling matches the shirt." They'd said soon an hour ago. Susan still had the IV port in her hand. A small bruise had formed where the needle pierced her skin. Archie's blood had taken a long time to come off her hands. They'd let Susan take a shower after she swore not to get the bandage wet, and Susan had washed her hands raw under the hot water until every speck of blood was gone. But now she saw a faint line of red at the edge of her nail bed. Susan curled her hand. "I smell like hospital soap," she said to her mother. "How does your shoulder feel?" Bliss asked. Susan rotated her shoulder gently. The doctors had done an MRI and seemed to think she'd be fine. She was lucky, they told her, that someone with medical training had performed what they called a closed reduction before long-term damage was done. "My shoulder's fine," she said, hopping off the bed. She walked to the window. "And your vagina?" Bliss asked. Susan blushed despite herself. "It kind of throbs," Susan said. Kareem had bruised her, but an examination had shown that he'd never gotten his vicious little hands inside her. "Luckily my vagina had titanium doors," she added. "It's those Kegel exercises I taught you," Bliss said. You could almost see all of the east side from her hospital room up on the hill at OHSU. The complex loomed above the city at the top of a winding road. Serious cases, like Archie, arrived by helicopter. There were no mountains on the horizon today. The cloud cover blotted them off the landscape as if they had never existed. "I want to see Archie," Susan said. The clicking stopped. "I know," Bliss said. Susan scratched at the fine scrape on her neck. It hadn't needed stitches. A fine crust of scab had already formed at the places where Kareem's blade had nicked her flesh. "Don't pick," her mother said, and the clicking started again. Henry had stopped by with updates. Archie was out of surgery in the recovery room. They knew that much. But Susan wouldn't feel right until she saw him. In the distance, the OHSU aerial tram glided silently up the hill, over the houses of John's Landing. It carried hospital workers and patients from the medical buildings at the top of the hill to the medical buildings OHSU had at the south waterfront. It had been controversial at first. No one in John's Landing wanted it built. But Susan thought the silver, egg-like tram had a strange, graceful beauty. "She's long gone by now," Susan said to her mother, and they both knew who she meant. Chapter 46. Susan was still at the window when Leo Reynolds walked into her hospital room. She had been expecting some news about Archie, or the nurse with her discharge papers, and her face must have registered a flicker of disappointment because Leo stopped dead in his tracks. He stood just inside the door, hands in the pockets of his smart-looking suit. There was an awkwardness to his bearing that Susan had never seen before. His easy confidence had an edge of nervousness to it. "Come in," she said. He glanced at Bliss. Susan's mother made a humming sound and stood up. "Well, I think I'll go find a chai latte," she said. Then she left the room without her purse. Susan stayed next to the window. Leo stayed where he was, just inside the door. The gap between their bodies felt like a canyon. "Sorry about your dad," Susan said. She knew what it was to lose a father, even a nasty one like Jack Reynolds. "Thanks," Leo said quietly. His hands were still in his pockets. He seemed drained. There were dark circles under his eyes. His shoulders hung. The jittery effect she'd noticed the last few times she'd seen him was gone. He was unusually still. He'd lost everyone in his family, she realized. His mother when he was young, and now both his siblings and his father to violence. Her eyes went automatically to Bliss's purse, her knitting materials splayed out on the seat of her chair. She missed the sound of the wooden sticks. "How are you?" Leo asked. "Fine," Susan said. She forced a laugh and pointed to her bandaged head. "This is my Halloween costume. I'm going as a World War I vet just back from the Battle of Cantigny." Susan waited a beat, but Leo didn't smile. "All the nurses thought it was funny," she said. "How are you, really?" Leo asked. "I'm fine," Susan insisted. She shrugged and winced from a twinge in her shoulder. "I'll be fine." She tried to look nonchalant. "Only with a tiny bit less ear." Leo nodded. "Good," he said. Then he cleared his throat. "I'm sorry," he said, "that you were brought into this. About what happened to you." "You didn't bring me into it," Susan said. She knew where this was going, and was in no hurry to get there. She turned to look out the cold glass again. Leo walked over to her and stood next to her, and they both looked out the window for what seemed like a long time. "Do you want me to do it?" he asked finally. Susan felt her eyes well with tears, and her throat constrict. She could barely look at him. But she made herself. She had told herself that she was going to do this like an adult. She knew what she was going to say. She'd already gone through it in her head. But now, faced with him, she couldn't find the words. She wanted to explain. She wanted an explanation. His eyes remained steady on her, waiting, all of a sudden an attentive boyfriend. It just made Susan angrier. "You didn't come after me," Susan blurted out. She could forgive Leo for abandoning her at the party, but not stepping up when she was being held hostage by a serial killer. Leo nodded. He hadn't flinched at the accusation. He'd known it was coming. "Archie did," Susan continued. "But you didn't." It sounded so selfish, said out loud. "I understand," she added quickly. "Jack was bleeding right in front of you. The cops were coming. I understand all of it." She understood. But it didn't matter. "But you didn't come." "The police arrived right after the elevator doors closed," Leo said softly, not looking at her. "They held me for questioning. They had to. It would have looked suspicious if they hadn't." She could tell that he was explaining, not offering an excuse. But Archie had made it. Leo could have, too, if he wanted to. He could have gotten onto that elevator. And there was something else that didn't make sense. "Jack is dead," Susan said. "The investigation is over. Why would your cover still need to be protected?" Leo looked at her, and there was something in his eyes that made her uneasy. "I'm Jack's successor," he said. "I can take over the business. I'll have access to the international partners now." His neck was blotchy with color, and his voice was low. "I can bring them all down." Susan searched Leo's face, but couldn't tell if he was seething with ambition or revenge. "But you're miserable," she said. Leo shook his head. He looked fevered. "This makes it all worth it," he said. "Otherwise—" He sighed, and his face changed. He looked out the window again and became circumspect. Susan hated it when people became circumspect. It was always accompanied by silence, and she always felt compelled to fill that silence. But this time, Leo spoke first. "Go ahead and say it," he said. He was right. If she didn't say it, he would. And they both knew that if he said it, she'd never be able to forgive him. Her face flushed with heat. "I think we should break up," Susan said. Leo touched her cheek, and she gazed into his ice-blue eyes. She wanted to lean into his hand, to let him wrap his hand around her skull and pull her into him. But she didn't. His hand lowered to her shoulder, and he adjusted the strap of her sling. "Okay," he said. "Okay?" Just like that? Leo leaned close to her and kissed her lightly on the cheek. His lips were cool and soft. She heard him mumble something, but the bandage on her ear muffled what he'd said. "What?" she asked. He took a step back and smiled. "I didn't hear you," Susan said. She pointed at her ear. "The bandage." "It's nothing," Leo said. He turned and walked toward the door, leaving Susan standing by the window. She opened her mouth to say something, but nothing came out. Leo was halfway across the room when he stopped. Susan's heart leapt. He was having second thoughts. He was going to turn around and profess his love for her, offer to make it work, whatever it took. "Can I have a caramel apple?" Leo said, pointing at the rolling tray. Susan's eyes went to the plate of caramel apples Bliss had laid out. "Help yourself," she said. Leo picked up an apple by its popsicle stick, leaving some caramel on the wax paper where the apple had been, and he left her. Chapter 47. The first thing Archie saw when he opened his eyes was a beautiful angel. She was dressed all in white. Her silvery wings spread out behind her, and a gold halo hovered over her chestnut hair. Her round, sweet face was peaceful, and a gentle smile played on her rosebud lips. Her eyes were on the word search book she had in her lap. "Hey, kiddo," Archie whispered hoarsely to his daughter. Sarah's eyes brightened, and as she hopped out of the chair, her halo bobbed up and down on the wire that attached it to her head of brown hair. "Daddy's awake," she announced as she scrambled to his bedside. Archie's body felt like cold black water, like a lake. He lifted his hands to see the IV port tape there and the tangle of clear tubes. Images flashed in his mind as the night before pieced back together for him. Fresh white bandages covered his bare midsection. "Susan." Panic cleaved through Archie's chest. "Susan?" he asked, trying to lift his head, his voice cracking. Ben and Debbie came into view. "She's fine," Debbie said with a reassuring smile, and relief washed over him. "Henry's here," she added, though Archie couldn't see him. "He'll explain everything soon." She was alive. Somehow, she was alive. Archie nodded. He blinked heavily at them, his eyes warm and full of grit. His body itched, and his arms felt heavy. "You're on the good stuff now," Debbie said. "Morphine. So don't worry if you fade in and out. Archie fought to keep his eyes open, training his gaze on his son, who was wearing a black turtleneck, a black beret, sunglasses, and a fake goatee. "What are you supposed to be?" Archie asked weakly. "I'm a beatnik," Ben said, glancing to a corner of the room Archie couldn't see. "Henry lent me his bongo drums." Halloween? How could it still be Halloween? "I promised I'd take them trick-or-treating after we leave," Debbie said. Archie tried to do the math, to figure out how long he'd been in that room, to sort through the memory fragments. It was all so disorienting. "You were brought here early this morning," Debbie said, reading his confusion. "You were in surgery for hours, but they say you'll make a full recovery." She had done this so many times now, the hospital vigil. She was an expert at it. "Gretchen?" Archie asked, and the name seemed to float above his bed and hover there. Debbie's pleasant features hardened. "Missing," she said. "I'm taking the kids trick-or-treating at the mall," she added pointedly. "They've told people to stay inside tonight." The words condensed in Archie's brain like a clot. Gretchen had escaped. She was still out there, somewhere. Archie could feel himself slipping away into oblivion again. He grasped for the angel's hand and touched her dress instead, the polyester smooth beneath his fingers. "Susan," Archie called out. He was groggy. Where was he? He tried to sit up and felt someone stop him. "You're in the hospital." It was Henry's voice. "Easy." He was in a blue room. The sky outside the window was a dingy slate. "Is Susan okay?" Archie asked. Henry took his hands off Archie's shoulders. "Her ear's all stitched up," he said in an automatic tone that made Archie think they had had this conversation several times before. "Her arm's in a sling and she'll come see you as soon as she's discharged, I'm sure." Archie relaxed a little, his eyes taking in his surroundings. He was in a long room with a pale blue couch and a crowd of chairs, as if extra seating had been brought in from other rooms. He saw the word search book and remembered his children being there, and Debbie. He could hear muted hospital sounds, intercom adjustments, snippets of hallway conversation. A plastic tray of half-eaten food sat near where Henry had been sitting, and the room smelled faintly of green beans and chicken. Fragments of memories began to form in his brain, seizing him by the chest. "The uniforms outside my apartment," Archie asked, trying to sit up again. "They're okay," Henry said, gently pushing Archie back. "She drugged them." "Did you get Kareem?" Archie asked. "Gretchen killed him," Henry said, pulling up a plastic chair and taking a seat next to Archie's IV pump. "We'll go through all the details when you're a little stronger." He paused, scratching at the white bristles on his chin. "One bit of business we do need to go over," he said. "Rachel's downtown. I had her held overnight as a material witness. You want her charged?" Henry had gone to his apartment just as Archie had known he would. He had found Rachel. She had told him everything. If Archie had had any shame left, he would have burned from the humiliation. But he was too tired, and Henry had witnessed his indiscretions before. "No," Archie said. Where Rachel had been involved, he had been a willing fool. "But tell her to lay low for a while," he said. "I don't think Gretchen would hurt her." He saw Gretchen in his mind, the nurse's costume splattered with blood. "But I don't know." "Your dog is at my house, by the way," Henry said. "The kid next door is staying with her. Last time I checked in, he said that she had chewed the beads off my Minnetonka moccasins." "Claire hates those shoes anyway," Archie said. He tried to smile, but it took too much strength. "How many dead at the house?" Archie asked.
10, including Jack," Henry said grimly. 11, if you count Lisa Watson. You're going to have to answer a lot of questions in the next few days."
Archie thought of the chaotic trail of blood, razor burns slashed by Gretchen and then shot by Cooper. It would take a diagram to figure it all out.
"Did Cooper make it out?"
he asked.
"Cooper?"
Henry pulled out his notebook and flipped through it. A tiny fragment of green bean was stuck to his mustache.
"We didn't find anyone by that name, alive or dead."
Archie smiled weakly. Razorburn would have died anyway, but Cooper had saved Archie's life when he'd hastened the process.
"Should we be looking for him?" Henry asked. "Was it his gun you were using?"
Archie closed his eyes.
"Archie," Henry asked from far away, "should we be looking for him?"
Henry was in deep discussion with Sanchez. For a moment, they didn't notice that Archie was awake. Archie tried to overhear what the two men were talking about, but their voices were hushed and urgent, and Archie's senses were blurred by drugs. The plastic tray was gone. The sky was denser, emulsifying into dusk. The word search book was gone. Sanchez noticed Archie first.
"Look who's up," he said,
and he and Henry both turned to Archie and headed to his bedside. Sanchez was in his FBI cap and bureau jacket, a badge on a lanyard around his neck, his weapon on his hip, and 2 Blackberries and a walkie-talkie clipped to his waistband.
"Nice costume,"
Archie said.
"You look like a real G-man."
Sanchez looked down at his ensemble and grinned.
"I was going to go as Hoover, but I couldn't find a feather boa."
Henry sat down in the plastic chair at Archie's bedside.
"Sanchez was just updating me on the manhunt," he said.
His eyebrows drew together.
"Woman hunt, whatever."
Sanchez stood next to Henry, arms crossed over his chest.
"Your girl is pretty slick at avoiding capture, but we're working with our international partners to make it as hard as possible for her."
Archie was still trying to piece everything together.
"How do you get to us?"
he asked Sanchez and Henry. Sanchez rocked back on his heels.
"The elevator was disabled right after you got down there," he said.
"The thing was reinforced with steel, Kevlar, and bulletproof fiberglass. There was no way to get down the shaft. Leo was the one who showed us how to access the tunnel. He showed us the supply cabinet with tools to get through the door. If it hadn't been for him, you'd probably still be 30 feet under that island." It appeared that Archie owed Sanchez an apology.
"Sorry, I thought you might be dirty," he said.
"Never said I wasn't," Sanchez said. "Leo thinks I am. Carl was worried about him, his allegiances. So he got my name on a list he knew would find its way into Leo's orbit. He wanted to see what the kid would do with it."
"He reported it," Archie said, "so he passed the test."
"He reported it to you," Sanchez said.
"He was supposed to report it to Carl." "Maybe he couldn't get his Ouija board to work," Archie said.
It occurred to him that it had only been 3 days since Carl had been murdered. It seemed like longer.
"What's the status of that investigation anyway? Are there any suspects?"
Henry and Sanchez exchanged looks.
"What?"
Archie asked. Henry scratched his eyebrow.
"It was Thor," he said.
Archie waited for the punchline. Henry leaned back in his chair and glanced up at Sanchez.
"As in the god of thunder?"
Archie asked.
"He also goes by Ralph Huntley when it's not Halloween," Sanchez said.
Henry shrugged.
"Ralph thought Carl was flirting with his girl," he said.
"She was dressed up as the Enchantress," Sanchez added,
"so it's within the realm of possibility." "Turns out Ralph has some anger management issues," Henry said. "The Enchantress dropped a dime on him, told detectives where to find the Beretta with his prints on it. He confessed this morning." You're saying that Carl's murder had nothing to do with Leo or Jack or any of it? Archie said. Doesn't look like it, Henry said. Archie thought about all that Carl's murder had set in motion. It had sent Archie to Leo, and because they'd been seen together, Leo had been taken back to the island. Susan had been taken to keep Leo in line, which had drawn Archie to the island, which in turn had led Gretchen there. So many were dead. All due to a past that may or may not have even happened. But at least one good thing had come of it. I'm just glad that Leo is out of there, Archie said. Henry made a coughing noise. Sanchez looked at his fingernails. Leo's staying, Henry said. It took a moment for Henry's words to register through Archie's morphine haze. You're shitting me, Archie said, narrowing his eyes at Sanchez. Leo's idea, Sanchez said, not mine. He wants to take down the entire international syndicate, he added. He might be able to do it, too. What about the whole underground narcotics warehouse thing? Archie asked. They couldn't just pretend they hadn't seen it. Not that kind of quantity. Oh, the DEA confiscated the dope, Sanchez said. They're not crazy, but that shit's on Jack. And as you know, he's toes up. So, Leo takes over the old man's shop, and the DEA has an agent in the catbird seat. What about you? Archie asked. I'm done, Sanchez said. That interagency cooperation business went out the window about the time I started protesting the decision to leave Leo in the game. The kid just lost his father. He's using drugs. I don't want him getting killed on my watch. Anyway, I think I have enough on my plate. He exhaled slowly. I have the feeling that Gretchen Lowell is going to be keeping me very busy, he said. Sanchez glanced at his watch then and straightened up. I'm supposed to be giving a press conference with the chief in 15 minutes. We want to get the word out that you're still kicking. He nudged Henry's shoulder with his elbow. You told him, right? How much worse it could have been. Henry's jaw tightened. Not yet. Sanchez beamed at Archie, apparently tickled to get to deliver the news. Doctors said that if you'd had a spleen, you would have definitely bled out, he said. You'd be dead. The fact that she had already taken it out saved your life. Sanchez shook his head in disbelief. Just perfect. Lucky me, Archie said. Sanchez eyeballed his watch again. Either of you want to give me a statement to release to the media? He asked Archie and Henry. Just make something up, Archie said. Then he remembered what Debbie had said. Are they really telling everyone to stay indoors tonight? Archie asked. The city's crawling with jokers wearing masks, Sanchez said. She could be any one of them. The fewer people in costume, the better. It was all so ridiculous. Such a waste of time. Didn't they realize that? She had gotten what she came for. Archie looked from Sanchez to Henry. Why didn't they see it? She's gone, Archie told them. Sure, she's gone, Sanchez said, extracting a small, neatly folded piece of paper from his jacket pocket with 2 fingers. For now. Sanchez held the paper out to Archie. In the meantime, I know it's not much, but you'd appreciate it even more if you knew how much paperwork it took. Archie took the piece of paper and unfolded it. It was a check made out to Archie from the FBI in the amount of $329.38. For the tuxedo, Sanchez explained. It was the least we could do. Archie laughed. It hurt, but it was the good kind of pain. Be seeing you, Sanchez said with a nod to both Henry and Archie, and he went out the door to Archie's room into the bright hospital hallway. As the door closed behind him, Archie noticed 2 uniformed patrol cops standing in the hall. It's a precaution, Henry said, and not to change the subject, but I have a call.
He pulled his phone from his pocket and showed it to Archie.
"Go ahead," Archie said.
Henry stood up and stepped away to the window to take the call. Archie watched him. He was wearing the black jeans and black cowboy boots he'd had on the day before. The pits of his black t-shirt were scalloped with sweat. The seams of his boots were edged with dirt, and the same pale yellow leaf still clung stubbornly to his heel. Henry's t-shirt was puckered with dried bloodstains. The black cotton camouflaged them, but Archie could see the hardened blood on the fabric, just as it struck him that the blood must be from him. The anemic sky darkened behind Henry. Archie watched as his friend pulled his notebook from his pants again and held it against the wall to scribble a few notes. Then Henry thanked the person who had called, hung up, and put the phone back in his pocket. Archie tried to sit up a little, immediately regretting it.
"Who was that?" he asked, wincing.
"Lab," Henry said, walking back to Archie's bedside.
"The DNA on Kareem's teaspoon matched the DNA that Robbins found on Lisa Watson's body."
"And?" Archie asked.
"And what?"
Archie examined his friend's face, looking for some hints as to what was coming. But Henry wasn't giving him anything. "You're just learning this now?" Archie asked.
"Yep,"
Henry said. He sat on the edge of Archie's bed, folded his hands, and waited. Archie struggled to understand. If Henry had only just now matched Kareem's DNA, then what had led Henry and Sanchez to the island the night before? Henry would have had no way of tracing Archie to the island. Even once Henry had heard everything from Rachel, nothing would have led him to figure out where Gretchen had taken him.
"I thought," Archie said. "I called the number," Henry said.
Archie was still. He could feel the saline and the morphine dripping into his vein, the cold, bright burn in his blood. He could feel Henry's girth on his bed, a heavy presence that seemed to anchor the bed to the floor. Archie watched as Henry wedged his hand into his pocket and pulled out a small folded piece of yellow paper, the post-it note that Archie had given Henry before Jack Reynolds's party. Henry unfolded the post-it note and held it out to Archie. Archie didn't have to look. He knew what he'd written.
"It's a telephone number," Henry said.
Archie turned his eyes to the paper, a knot hardening in his throat.
"I told you to look at that if I was gone for 24 hours, Archie said. "I came back." "And then you disappeared again," Henry said evenly. "And there I am, you and Susan both missing, and I've got Rachel, or whatever the fuck her name is, with some hysterical, convoluted story, and I've got your computer infected with malware that Nguyen tells me has been on it since August, and I don't mind telling you, I'm getting mighty concerned at this point. And then," he looked at Archie incredulously, "I remember the number. Your visa number, right? That was your joke. Only when I unfold it and look at it, I find this."
Henry held the paper close to Archie's face.
10 digits, a drop phone, untraceable. A hotline I could call if you ever got in the kind of trouble I couldn't get you out of myself.
Archie didn't move.
"So, I called it," Henry said.
He was looking at Archie intently, his skeptical blue eyes watching him, cataloging his reactions. The shadows in the room seemed longer, the air thicker. Archie swallowed.
"Did she pick up?"
Archie asked hesitantly. Henry shook his head, his face shining with amazement.
"She did," he said. "She told me you were on the island, that Kareem murdered Lisa Watson, among others, and that both you and Susan were in mortal danger. She even sounded a little concerned."
A sharp knock on the hospital door made both men turn. "You guys decent?" Claire's voice called.
Henry looked back at Archie, and the gravity of his gaze made Archie's spine hurt. Then Henry crumpled the post-it note in his hand and rolled the balled-up paper between his palms until it was the size of a marble. "Come in," he called at the door. Claire walked in, gnawing at the side of a caramel apple. "We're done," Henry said to her, standing up. "You ready to go home?" "I have never been more ready to go home," Claire said, coming around to Archie's bed and kissing Henry on the mouth. She gave Archie a supportive smile. "You look better. You should have seen yourself when we first found you two. You looked like you'd been dead for hours." Archie didn't like to think of Susan having to see him like that. "She must have been terrified," he said. "No," Claire said. "She was focused. She was holding you to keep your body temp from tanking. She probably saved your life." Archie tried to remember, but the last image he saw in his mind was Kareem threatening Susan, Archie firing the gun. "I don't remember that," he said. Claire frowned. "You always miss the good stuff, don't you?" "Do I?" Archie asked. Claire sighed and bent down and kissed Archie on the forehead. "Get some sleep," she said. "We'll come back in the morning once my ankles have returned to a semblance of their normal shape." "I look forward to it," Archie said. "And remember, Ginger needs to sleep in the bed. It's what she's used to." Henry hesitated. "You want me to stay?" he asked Archie. "I can sleep on the couch, so you have someone around. Between the cats and the corgi, it doesn't sound like there will be room for me in bed anyway." Archie considered the offer. The truth was, he wouldn't have minded the company, and he still had a lot of questions. But Claire was giving him the evil eye. She needed Henry more than he did anyway. "You two go home together," Archie said. "I'll be okay." Claire grinned widely and tightened her arm around Henry's waist. "Catch," Henry said, tossing Archie the balled-up post-it note from his hand. Archie caught it. "I never called the number," he said to Henry, his fist tightening around the small paper ball. "I didn't even know it worked. It was something she gave me a long time ago." Henry put his arm around Claire, who Archie could tell was pretending not to understand their conversation. "Good thing, I guess," Henry said. "Oh," Claire said to Archie, as if she'd just remembered something. "Star says you two are even, by the way." "Star," Archie said. "Your stripper friend?" Claire said brightly. "She says hi, and that you're even." Archie tried to think what that could mean, and how it had come to pass that he even had a stripper friend. "Okay," he said. "I'll explain later," Henry told him. Archie watched as they left the room arm in arm. Archie was pretty sure he saw Claire give Henry's ass a squeeze as they went out. A nurse in pink scrubs and a pair of fuzzy white rabbit ears on her head was checking Archie's vitals. "Sorry I woke you," she whispered apologetically, her rabbit ears bobbing. Archie blinked blearily. It was dark outside, and the lights in his room had been adjusted to their dimmest setting, giving the space a faint golden glow, just enough light to find the bathroom, and not enough to read by. "What time is it?" he muttered. 11:30, she said. "Halloween's almost over." She returned her gaze to the blood pressure cuff on his arm, and Archie saw a figure curled on the love seat under the window over her shoulder. He thought it was Henry, until he saw the black and white hair. "She's been here for hours," the nurse whispered. She removed the cuff, jotted down the blood pressure reading in his chart, and then stood. "I'll let you get back to sleep," she said with a mild smile. She walked to the door and paused. Her long ears threw a shadow on the blue wall. "Want the lights off?" she called softly. "No," Archie said, his eyes still on Susan. "You can leave them how they are."
The rabbit nurse left noiselessly, leaving the lights on their muted setting. Archie used the remote on the side of his bed to adjust the mattress angle slightly so he could see Susan a little better. She was wearing clothes he'd never seen her in before. Strange pants, and a shirt that looked like something someone would bring back from an island vacation. The low light was just enough to illuminate the features of her face, serene with sleep, blemished only by the stark white bandage that covered her ear. Her knees were curled to her chest, her head was resting on one hand like a child, and her other arm, the one in the sling, was draped across her belly. He could see her breathing, the slight rise and fall of her body against the baby blue fabric of the couch. He watched her for a long time. Sometimes her bare feet would twitch, or she would go to move her bad arm in her sleep, and then her face would tense, and her arm would settle back against her side. Archie liked having her here. He could have watched her all night. He didn't even see her open her eyes. He was just watching her, and after a while he became aware that she was watching him, too. Her breathing hadn't changed, her body was still, but her green eyes were wide and alert. Then she sat up and yawned. "I guess I fell asleep," she said. "I guess so," Archie said. "What time is it?" Susan asked, looking around. "Late," Archie said. "How are you?" Susan put a hand on her shoulder. "My shoulder's okay. They said I might have had permanent damage if she hadn't fixed it when she did." "She?" Archie asked. Then the implication hit him. "You mean Gretchen?" "Yeah," Susan said, flustered. "Sorry, I forgot you were unconscious. She fixed it before she left." Archie felt a prickling sensation creep up his arms. "Did she say anything?" he asked. Susan rubbed her eyes with her good hand. "I've been through all this with Sanchez and the others," she said. She laid her head on the back of the couch, and her face fell into shadow. "She said it had been fun, and that help would be there soon, and that I should keep you warm. Then she left. Claire said by keeping me warm, you saved my life." Susan shrugged. "That just did what Gretchen told me." She paused. "Do you remember much?" she asked tentatively. "Not really," Archie said. He tried to review the fragments of memory he had gathered, to put them in order. "I remember firing the gun, and then it all goes black." Susan exhaled, and he thought he saw relief in her body language. "I can't see your face," Archie said. Susan lifted her head. "What?" "I want to see you," Archie said. "Come closer." Susan looked confused, but she stood up and padded over to his bed in her bare feet. As she got closer, she moved from shades of gray and gold to full color, her face pink and freckled, her emerald green eyes watching him intently. "Where's Rachel?" she asked. Archie didn't even begin to know where to start. "She's..." He searched for the right words. "Gone," he said. "It didn't work out." "I never liked her," Susan said. She shook her head and groaned. "Blondes." She wavered slightly on her feet without seemingly noticing. "Leo and I broke up," she said. Archie patted the edge of his bed with his hand, and she sat down, facing him. "Do you want to talk about it?" he asked. "Not really," she said. "Not yet. My mom brought caramel apples," she added, "if you want one." "I'm not that hungry," Archie said. "They don't have razor blades or anything," Susan said. "I didn't think they did," Archie said.
Susan struggled to hold back a yawn and lost, her mouth widening as she closed her eyes and emitted a silent yowl. Then she gazed at him blearily. "I'm sorry I didn't get you a birthday present," she said. "I think I've had enough presents this year," Archie said. Susan scratched her arm. "I'm so tired," she said. "They gave me a pill. How do you take those things?" "Come on," Archie said, moving over to make room for her in the narrow bed. Susan hesitated only for a moment before she folded herself on her side next to him. The bed was small, but there was room for both of them if Archie kept his legs straight and his arms at his sides, Susan on top of the covers, Archie underneath. Susan's face was at his shoulder, her nose and lips almost grazing his skin. Her knees pressed gently against his stitches, but he didn't move. She closed her eyes, and he watched her as her breathing slowed and equalized. Her foot twitched, and Archie saw that a small yellow leaf was stuck there on the bottom of her foot, clearly the same leaf that Henry had finally lost off his boot. Archie smiled at that, and maybe it was the morphine, but he felt strangely happy. Lying there next to her, he thought that maybe he could remember what Claire had said about Susan warming him with her body. He had a memory of being very, very cold, and then there being a warm presence beside him. He glanced over at the bedside table, where the balled-up piece of paper still lay, then, very slowly, careful not to wake Susan, Archie reached over her and plucked the wad of paper from the table. He brought it to his chest, his hand trailing IV lines, and with a glance at Susan, he gingerly uncrumpled the square of yellow paper and flattened it out. He had a second copy at home, written in Gretchen's elegant handwriting, but Archie had a feeling that Henry had found it and destroyed it. The 10 digits stared back at him from the wrinkled yellow paper. They were his connection to Gretchen. "If you need me, darling," she'd said. Archie had looked at the telephone number so many times that he thought he knew it by heart. But now, the digits looked unfamiliar to him, already reordering and fading in his memory. Archie glanced at Susan. Then he closed his hand, crumpling the note in his fist. A plastic trash bin sat against the wall on the other side of his IV pole. Archie tossed the balled-up post-it note at it overhand, and it sailed through the air and into the trash. Then he settled back into the bed with Susan. He was suddenly wide awake. Susan squirmed in her sleep, and Archie had to brace himself as her knee pressed again into his tender stitches. But he didn't care. He stayed very still, trying to be as small as possible to give her enough room to be comfortable. Her mouth was slightly open, and her breath was hot against his shoulder, making the hair on the back of his neck bristle. His wound didn't hurt while he was still, and the morphine filled him with a woozy contentment. Susan moved in her sleep again and flopped a foot across his shin. He stayed awake for a long time, watching her like that.